Good evening, party people, and welcome back to the Bar with an X, the only bar that is still conducting rather questionable moral means genetic experiments on the next generation of fighting machine and also racing machine. They're called Chao, or rather Chao, or if you're among the people who decide to be smartasses about it and say that if chaos is pronounced chaos, then these are just KO. All answers are totally acceptable. Welcome back, everybody. We've got another derby cocktail for you this evening, and the one big show stream that we're doing this week. I'm going to a concert on Wednesday. I won't be here. I'm sorry. I would just do the whole mobile stream like we did in Disney World, but something kind of rubs me the wrong way about like restreaming a concert for a small creator. It's my brother, by the way. So I'm not going to do that. So instead, y'all just pour a drink for yourselves on Wednesday, and we'll be back at it again next week. To everybody who's popped into my chat early out there, including, but not not necessarily limited to Austin and Drew and Wolfie and Cosmo and Bungus and Cole and Chelsea and Emblem for the first time, Eli, Brad, the chatbots, Jay, who else is out there? Metal Sonic and Metal Tails, hello out there. Ryder, Demonic Knight, it looks like. It's your first time catching the stream. Oh, dude, good to have you here. Flames of Glory popping back in here. Official, David Richardson, as well as, did I miss anybody else out there? And Tusano Gaming, there we go. Hello, hello, I said I'd be here, and so I am. Speaking of Tusano Gaming, we're gonna get to this package that's in front of me in a little bit. I've been corresponding with somebody by the name of Tusano Gaming Company, Tusano Trading Company. Thomas, I believe is how he goes by. He popped into my chat a while ago being like, I kind of want to send you something. And I was like, I don't know how I feel about people sending me things. But luckily, Tusano isn't in the drinking business, he's in the woodworking business, so I felt significantly less weird about giving my postal information to somebody who's gonna send me wood and not alcohol. Because typically I don't put wood in my body. That was a really weird thing to say. Anyways, moving on from that. Stashly, welcome in. Levy, welcome in. And EXE, welcome back, everybody. Wood picks? Not yet. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh. I see David out there saying, how do I use them? If you're wondering about points, you can use !help, and the chatbot should be able to help you out there. Like I said, y'all, we got a Golden Derby cocktail this evening. If you're wondering what the recipe is, you can look in the description of the video. If you're on YouTube, you can type !sips in chat, and it'll print it right to your screen. You can add it to your favorite recipe keeper. My favorite recipe keeper is literally called Recipe Keeper. Not sponsored, and even if they did, I'd probably be like, I don't need your sponsorship. I just really like the product that you're making. And anyways, it's very similar to the Brown Derby that we made exactly a week ago, except instead of including honey syrup at all, the sweetness in this version of the recipe is being provided by a ginger liqueur. I actually stole this cocktail from a ginger liqueur's website. I believe it's pronounced Domaine de Canton or Domaine de Canton. I don't know, it feels kind of French to me. I don't have that bottle of ginger liqueur, so I'm using this cheap bottle of ginger-flavored brandy, and we're just gonna kind of see where we get with it. I don't know exactly how this is going to go, but we're gonna work our best on it and see if we have a damn good cocktail, and if we don't, whatever, the infinity bottle will happen later, and hopefully we'll be able to make something good out of the bottle that is, I don't even know what percentage of Malort that bottle is right now, but it's definitely at least a percentage point. If you want to know what's in the bottle so far, !infinity, the bot does all the math for you. In any case, for this recipe, we're going to need to cut a grapefruit first for this one. And lucky for me, I think I got a new cutting board in the mail. So we're going to open that up first. I know everything that gets brought to the bar with an X ahead of time. I spoil every game for myself, so I know the drinkspiration behind it. I spoil every single gift for myself. I don't like surprises in that kind of way. In any case. Jamie the Hedgehog, welcome in. EXE saying that I'm finally here early. Eli threatening that we could make it more Malorty. You could, you have the power. Eli in particular, I'm worried about. So, in any case. Eli follows through with promises. Hold up, there's a fly? Got the fly. Fly's done. If there's anybody who identifies as a fly out there, I'm sorry, I did it. It's okay. So again, I got this package in the mail from Tusano Trading Company, and got a feeling it might be useful for this cocktail recipe. Right off the bat, I just love the packaging of this. Like, first of all, there's a little... First of all, the package was addressed to Cameron with an X. He spelled my name right. My stage name right, which I'm greatly appreciative. Look at this little pamphlet. I would say that I spoiled the gift for myself by knowing what's on the inside, but it literally says about what to do with your Tusano Tavern wares. It doesn't have... It mentions specifically charcuterie boards. And I don't believe this is a charcuterie board, but remember, at least according to this beautiful letter on the inside, if you use their carnifis charcuterie boards, they are meant as serving platters and spoon or tool rests. They are not heavy-duty chopping blocks or pot rests. Being that I don't believe that this is a charcuterie board, I'm inclined to think that whatever piece of wood is inside of this package is totally prepped for, quote, heavy-duty chopping blocks or pot rests. Although I don't really think I'd put a pot on this. I don't typically have a lot of pots here at the Bar. I use a hot plate for that one. Also, in addition to, there's a little message personalized for me in particular inside of this booklet, and it says, Cameron with an X, Keep up the amazing creativity. P.S. You need to try a Johnny Silverhand sometime. Thomas, I see you out there in particular with the cyberpunk references. By the way, y'all, going back way previously, I built my first desktop computer on my own specifically because the laptop that I was working with at the time, specifically my first streaming laptop too, couldn't run Cyberpunk 2077. So I built myself a computer from scratch just to play it. And I put it in about 10 minutes and then never played it again. I'm still using that computer now to be streaming on. At least to your knowledge, I am. Electro Jr., welcome into chat. David saying, can you use XP for Pokemon cards? What kind of Pokemon cards? What kind of Pokemon cards would you expect out of a cocktail stream? I gotta wonder. I see Tusano saying, I personalized the twine color to the X bar. Did you really? I thought that this was just a coincidence. It's got the blue and the white on it too, just like the logo back there. It's beautiful. Annie out there, I see that you gave us a little subscription, by the way, with Prime. 15 months, happy anniversary. I saw that earlier on. And you're spreading the love to Tusano Gaming? Oh, dude. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Oh, man, dude. Let's crack this thing open. By the way, Thomas, I gotta say, I freaking love the fact that you have your logo on the packaging. Smart branding, my guy. Smart branding. All right, let's crack this thing open. A piece of me was like, I should really daintily undo the knot here. The coil colors were specifically picked out just for me, and I whipped out the big old knife for it. I don't know. Should I be dainty about it, chat, or should I just I'm not gonna rip the box open. Actually, I'm gonna use it with the knife. I'm gonna go for it. This is the kind of vibe we got here. Hiya! Hiya! It was not actually that aggressive. You just gotta be careful with it. Vote was on dainty. Everyone being dainty. Whoops! Uh-oh! I'll be dainty with the big packaging. Dainty, dainty, dainty. As we listen to the sounds of tropical steel drums on the island of Chao Garden in the background with the small moans of very creatures that we're genetically modifying. I don't think we're actually doing any sort of genetic modification. We're just kind of letting them do the genetics on their own. It's actually kind of beautiful. Yo, Moody Rain Day, welcome to the bar with an X. It's good to have you here. It's good to have you here. Yo, Ryan, welcome in, my guy. Welcome in. Tusano out there saying, don't bother being gentle with it. It's pretty dang tangled in my attempt of not. Oh, it's beautiful, dude. I love it. I love it. I love it. Oh my gosh. I see Brad out there being like, pride, question mark? Oh yeah, you can get pride with your XP. It's Pride Month, baby. I'm a prideful individual. I got one more piece of tape. One more piece of tape. I'm getting in there. I'm getting in there. Oh. I see it, not anime being like, Cameron, were you not careful with the unpackaging? Not with the thread. However, with the rest of it, I'm being very, very careful. Very careful. I am undoing this very nicely. This is a well-sturdy made, not charcuterie board. I don't even think that if I was mishandling this, that it would be any more broken than it currently came to me in. Which I assume, oh, I see wood. Take that out of context. Oh my God. That's got some interesting curvature to it. The big reveal. The big reveal. Let me make sure everything's, wait, is it the right side up? It is the right side up. All right. Check this out. This is the sturdiest cutting board I think I've ever laid my hands on that wasn't made of granite. And check it out. It's got the little X bar on it, which is pronounced bar with an X, but hey, you know, easeability. And we got that beautiful logo that we saw on the packaging. The branding is consistent. We love it. Oh my gosh. Just to put this in perspective, this is what I mean by this is the thickest cutting board that I have ever laid my hands on. So this is what I started out with. Very small looking cutting board, very, very flaccid. This is one of the ones that is not broken. Girth comparison. Thicker. This one is thicker. In addition, I've got some bigger ones, but I recently got some plastic cutting boards. They're floppy. This one is not. I'm just like, I'm looking at this cutting board and I've always had questions about why you have the certain edges on this thing. And now I've got more questions because I see multiple different edges. I have a feeling I know what this thing is used for. I got a strange feeling, because I'm being honest, when I say strange feeling, it was spoiled for me ahead of time. Thomas was saying that this is for, like, rimming glasses. I'm not rimming my glass this evening. But I do have, like, I've always wanted to know, what's the purpose of these little striations on the side? Little striations. Tusano being like, do you know what the bowl on the board is? Yeah, this one's for the rimming. You spoiled that for me. That, and I also watched, what was it, Nicholas Hamilton? He was also rimming his glass with it, I think, if I'm correct. So I love that. But then we also have these little bits on the side. Tusano saying the groove is for juice and to keep tools from rolling away. Ryan saying 2 grooves are for blood and the bowl is for hummus. Oh my gosh, dude. Dude, this is cool! Oh my gosh. Now, my question for you, sir. Oh, wait a minute. Hold up. I just noticed, too. I just noticed the order of the colored woods on here. Is there a reason for this as well? Because now you've got me wondering of all the different pieces of detail that went into it. I imagine that you just laid the pieces of wood on top of each other. That's cool. Wow. Let's see. Tusano saying, the grooves on the underside are your handles. They're where you're put. Oh, naturally. That makes sense, dude. I've never had a cutting board with handles before. It's got such a nice weight to it. Oh, dude. Thank you, Tusano and your trading company, for this contribution to the bar with an X. It is a mighty cutting board. And let's use it for exactly what we got it here for. Let's use it well to cut this grapefruit. Does it pass the cut test? Yes. Yes, it does. The hole is perfectly big enough to hold grapefruits, if you want to. Whoop, I dropped my knife. It didn't drop on my foot. Everything was okay. Everything is okay. Wow. Tusano, like, you are so very welcome, Cameron. Thank you. And thank you for including the silent X. We made it difficult so that we can specifically call out people who sponsor the show for spelling it incorrectly. And then to have their entire PR teams be like, I'm so sorry, Mr. Cameron with an X. We won't do it again. And I'll be like, it's okay. I did it specifically to try to get a rise out of you. In any case, beautiful cutting board. Passes the cutting test. Now, this is not the way this is not the way that I would treat my other cutting boards. This is a special cutting board. Therefore, when we're done using the cutting board, we give it a nice wash down. It is included inside the enclosed instructions. It says, rinse me lightly with warm water and mild soap. Do not soak me, put me in the dishwasher, or use harsh detergent. I'll warp or worse, delaminate. You won't do it. You won't do it. So if you're interested in stuff like this, Tusano Gaming's currently in chat right now. And they've also got the social medias. I'll be tagging them when this video comes out, because that's what we do for our fellow small creators, and the special work that they do. Anyways, I'm gonna put this back over here. I'm gonna put this over here. You know what? It's not big enough for where I typically keep the cutting board, so I'm gonna put it right here. Well, I figure out a place to keep it. There we go. Right there! Okie dokie. Now, I understand that there was a shiz ton of chats that I missed while I was opening up my gifts. Sorry. Getting really excited about gifts. So while I juice this grapefruit, I'll see what everybody else is doing. I'll write it in. Let's see. Annie, thank you for putting Tusano Trading Company's Instagram in the chats. If y'all are interested, if y'all want to, and you should, because he's a really, really good guy too. Now, I'm a total creep when it comes to the internet, so I've done my research on Mr. Tusano out there, and lo and behold, he's actually a really good guy. I told him about, we've got a charity event that we do every single year, and as a part of my announcements that I'll give a little bit later, we're planning another charity event that's happening next month. He was like, well, I'm also doing a charity event. You should charity event with me. And I was like, oh, dude, but I've got my own charity thing. And that was one of like our first or second conversations together. I was like, I love this guy already, dude. Big vibes out to Tusano Trading Company. Mr. Thomas out there. I love that, dude. I love this. All right, what other chat messages have I missed? I know that there were people popping in. I know that there is people. I see Jersey Mike's out there. Ryan, I saw you popping in. Manic the Hedgehog also here as well. Who else do I see? Who else do I see? Everybody's talking about this beautiful cutting board made of wood. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Annie being like, LMAO, the pin snipe. Thanks for fixing. Oh, Brad. Good on you. Good on you. Ryan saying you need to get some mineral oil, tongue oil, or beeswax on hand to maintain the cutting board. Yes! Yes, it's true! It said beeswax in here. Ah, yes. Point number 4. Do occasionally condition me with mineral oil and beeswax to keep me in top shape. Number 5, do not hesitate to ask any further questions or send us an email. We love answering questions. I assume the we to mean the conglomerate of people that comprises the Tusano Trading Company. It could just be Thomas. It might be Thomas and his 3 twin brothers. I don't know. I don't know. You should support all of them.
Nice.
Theovara, speaking of support, with the $2. Theovara, damn here with $2. I'm so sorry I missed your message, dude. Oh my gosh, the entire community has grown significantly in the last couple of months. I'm finding it tough to keep up. I am currently developing things in the background to hopefully make that easier for us. Oh man. Cow King, welcome in, dude. Currently eating some katsu curry rice bowl while watching this beautiful man. Which one? Do you mean me? Or what I'm now calling this cutting board? The beautiful man. Beautiful man with an X. Beautiful man with an X. I kind of want to name the board Thomas after its creator. Chat, what do you think about that? Mr. Tusano, if you had to put an X in your name anywhere, where would it be? The rules do not apply when you pick your own name. That's kind of how authority of your own self-image and status works. It's beautiful. We love to give agency to people. Man. What else out there? Metal Sonic and Metal Tails being like, Metal Sonic, so Cam, how's your weekend? My weekend was pretty good. Actually, my weekend was pretty damn stressful, so I'm not going to go into the details. But I got to spend some time with my parents and my other parents. My in-law parents, or rather just one of my parent. We cleaned houses, we ate food, and I had a bagel. At least one bagel. That was pretty good. I hope everybody else's weekend was pretty good too. Tusano says, Tom, with an X at the end, including the H. Tom! This board will so be called Tom with an X, as spelled T-H-O-M-X, and stylized with an X. And who is that? It's my cutting board. Ask me about Tom with an X. Water? Don't mind if I do. It's a really good idea. Mindful drinking and all that. Oh, man. I see Levy asking me, what is my favorite thing about bartending at the bar with an X? The fact that I never have to do it alone. I've got all you people, which from my perspective looks like a camera standing on a really rinky-dinky tripod right in front of my desk where I see 2 more monitors in the background, one of which has every single person whose name is in chat right now on a single list that I can't read because I'm not wearing my glasses. Never feel alone. And sometimes when I look out my window, actually I can't see anything out my window right now, the blinds are down. I don't want anybody looking at all this. Anyways, I'm juicing grapefruit right now for the cocktail recipe, which is called the Golden Derby. I stole it from Domaine de Canton's website. I hope I pronounced that correctly. I don't have any of Domaine de Canton, so I'm using cheap ginger brandy instead. Sponsor me. And then we'll use yours. We'll use your bottle. As Gort, our beautiful, one of Clementine's offsprings, slowly but surely just struggles in the background, trying to get out of Rouge's grasp. Oh, man. Let's see. I see Metal Sonic and Tails asking, if you are wondering which Metal talking to you'll see, it says something like this, Metal Tails. That's going to get difficult to keep track of, so I can't guarantee I'll ever know I'm talking to the same person. But I'll certainly try my best, Sonic and Tails of the Metal variety. I see Ryan out there saying, I'm officially a Georgia Shriner, as well as a Tennessee Shriner, thanks to this weekend. Dude, you're a Shriner in 2 different locations? What is the implication of that? That sounds beautiful. Beautiful indeed. And Ryan's reminding me that I could just get contacts. Yeah, but I would need to pay for more eye insurance or whatever you call it. Tusano out there saying, all right, man, thank you for all the laughs. My heart's so full from the gratitude and amazing vibes, but I do need to get back to Baldur's Gate for the evening. Thank you very much, Cameron. No, thank you, Thomas Tusano. And thank you for my new board, Tom with an X. We're just gonna confuse everybody. I feel like I have to have like a show now where I'm like, just spell the name with an X, Tom with an X, and everyone's gonna forget the H. I love it, dude. Thank you incredibly so much for contributing to the bar with an X and the future that we have here with different pieces of equipment and bottles and otherwise that's got way too many names on them. But I love it, dude. Cheers to you. Wait, yours a cheer? I'm making a cocktail right now. Here's a cheers of whiskey. I don't have a drink yet. And technically I have water, so I'll do that. Okie dokie. Amy Chao, welcome in. I see you out there. Brad being like, one day Cam will be old like me and need contacts and readers. One of these days. Cow King out there saying that I've been playing Culebra and the Souls of Limbo. It's a mix between Paper Mario and Cinco de Mayo. That sounds so cool, dude. How do you mix Cinco de Mayo and Paper Mario together? I guess you just put a bunch of like Actually, what are you doing Cinco de Mayo? I was thinking of Dia de los Muertos. I was like, Paper Mario, but with skull motifs. I've got my special days mixed up. That sounds super cool, Cal. Would you recommend it? Because if so, I'm interested. Let's see. Ryan saying, I'm almost at the point where I need to wear glasses while you're wearing contacts by yourself. Sounds to me that you need to go back to the optometrist. Bob the Alien, welcome in, welcome in. Okie dokie, I need... Now that I juiced my grapefruit and cut it correspondingly did so in the sexiest manner I've ever cut a fruit on the show. Do we need a shaker? Yeah. Now let's grab a shaker. I don't want that one. I don't really want that one either. I'm going for the shaker on the far stage left side of the screen because out of the three that are here, this one's my least favorite. Because I have a new favorite, and I can't have one really nice gifted shaker outshine this new beautiful girthy cutting board. This one. Let's start with 1.5 ounces of whiskey. It's a whiskey of your choice. I'm using a bottle and bond, and I might just have to use the rest of it. Let's start with one of those. Ooh, ooh. Still kicking. Still kicking. I'm cool with it. I'm cool with it. Interesting. Brad's telling me that they make multifocal contacts now, which do the job of combining different prescriptions together, I imagine. That's kind of cool, dude. Wow. Imicha saying, are the Chao in the background okay? I believe so. Currently, one of our newest additions, Gort with an X, is currently struggling to get out of Rouge the Bat's arms, who are standing there. She's standing there, like, unmoving, slightly breathing, and it doesn't seem like Gort's enjoying it, much as I suppose other people would be enjoying it. But we don't talk about that! That's nasty. That is nasty. Yeah. Emblem being like, drink making time, woohoo. Hello out there, Emblem. I think you were saying that the Raven is here. And it's interesting, we've got 2 ravens in our community, 2 prominent ravens in our community, the Tropical Raven, and now we have Emblem in our chat as well. I would say that I have a favorite Raven. It's not either of you. We'll get to that another time. Next we'll do 1.5 ounces of ginger liqueur. I stole this from Domaine de Canton's website. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. I don't have that. So instead, I'm using cheap ginger-flavored brandy. Sponsor me. I'll make all my problems go away. Would I actually specifically call out a brand and ask them to sponsor me in the edit of a video? Probably not. Probably not. But I make no guarantees! I make no guarantees. Finalize this with 2 ounces of freshly squeezed grapefruit juice. Exactly which variety of grapefruit? I don't care. So long as it looks pink on the inside. Regardless if it actually is or is not. Because I think most grapefruits appear that way. I do got a little bit extra of this grapefruit juice, so I'm just going to put it into a container real quick, and we might use it later. That, or I'll forget about it, and we'll start to mold over, and then I hold only myself responsible. There we go. We try to clean it as we go here at the bottom of the next. As best as we possibly can. Gort just jumped out of Rouge the Bat's arms, and is now very, very bothered. Look at this little guy. He is not very happy. Wow, dude. You are pissed. Don't try. Oh, you just gonna sleep? Yeah, that's cool. That's I think how babies act too. I'd have to ask my partner. She's a physical therapist for children. Maybe that's how they act. That was really funny. Wow, dude. Wow, dude. Let's see. What are we talking about that out there? Brad being like Raven, comma. That's so. Emblem being like, oh, Raven, comma. There we go out there. I can never find things. I also have ribbons absolutely everywhere saying Brad. Dude, we gotta work with what we got. I have alcohol all over my bar. And all over the upstairs of my apartment where the bar the next calls home. So, here we are. Let me clean this off a little bit. Make sure that my equipment is all clean for later. Because we will be using probably this one for the infinity bottle later. I'll do a little clean before we shake this. Levy out there saying, have you ever been sponsored by anyone? Not yet. Well... not to your knowledge. Wink. Let's see. Ryan out there talking about 50 lighters, 10 toothbrushes, 5 or 6 sticks of deodorant, and 3 separate body wash, shampoo, conditioner, and body oil sets because I can't remember what I have at home. What are you talking about? Oh, Brad was talking about 20 pairs of readers. And then Ryan's like, I've got a bunch of everything because I can't remember where I put things. Dude, that's a solid strategy, though. One of the things that I'll wind up doing is that I don't really have a lot of these things, right? But I have multiple phone chargers in multiple locations of the house, just so that if I'm going to put my phone down somewhere, it is going to be connected to a charger, of which there are only 3. There's 3 possible locations that I'll be able to find my phone at, because I might just lose track of it, and I really don't want to. Now, my phone actually isn't much of an issue, only because I can ask my Google Home to ping my phone for me, and it'll just start ringing really loudly. So it's not really a problem that I have to deal with. But to the other folks out there, also, why would you need wait, hold on. Ryan's saying, 3 separate wash, shampoo, conditioner, beard oil sets because you can't remember what you have at home. Oh, okay. There was a piece of me that was like, there's 3 different sets of beard oil shampoo sets. There's one at one sink, there's one at another sink, and Ryan somehow got a 3rd sink somewhere where all the equipment is, just in case the motion strikes him to want to do some beard maintenance there. Whether he's in the bathroom, whether he's in the kitchen, or whether he's in, I don't know, my parents' house, there was a slop sink in the basement. So, in the basement doing whatever grown-ass men do in their basements. For me, it's things that I won't mention on stream. Throw some ice in here and give it a shake. Whew. Nice piece of ice cube. Nice piece of cube. That was a mighty sound. Wow. Get some more in there. Brad echoing the needs for multiple deodorants and toothbrushes and stuff ever. You never know. You never know when you might catch a whiff of yourself. And it could be in the kitchen, it could be in the bathroom, it could be in the basement where grown-ass men do things that they can't mention on their live show. Who knows, dog? Glorious, welcome back. Ryan being like, ADHD while I'm out shopping. Can't remember anything if I don't write down exactly what I need, and 90% of the time, I don't write down what I need. And Chelsea out there with agreement as well, but it's kind of habit though. Dude, I can't remember what I need from the grocery store unless I write it down on a piece of paper for myself, unless it's a very, very small list of things. If I'm going to the store and I only have 2 or 3 things to pick up, I will almost always pick up all of them. But if it's any more than that, that's when I need to start getting a list for myself. Oh, I needed a grapefruit wedge. Oh. I used my grapefruit. I'm gonna fake it. Using this new cutting board that I got from the Tusano Trading Company, aptly named Tom with an X, I'm gonna do a very naughty thing. I'm going to fake it until I make it. I need a grapefruit slice for the garnish on this cocktail, and I'm gonna try to see whether or not I can accomplish that with a grapefruit that looks like this. I'm gonna try my best here. This is a challenge. This will not be in the edit. I promise that. This is a live-only experience. Typically, when I screw up that badly, I don't tend to put it in the edit. That's why those Shadow the Hedgehog mocktail and cocktail videos looked so damn good. Does anybody remember that? It happened like 2 weeks ago. Yeah, I remember that. Oh, this is... Oh, it's so gushy! It does not want to cut! Oh, goodness. This grapefruit was also thawed from the freezer. Oh. We're gonna make it work. We're gonna make it work. We are gonna make it work. I'm gonna cut it down the center, and we're gonna make it work. We're gonna make it work. Oh my gosh. Glorious being like, you ever had a pomelo before? I did actually, before I even knew what it was. I thought it was a giant grapefruit. I was kind of in the ballpark. Kid popping in on the Twitch side. 18 months, dude? That's like... How many years is that? That's not quite 2 years yet. Your sub isn't driving yet. Welcome in, kid. Did you miss the Infinity Battle? No, you're too early for the Infinity Battle. It hasn't happened yet. Alrighty then. Well, we're gonna try to roll on with the show and see whether it works. If not, whatever. Grapefruit's dead. Kind of looking deflated? Yeah, because I abused it. That's what happens when you abuse fruit. It looks wilted. It's very sad. Don't abuse fruit. This is an analogy. Strain this into a chilled coupe glass and garnish with a grapefruit slice if you have one. I'm still trying to figure out whether or not I do. Because I don't know. What color is it going to be, chat? My guess is it's going to look exactly like the picture currently on the screen. Things are perfect at the bar with an X every single time. Everything is always perfect. That's correct, Gort. Everything is perfect. That's what it means. Perfect, perfect all the time. But what color is perfect? I'm thinking orange. Ooh! A little yellow. Also, I still have more in the cocktail shaker. It's yellowish. Yellowish. Let's see. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh dear. Cow King spreading the love to our next favorite Raven emblem. Appreciate your contributions. How do I recover from this, dude? I should have remembered. I should have remembered. I need a better system for myself. Can I be creative about how I garnish this? Wait, I've got an idea. I've got an idea. I'm gonna cut a line into the bottom, right in the middle of this rind, and I'll put it on the side of the glass. Mixology at its finest, folks. Mixology at its finest. There we go. I'm gonna make a new scar wound. Then I'm gonna open it up. And then I'm gonna... Does it work? Welcome back, Love Mixology. Oh no, it's fallen, it's fallen. I'm trying to recover a grapefruit garnish. Love Mixology, I love the fact that the 2 or 3 times that I've seen you in my chat have been the days that I've struggled with my garnishes the most. It's beautiful. I love it. That's just how the world is. Official being like, the grapefruit in the previous square looks a little bit artificial. Yeah, it's because it is. I photoshopped that picture. Kid being like, you cut the lime in the coconut. In the coconut? How are you supposed to cut the lime when it's still in the coconut? There we go. It ain't perfect, but it's mine. Mixology, like, your garnish is amazing. Ooh. I'm gonna have to disagree with you on this one, but I appreciate the kind words. Oh my goodness gracious. Alright. Oh, and there's also... Oh, I got a seed in there because of the garnish I used. I double strained this too. Let's give it a try. This is the Golden Derby cocktail, similar to a brown derby, but it's filled with ginger liqueur, or at least my best attempt at using it. I try not to poke my eye with this makeshift garnish. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not sold on this. Let me go for another one. Oh. It's like all the bitter aspects of a grapefruit right next to all the high-proof, corny aspects of a bourbon with a slight gingery flavor to it. There is a heavy, heavy note of, like, grapefruit peel in this. And it's kind of giving me Malort vibes. It's not. This is a derby. Or is it? Is it a derby? It's a derby because it's got whiskey and the grapefruit in it. But I feel like I'm really, really missing the honey. Or, maybe the fault's on my part. I stole this recipe from a ginger liqueur's website. And I didn't use them. Lesson for next time, perhaps? It does have, like, a mild sweetness to it. But it's kind of bitter. It's bourbony. But it's not a balanced kind of bourbony. This compared to the brown derby that I made exactly a week ago. That one a week ago from the Death & Co book. Mwah. Mwah. 1,000 times. Mwah. This... I don't like it. Not a big fan of that. Wow. Dr. Super Penguin, welcome back to chat. I see EK popping back in as well. And Oziel as well. My fellow chicken wings. Yellow out there. Welcome back. To Glorious's comment, grapefruit needs something sweet. Oddly enough, the ginger liqueur is supposed to add that level of sweetness, and there is 1.5 ounces of this ginger-flavored brandy in there. I don't really know how sweet this is on its own, so I'm gonna give it a quick taste just to see if that's where we're falling through. Maybe add a little syrup to this. Cow King, I appreciate the... Is that a dog shaking its butt tail? Oh, I love that. I need more shake. Every single time I dance like that, Anna gets mad at me. Or actually, I don't really know if she gets mad. She just says, Cameron! And then I stop. Because otherwise, if she liked it, she'd say Cameron and not Cameron. Probably. On its own, this ginger-flavored brandy is... more sweet than it is spicy and kind of tastes like vodka. If you, like if you poured this to me on its own and was like, this is ginger, I'd be like, where's the spicy kick of ginger? Where's the floweriness? I don't like this bottle of Jacquin's. I don't like it. I only wanted to use it because I wanted to see where we would get with it, and lo and behold, I wouldn't do that again, so. Oh, Cow says it's a giant, it's a ferret. It's a ferret shaking its booty. Oh, it's beautiful. Is that like a pirate software emote? With the shaking booty of the ferret? Oh, I'm trying to scroll up and Twitch will not let me. Oh, maybe? Yar, pirate software, it is pirate software. Oh, excellent. I love ferret software. Oh, gotta click a button, then we go back into the game. There we go. I see Abby on the YouTube side said, it's not killer instincts, but he'll assassinate your liver. It's Cameron with a single X. I love how you hold yourself accountable to that every single time, Abby. It is a pleasure. Welcome into everybody who's popping in a little bit later than otherwise. This is called the Golden Derby, and I'm gonna be honest, it sucks. Like, that ginger brandy on its own is sweet enough, but there's no, compared to the Brown Derby cocktail that we had on Monday of last week. That cocktail had bourbon in it. I used a different bourbon, so might be kind of missing on the full comparison there. It used 3-to-1 honey syrup by weight, by volume, not by weight. It added grapefruit juice, and it had a pinch of lemon juice in it too, and that was a supremely tastier cocktail. I tasted the grapefruit, I tasted the bourbon. It was bright, it was citrusy, it was balanced, it wasn't too sweet, it wasn't too tart. This is all over the place. I can taste the bourbon in there, but there's a bitterness in this that makes me think that there was something wrong with one of the ingredients. And oddly enough, if you recall from Monday too, I also used one of these grapefruits that I took out of my freezer that had been frozen for the last couple months or so. It's the same type of grapefruit. But in this version, you get all those bitter aspects of the grapefruit that in my opinion are very unpleasant versus the one that we did on Monday, just a lot more, it's a lot more better balanced. They added a little bit of citrus in there that had an acidic bite to it to balance out some of the sweetness from the honey syrup. And in this case, at least the ginger liqueur that I used is not super sweet, and it doesn't hold up to, if any, the mild acidity that you get from a grapefruit. I think in general, this is a really good lesson in balancing of a cocktail, and that sometimes if you swap out one ingredient, you might get a cocktail that completely ruins the entire genre of drinks for you in the future. Now, anyways. I'll keep exploring that a little bit, because I feel bad for it, if I'm being honest. Oh man. Ryan, I still can't get over how the grapefruit garnish looks like a prawn. Oh, it kind of looks like a little crawfish. Oh my gosh. Let me do a little bit of cleanup over here. I mentioned in the beginning of the stream that I got this new cutting board as a gift from Thomas over at the Tusano Trading Company. He custom engraved it for me. Look at the X bar. Oh, actually, it's got grapefruit on it. Let me clean that first. I'm supposed to be very gentle with this. So I cut on it, I be gentle, and I put a little bit of water on it, and I take care of it. I'm the kind of bartender who's going to start polishing his glasses for the next 20 minutes every single stream. That's how it's going to happen, because that's what must happen, so we can keep the roof over our shoulders and not get bad reviews on Yelp. Which is impossible, because you can't find the Bar with an X on the internet. And if you do, contact me, because it's not supposed to be there. Anyways. What else do I see out there? Emblem being like, I love Pikachu's hat, though. Yeah, it's a reference to the good old days. Pikachu, what did Cam do to you? Every noodle, welcome back, welcome back. He's seen things? Oh, yeah, dude. Actually, you might have remembered when I used to pull whippets out of Pikachu's party hat. I don't do that anymore because he got a little bit too attached to them. So the whippets, the nitrous oxide canisters, are in a box behind Pikachu that he can't reach because he can't move. I don't keep the whippets inside of Pikachu's hat anymore. And not just because it almost broke him. That's why we don't keep it there anymore. I see David out there saying, I'm finally working as a bartender again and plan to use some recipes that you've used. Oh, yeah? Oh, yeah? Well, David. If there's some of the recipes that I've portrayed on the show, I would just suggest that if you are going to use those recipes, I would ask the same thing that I try to do in giving credit where credit is due to the people who've done. If you're using any of my personal recipes, go for it. You don't need to credit me for them. For the sake of better mixology. Although it'd be greatly appreciated if you do. All of my original recipes are on my website. If you're like, what recipes are his? It's the ones that are inspired by video games, mostly. Cow King says, remember, bananas and kumquats are great together, and so are kiwis and raspberries. I don't remember, but I appreciate that you reminding me. Let's see. A couple other questions out there. Did Pikachu drink 99 bananas? Not yet. Official saying garnish with a dried grapefruit wedge. Maybe it's a little bit too dry. It's not dry. Although I did technically juice it, so I guess if there was anything wet about the grapefruit wedge, I removed it. Ryan saying, shoulder roofs? When did this become a thing? Shoulder roofs? I won't be talking about that. Ryan up above is like, the sea calls to me, and I love that. That's beautiful. Abby saying, it's actually a real animal. Their fur changes color depending on the season. Wait, what? A sort of weasel ferret fluff demon? What are we talking? What is it? Oh, stouts! Fun fact, stouts will spiral their bodies to mesmerize their prey before striking. That's an actual animal? Wow. That's cool, dude. Wowza. All right, before we get into the game, I want to remind everybody that we have a little cheers system over here. So if you want to cheers something with us, whether it be quitting a job like I did recently, maybe you had a new child in the family, maybe you are also trying to raise a whole family of racers and fighters to be able to win your next championship and bring home the family emblem. If that's the case, my hat's off to you perpetually because I don't wear a hat. While you're figuring out what you want to cheers to, because we got to do something, small announcements. Just a reminder, there will be no stream on Wednesday. I'm attending a concert up in Brooklyn, and it happens at the exact same time as the show does, and I'm not cool with rebroadcasting my younger brother's concert, so I'm not going to do that. Instead, you'll just have to pour yourself a drink that day, and we'll be back again on Monday, exactly a week from now, at 8 o'clock p.m., or about 45 minutes ago, 3/4 of an hour ago. The Tusano Trading Company sent me a cutting board. That is on my notes. I made that very obvious already. So that announcement is over and done with. And then it says here, announce charity details on Monday, but not this Monday. Announce charity details on next Monday. Just give them a heads up. So we have a charity event. It's our annual independently run charity event here at the Bar with an X. We got approval from Sukeban Games, which you might know as the creators of that cyberpunk bartending action game, Valhalla, VA11 Hall-A. I got approval from their developers, or at least their contact email account, to use the term mixing drinks and changing lives as the name of our independent charity event, which will be happening next month. When next month? Ask me again on Monday. We're still finalizing some of those details, so just to give you a heads up, in case you were thinking, man, I would really love to tip the bartender $2,000 that I just happen to have laying around. Wait, do you want it to go to me, or do you want it to go to charity? I won't be offended. I promise you that. In any case, let's see. Ryan was saying, you said to keep roof over your shoulders when talking about maintaining my cutting bar. Oh, I see. I interpret that as something completely different. And Ryan saying the animal is a stoat, not a stout. I learned about stoats from watching, Markiplier playing Inscription. And I forgot that they existed until you reminded me just now, Ryan. I appreciate that. Oziel saying, oh, Snapple, you learn something new every day, every single day. I drank my moistness. Thank you to whoever made me drink water. It's very kind of you. Official saying that's a good charity name. And Tim saying, what's your favorite virgin beverage? My favorite beverage, I would can't say that I don't really have a favorite beverage without alcohol in them. What I go to the most is just a very simple combination of soda water plus something that's syrupy plus something that is citrusy. The most recent one that I had was I was working on a recipe with one of my ginger bugs, one of my home fermentations here. I put the ginger bug into lavender syrup and water, and then it carbonated on its own, and then I added a little bit of lemon juice to that. To put it simply, I think spritzes, sugar, citrus, and soda water is probably my favorite, but that's more of a category more so than anything else. I hope that answered your question out there. I see War Annihilator out there with a subscription on the Twitch side. Why are you doing this? You're enabling my alcohol hobby. Never change. Thank you, War Annihilator. To this, we annihilate all wars ahead of us. And hopefully it'll be great. Ryan saying, no stream on Wednesday. Does that mean 2 Infinity redeems next Monday? No. I like where your head's at, though. All right, let's see what everybody is cheersing off to. I have a little thing that appears on my screen to see what everybody is cheersing to. If you wanted your cheers to remain private, I'm so sorry that you followed my instructions. Let me give a quick look through, make sure nobody's being inappropriate, and if you are, I'll just conveniently ignore it. Ooh, I like. Oh, these are so cool! Oh, yes, dude. Let's raise a glass to all the people who are cheersing out there today. Official is finishing your professional practice at college. Abby continued to convert oxygen to CO2 despite your enemies. They might not want you here, but goddamn, are you gonna keep yourself here regardless? Cow King, a cheers to you for touching grass. Ryan to raising money for sick children and their families and the great work of the Shriners. Wolfie to Boba with a little bit of extra spice. To some nerd having a meeting with a professional regarding getting an ADHD diagnosis. Dude, a label to hopefully help you for the rest of the life beyond this point. Noodle got a substitute teaching license, which is exciting. Super Penguin to a day off, finally. And to Emblem, just a beautiful little clinking of champagne glasses out there. To whatever you gotta cheers for out there, y'all, to a big old cheers off to you. Slancha, Kipis, Kampai, and Salute. You know, once you get past the grapefruit bitterness, it really ain't that bad. It just kind of reminds me of Malort. Mildly. With a hint of extra bourbon. A hint of extra bourbon. All right, chat, let's play a video game, shall we? Let's do that. Where's the button? There's the button. Caledonian, welcome in, dude. How's it going? It's going pretty good. Cheers to you, dude. I know you just technically missed the formal cheersing of the evening, but if you got something that you're cheersing for, by all means, feel free to let me know. And if it's a private cheers, you don't need to share it. Unless it's your credit card info. But make sure to put your credit card info in the correct places. Don't put your credit card info in my chat. Instead, click on the subscribe button or the tip button, and then put your details in there. I never get to see those details. We do you a favor. I never get to see those little numbers. YouTube and Bezos provide. Anyways, we're trying to raise the ultimate champion. In order to do that, we need to hopefully find, this is what we're trying to do. The goals today, another emblem, at least one more, and to raise Gort into a demon. Best way to do that is to pet the heck out of him. Show him love and affection from somebody who is on the dark side. So that's what we'll try. I see Tim out there with a cheers, brother, and that my combination sounded quite refreshing. I'm holding up strong at a cheap beer. Dude, cheap beers deserve love too. What kind of beer are you drinking? If I can bother you for those details. Orion saying, apparently a pinch of salt can cut the bitterness of grapefruit. Pour a shot out and try it. Oh, pour salt in my beverage? What a great idea. Oh, that was a little too much salt. For the sake of mixology. I like where your head's at, Ryan. Noodle saying, get that credit card numbers and those funny numbers on the back. Nope. Cow saying, cheers. I never watched that show. Oh, the show Cheers? Yeah, I haven't either. I don't even know what it's about. To me, like, in my head, Cheers exists as, like, some classic American sitcom. Oh, man. I don't really know. Caledonian saying, cheap beers are nice in my opinion, to be honest. To be honest, of whatever they say. To Brad, love me some PBR. Dude, I think that there is a time and a place for a cheap beer. And it is however often that you need it. I, for one, like to drink things that are a little bit more... No, actually, you know what? You know, all things considered, like, I don't have a problem with light lagers, for example, like the stuff that tends to be on the cheaper side. I just just prefer things that are a little bit more like confectionery in flavor, like stouts, for example, which tend to be a little bit on the chocolatier side for me. Light lagers to me are really good if it's a hot day, if you really need a drink, and if it's really cold. But it's gotta be cold, in my opinion. Warm, cheap beer just hits differently. And that's a different that I'm not a big fan of. All right, eat up, dude. Oh, that's not who I wanted to eat. Here you go, eat some food. And we'll sit here and we'll stare at you for a little bit. Dr. Super Penguin out there saying that you've got some raspberry lemonade and berry vodka. Is it in the same glass? Is that what you're sipping on? Cheers to whatever you've got in your glass. Ryan reminding us that salt is supposed to block the bitter receptors on your tongue, so it should be sweeter after this. Oh, we'll see. I just put a bunch of salt in this drink. I just reinvented a salty dog. Oh, what are you drawing? Oh my Gort. Oh my Gort, what's he doing? It kind of tastes like a salty dog, but it just doesn't have enough liquid in it. Ooh, a cake. I'm gonna let you finish that while I give this to what did we name you again? Oh, we didn't name the golden child. Golden child for this golden derby, right? Does that make sense? Oh, damn, that's great. Super Penguin saying that the raspberry lemonade berry combo is indeed in your glass. Dude, we love it. We love it. Noodle saying I stand with PBR. That's my cheap beer. Dude, everybody's got a cheap beer. What's my cheap beer of choice? I don't know off the top. I don't think I could pick one, but it's got to be an IPA. But I guess IPAs are not necessarily cheap. We're thinking of like cereal lager beers, and if I had to pick one, probably Fat Tire. A buddy of mine gave me some Montucky cold snack recently, like within the last couple months or so, and I kind of like that one. I think they're both lagers. I want to say they're both lagers. I don't know which one is considered like cheap by any means. I think, I think Fat Tire is on the cheaper end. Not crazy at the very least. All right, we're going out with Rouge because we want to transform one of the children into the demons. And then afterwards we'll do something different. Oh my gosh, dude. Oh my gosh. Well, dude. Annie being like, salty dog, try an up dog instead. What's up, dog? What is up, Annie? My beautiful, beautiful bouncer. She is not the only beautiful, beautiful bouncer that we have. My wife is also a beautiful, beautiful bouncer. Brad is also a beautiful, beautiful bouncer. And so is Abe and Imi Chao and Lycos Lord. And then I guess technically there's me, but I wouldn't look at myself in the mirror and call myself beautiful, beautiful because that's egotistical. But I tend to be so on Mondays and Wednesdays. Anyways. Cow King out there saying, Heroes was my favorite show growing up, and Warehouse 13. Brad saying that Warehouse 13 was part of a great era of television. I haven't heard of either of those, actually. Cow King saying also Haven and Eureka. The only reason that I know that Eureka is a TV show is because I used to go to one of my friend's houses when I was a kid, and his family had a box set of Eureka in their living room. We never watched it, but I liked the word Eureka at the time. I had a little bit of a fascination with the word Eureka, so I would always see it, and I always remember seeing it there, but nothing else. But I know nothing else about it. I've never actually watched it before. What's it kind of like? Ryan saying that I'm taking y'all on a run, half a mile to the driveway to pick up my pizza. Ooh. What kind of pizza we got, Ryan? If it's got pineapple on it, sign me up. If it's also got mushrooms on it, sign me up some more. And if you manage to mistakenly get anchovies on it, no worries. You can just send that my way, and I'll try my best. Brad being like, it's me. I'm a beaut, indeed. And Annie says, nothing. What's up with you? Oh, I'm just doing a stream. Streams are nice. Drinking a cocktail. Cocktail has a little bit to be desired for, but it's nice. Taking care of my kids. Just an average Monday. The Bar in the Next community. Ryan saying, would you say Brad is your beautiful bouncing boy? Something about that statement gets me wary. Annie's saying, if that pizza's got pineapple on it, you may get banned. Sorry, not sorry. We only allow people with taste in this chat? No, we don't.
Quite well.
Speaking of somebody who probably has taste, I see delayed expectations on the Twitch side. Welcome in, Delayed Expectations. I hope to expect that you were not as tasteless as one of my moderators seems to imply that you might be. If you're sticking around, you clearly have taste. If you're not sticking around, that's okay. If you're lurking, that is also okay. I don't mind whatsoever. Man. Ozzy being like, Hawaiian pizza rocks, now I'm getting hungry. Remember, y'all, be careful what happens when you... be careful what happens when you're on the internet and people decide to suggest things to you. I am a micro-influencer now. If you look at my follower counts, I am a micro-influencer, which means that I have the power to influence. I said pineapple on pizza, and now some people are getting ideas. Some people are getting really, really bad ideas, and to those people I say, stop, breathe, think about the people who love you. And then, I guess, you could always just, if you don't really want it, just give it to the homeless. Give it to the hungry. Where is this emerald? I don't know where this emerald is. I'm just too distracted. I'm trying to find animals. Oh, man. Annie says, oh, so Cam thinks chat doesn't have taste? Wait, no, that's not what I said at all. I think chat clearly has taste. Everybody's got taste in this chat. Unless for some reason or another, your taste receptors just don't work. In which case, you literally don't have taste. And that's okay. Ryan saying mango on pizza, however. I've never tried mango on pizza. I've never tried that. Cow King out there saying that Eureka in the... Oh, wait a minute. I got an ad running. Which means I have to... Gotta go back here. No stream for now. Cow's talking about Eureka, though, and Cow's a subscriber, so I know Cow can still hear me. It's a very scientific show. Imagine a town where every smart person is in the town. In the years since World War II, the U.S. government has been relocating the world's geniuses to the Pacific Northwest town of Eureka. Daily life there shifts between amazing innovation and total chaos. Sounds like science to me. I love that. I love that. I see Delayed Expectations out there giving some details on their Twitch account, but I imagine you're probably watching ads right now, so I'll get to that after the ads are done. Oh, Brad with the beep, beep, beep. Yeah, sorry, hold up. Let me turn that down. We got some folks who are very, very annoyed with beeping sounds. The sounds of people chewing. Man. Wolfie out there being like, pizza sounds great right now. Dude, now I want pizza. Chad, you want pizza? We could, hypothetically, order in tonight. But if we did, I'd have to go out the door and get the pizza, and then I'd have to greet the pizza guy, and the pizza guy might be like, oh, there's a Twitch live show happening, can I come in? And I'd be like, maybe. But then the pizza box, which showcases the name of the exact pizzeria that I get my pizza from, will dox me. We can't have that. Always think about your security, chat. Always do. Let's see. Abby out there saying that you had pizza rolls for lunch. Did you save any for the rest of us? Because by all means, if you did, feel free to let us know. Apparently, chat is ravenous right now. Cow King saying going to watch it now before bed. Oh, the Eureka show? Dude, this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. I was like, Eureka, a show. I'm interested, and now you're like, now I'm gonna go watch it. Which is why everybody should go out and listen to music of their choice today. That's what we're doing. Videosity popping in chat being like, yo, are we rizzing the pizza guy? No, dude, I would never rizz on somebody without their written consent first. I think that's kind of how that works. Anyways. I'll be saying, I got the family bag of pizza rolls. It's still three quarters of the way full? Oh, there is plenty with the rest of us, dude. We got plenty here. Chat, if anybody wants any pizza rolls, Abby on YouTube has got some. Got plenty. And he's saying, too, I could lose my cash between ordering and delivery. How would you pay the pizza person then? In exposure? To the 20,000 plus people who follow the CameroxnWithAnX channel on all forms of social media, have you ever wanted pizza from this one person? Oh, this pizza person is for you. Their name is Chadwick, and we're really appreciative of them here. Claps for Chadwick, who is the name of the pizza person. The ad is done. Welcome back from the ads, everybody. A big hand to Chadwick, the pizza person, who just came by and delivered us a pizza with Totino's pizza rolls, pineapple, mango, as well as just a just a single anchovy, just because somebody was a smartass about it. Welcome back from the ads. Thanks so much for watching them. Big welcome to Delayed Expectations, saying that I literally just made it a Twitch account now because you said that you eventually would, so you thought that you'd be quick with the lever up because you're on boomer status with it right now. Hey, dude, to Annie's point, there's no later time. There's nothing wrong with being quote unquote late to the party. I'm not really a big stickler for being on time anyways, so I wouldn't say that you're late. Welcome in, Delayed Expectations, which I now realize could very well be a reference to your name, in which case I love puns, dude. This is what I do for puns. There we go. Steel City, welcome back, dude. Things are going well for me. I got a very interesting drink in my hand, and it's very salty. At least it is now. I see Noodle being like, sorry to pop in and dash, but I gotta bounce. Hang loose, everyone. Hopefully more Daft Punk cocktails come soon. Keep the drinks flowing. Oh, dude, radical. No need to apologize for having a life, dude. Go for it. Live your best one. So long as you're doing that, you're good in my book. Thanks for popping in, nudes. All right, where is this emerald? Oh, it's definitely right around here. It's gotta be close. That's what Rouge said. Is it? Where? Oh, is it on the... Oh, no. Is it on the emerald? It's not on the emerald. Underwater balcony. But I did that already. Oh, it's literally... Oh, it's literally sitting right there. I see. Wow, dude. Ryan being like, ranch and pizza go together like golf clubs and footballs. Ryan, are you implying that you can't hit a football with a golf club? Because I most definitely, and now really want to hit a football with a golf club. Also, I've had ranch on pizza before, and I think it's delightful. But, you know, that's just my preference. A high place, and certainly not around here. I don't like the searching stages. I want to go back to the Chao Garden. I'm going to go say hello to Gort again. High places feel like they're over here, though. Videosity, dude, I feel the same. I don't know where that... The emerald I got. Now I just gotta find the other ones. I'm literally just grinding right now, chat. This is a very, very chill stream, or at least it will be for the next probably couple weeks. And apparently the high place... Yep, this is a high place. High place? How high a place we talking? Nope, apparently it's not high enough. Oh, wait a minute. It's right there. I see it. It's hiding in the bushes. There we go. Some nerd gotta head out. Have a wonderful evening, everybody. Nerd, right back at ya. Cow King saying that I can't have pizza, but I get spinach, feta, chicken, bell pepper, black olives, and pepperoni. I'm lactose intolerant. That'll do it, dude. I would just absolutely fill up the pizza that I would get at Blaze Pizza. I don't know if anybody's ever been before, but I love Blaze Pizza. And I want to say that the one that was close by to me threatened to close down and then didn't, oddly enough. So we've still got it. And I haven't been there recently, but I'll wind up putting feta cheese on there, Kalamata olives on there. Oh, dude. Whatever I can. I love wacky pizzas. Caledonian saying, speaking of music, I'm hitting a music that I'm loving right now called Ghost Riders in the Sky. Ooh, sounds good. Caledonian too, like Blaze the Cat has a pizza establishment? If that's what you want to believe, I'm not the kind of person to take it away from you. Deep down under with a turtle swim. Oh my god, it's in here? Oh, is there an emerald literally in the pool? Is there an emerald in the pool? Oh, there's an emerald right there. Check that out. I didn't even know that was an option. Wow. Willpower, welcome in, everybody. Streaming a retro this evening. Very exciting. I hope it was going well for y'all. To everybody in the Willpower train, welcome to the Bar with an X. I'm sipping on a cocktail right now, and I really don't like it. So hopefully the infinity bottle gets here real soon. Very soon. To Ryan's point, Ryan in his comment about pizza and ranch is that you're saying is they don't go together. Garlic sauce and olive oil are the only acceptable additional sauces for pizza. I'm getting a weird vibe here, Ryan, that you're trying to yuck somebody's yum out there. And remember, we don't yuck people's yums. Instead, we allow people to consume their yums, and instead of yucking the yum, we yuck them. From a safe distance and with good intent. Usually with criticism that people asked for. Feedback is what I like to call that. Hey, dude, you want to put hot sauce on pizza? You want to put ranch on pizza? You're good in my book, though. You're good in my book. Let's see. Willpower, like, playing some... Oh, played some Pokemon Snap. Oh, you were playing some Pokemon Snap. Oh, dude. Throwback. There was a while back that I really, really wanted to do a Pokemon Snap stream while I was still playing. I think it was The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time while I still had my emulator stuff running, but I just didn't. I just didn't. I was like, if I'm going to do a Pokemon stream, I'm going to have Pokemon cocktails of my own creation. And at the time, I didn't have any of them. So now things have changed. All right, I'm going to give all the drives to Clementine. And then I'm going to give all the animals to Gort. So that Gort will grow into a beautifully evil boy. Man. Willpower saying there's a new Pokemon Snap game on the Switch. Oh, you played the new Pokemon Snap. Oh, even better. I haven't even had a chance to play that one. That sounds exciting. Is it similarly formatted to the first game? Like, do you have... Can you, like, make progress on it the same way with the hidden photos and whatnot? Delayed Expectations coming back with the Prime sub. Thank you very much for your contribution to the bar with an X. We appreciate that. Let's see, who else is out there? Somebody was going to dinner? Who was going to dinner? Oh, Wolfie heading to dinner. Best of luck out there. Hope you enjoy it. If it's pizza, great. If it's pizza rolls, don't feel like you have to bring any back. Abby's got enough for the rest of us. Let's see. Willpower saying, I played the N64 Pokemon Snap, but might do the next one next. Oh, okay. I get you. You're splitting yourself between both different iterations of the game. You got a right to do so. It is your console. It is your hands on the controller. So, Willpower, have you played the new Pokemon Snap yet? If so, I'm curious of what your take is on it, because I haven't had a chance to watch anybody play it. I haven't had a chance to play it myself. And I kind of want to at some point. Aziel saying, ranch is dairy, so it pairs good with the cheese. That is also dairy. See, I like where that logic is, Aziel. You have rationalized a reason for putting ranch on pizza. Now, my next question would be, what is the connection between pineapple and pizza, and how can I rationalize this such that it makes sense to the logically oriented people? I would think that in order to create... I guess that's... No. I was going to say... I was thinking in order to create Parmesan cheese, but it's actually mozzarella cheese that you need to use rennet for, that in the same way that rennet has a certain spiky quality to it in order to cause the curdling reaction to create the mozzarella cheese, you could say that the little microscopic spikes on pineapple pieces could be a similarity. But honestly, I think that's kind of pushing things. And so we'll just conveniently look past that. Gort, where'd you go? Hey, Gort. Dude, Gort's real tired. Gort is real tired. Get this penguin, bro. Yeah, look at them feet. Man. Gloria's saying that you've got the new Pokemon Snap. Okay. So is there anybody in chat who's played both Pokemon Snap games? Are they similar? Are there some similarities? Because I freaking loved the original Pokemon Snap game. It was quick and easy to play, and I felt like I could keep going back to it to get higher and higher scores. And I like that about the original game. It's a little bit repetitive if you played the game multiple times over, but I enjoyed it. It had a sort of charm to it. Willpower saying that in terms of the new Pokemon Snap, he didn't get too far into it, but it did feel kind of like the N64 one, which is quite nice. It seems that if it were to be a sequel, it's kind of a spiritual sequel, and it does things in similar ways, is the vibe that I'm getting right now. Aziel, like, tomato is a fruit and pineapple is a fruit, so maybe that's the connection. There we go. Ryan saying you're pairing fruit together, as the Aziel was saying as well. I see that out there. I see that. Levy out there saying that you've never played the new Pokemon Snap, but you have played the original one. Glorious has played both. Similar, but new Pokemon Snap is longer, obviously. It's got a lot more Pokemon to cover. That makes sense. That makes sense. I see Delayed Expectations saying that I'm currently waiting to hear back about being an assistant cheesemaker. I will become a cheese master and become an elder within the cheese guild. No way, dude. Cheese? Wait. My question, to somebody who's in the cheese industry, does that imply that you are or are pursuing the rank of cheesemonger? I don't know what a cheesemonger is. It sounds a little derogatory, but I'm not in the cheese world. Could you be a cheesemonger? Is that a good thing? Should I stop saying cheesemonger? I don't know. Alexa, is cheesemonger an okay word to say?
From thecontentauthority.com. While the word cheesemonger may not be as commonly used as some other terms, it is important to use it correctly to maintain clarity and accuracy in communication.
That didn't really answer my question. I don't want to do Rouge anymore. I'm gonna take another dark character. We're going with Shadow. Shadow's cool. Delayed saying, yes, I don't either, but I'm going to do whatever that is. I don't either, but I'm gonna do... You are absolutely going to mong the cheese. That's what a cheesemonger does. They mong cheese. Alexa, what does it mean to mong something?
Sorry, I don't know that.
Yeah, I'm kind of confused on that one too, to be honest. But if you are a monger, you're one who mongs, you know? Official like the Cheese Guild. Ryan saying Cheese Guild question mark. Sounds like a secret society. Yeah, but what does the C, H, and 3 E's and S stand for in cheese? Oh, hi there. Oh my goodness gracious. Death counts this early? Wow. Levy being like, it took around 20-ish years for another Pokemon Snap game. Yeah, man. The question is it worth it? Pending rating by the WithAnX community. Brad says, monger, a suffix for like a dealer. See also fishmonger, warmonger. Don't know what the etymology of monger is, but we're getting closer. Official commenting on a death count while I'm doing the Chao sections. I could turn that off. I think it's hilarious. I think some folks in chat would say the same. If you're bothered by the death count being on the screen when I'm in the Chao garden, you can let us know. The mods have control too. Although I think if Annie had it her way, she'd keep that counter on the screen even when I'm just out and about. It is her baby after all, a child. Delayed being like a cheese crime syndicate perhaps, but shh, hey, I got that Gouda. The crime syndicate being like, shh, I got that Gouda. Got that Brie that'll make you squeak. I feel like this is not the first time I've had the association of like an illegal underground cheese operation. I feel like that's a thing. And I want to say that one movie that I watched when I was younger and a book that I read when I was younger too was called Here Be Monsters or something like that. I don't know, the movie was called The Box Trolls. And I want to say that cheese was like an underground thing. It was illegal or something like that. I don't know if I'm thinking of the right form of media or even the right IP at all. But that struck a chord with me. Illegal cheese crime syndicate. I love it, dude. Can I get cheese though? I do really like cheese. And if it becomes illegal... Anyways. And he's like, I think the death counter should be up while making drinks. It's funny. Overruled. Official saying, the death counter gives the impression that it is how many Chaos have perished. Death count, number 1069. Nice. This is how many Chao have perished for the sake of our champion, Clementine. Oh my gosh. That is so metal. But this is how it is. We are very serious about our races around here. We have to be. Welcome back, Sonic the Hedgehog, in all capital letters. We make the distinction because there are a number of you out there. Oh, come on, Shadow. Wow. Oh my gosh. Willpower asking, how is the emblem hunt going? Oh, to answer your question, Willpower, I am just doing Chao stuff right now. I decided to save the Chaos till the very, very end of the stream. I have every single emblem for every single character except for Cannon's Core, except for the boss rush, and except for the other mini games. So we're getting there. At this point, our advancement in the emblem space is kind of slowed to a crawl, but we are making progress nonetheless. Annie, like, Clementine is a total badass. It's true. Out of all the 1,069 plus 1 deaths that we had, not a single one of them was Clementine. They are our champion, and will remain to be so. Official saying illegal cheese sounds like Wallace and Gromit or something. I can see that too. I can see that. Willpower saying, good, the Chao is the best part. It's true, we've made such great connections with these creatures. And let me be clear when I say this, there has not been a single Chao death so far. That number, 1,070, that's everybody else. But it also kind of includes when we lose races because a little piece of me dies inside every single time I lose a race or lose a fight. And with every drop, every milliliter of liquid that makes its way into my body, whether alcoholic or otherwise, refuels me and brings me back to life. I'm reborn every single sip I take. Every sip you take, every shake you shake, I'll be drinking. You know that you belong to me. I don't know how that song goes, to be perfectly honest, but I tried my best. Eli saying, monger, etymology from Wiktionary, from Old English mangere, meaning merchant, trader, or dealer, which is a Proto-West Germanic and further from the Latin word mango, also meaning dealer or trader. Wait. Cheesemonger, cheese mango? A connection might have been made here? Put more spicy dill in the bottle and then add mango liqueur, because we do have mango liqueur. Yes, we do, and I think everybody's conveniently forgotten about it. Anyways. Ryan, like, illegal cheese is actually a real thing. Look up Casu Marzu. Casu Marzu, the cheese? Alexa, what's Casu Marzu cheese?
Castle Arts is a company that provides artists with reliable art supplies so they can create and share.
Delayed says, I appreciate you sharing not bug cheese? Bug cheese? Is it bug cheese? Willpower, thank you for your subscription. If I had a thing of this quote-unquote bug cheese that chat is threatening me with, I'd give you some if you want it. I'll try anything at least once. I stand by that statement. I see Glorious asking me, who is Tom with an X? Tom with an X is my new cutting board. It was a gift to me from the Tusano Trading Company. And it is very thick. It's got handles. It's got my logo on it. It's got striations of different individual types of wood. Eventually, I'm going to bother Thomas for every single type of wood that is on this thing because I am a stickler for details. That or I'm just a smartass. It's definitely one of the two things. It's a cutting board. It is the only non-electrical appliance that has a name here at the Bar with an X. I think it's beautiful. And what better thing to name than a gift from a friend? Ryan says, technically it's worm cheese, or specifically maggot cheese, to be specific. And he's like, you know what? I think we can yuck this yum. No. Hold up a second, Annie. No, don't go there. Don't go there. I request you not go there. I'm not trying to command you. That is not my type of leadership style. I don't command, I suggest. I suggest you hold for a moment. I just recently saw a video on TikTok where all the quality content happens to be. CameroxnWithAnX.com/amper, specifically the @ symbol, CameroxnWithAnX. I saw a video of somebody eating fat, juicy, wriggling grub worms. He slurped the whole thing up, dude. It was wild. I'm not going to provide any more details. But I watched it, and there was a good minute leading up to it, so he gave a trigger warning. Not just one, not just two, but also one to each of the people sitting next to him. We were like, we're not doing that. And he was like, wait a minute. I will try anything at least once. I know ant wine exists. I know bug liqueurs exists. And one of these days, I will put a bug in my mouth, and I hope to God I have a camera on me when I do it. Oh my gosh. Gort, can you evolve, by the way? I would really like you to evolve. Unless... Wait, did you... Wait, Gort, did you evolve already? No, Gort, you didn't evolve. Did you evolve? You're supposed to be a Dark Chao! Hold up a second. Wow. Let's see. Let's see. I see Delayed up there saying, I don't know if that's a good ideology because some things you only try once and then you go in a forever box. Yeah. Within reason, Delayed. Within reason. Brad's saying there's also a lot of laws in the US about raw milk and unpasteurized cheeses. That's fair. That's fair. And you can have things that are unpasteurized. There's just stipulations of how to do it right, you know? What are we talking about? Wait. Somebody's saying we have to do things in Italy. Does that imply that this particular type of worm cheese is available in Italy? Sardinia is the only place that you can get Casu Marzu, says Ryan. Really? Tropical Raven, welcome in. Topic of conversation. Would you eat worm cheese? Because I would do it at least once. Okay, Gort is still a child. We still have time. We still have time.
Nice.
Ooh, Tropical Raven out there with the... Nice. Thank you, sir. I didn't hear a sound effect there. I didn't hear a sound there, so it's possible that my thing's not running. Did anybody else hear that sound? The whick, nice, because you should be able to hear it. I didn't hear it for some reason. I might just have a setting that's incorrect right now. If you heard it, that's what's important. That's what's important. That whick, nice is for you, Raven. But you didn't answer my question. Yay or nay, worm cheese. I'm not talking just like earthworms or anything like that. Straight up maggots, dude. The stuff that crawls into dead bodies when left unattended. Gort, buddy. You will become a dark Chao, will you not? Why isn't your head changing? The thing on top is supposed to be a pink color. Tropical like, all right, Cam, we're getting there. 9,100 points now. I'll make a cocktail with worm cheese. Oh, but I would need I would need Kasumarzu if I'm to do that, Tropical. You realize this. Ryan, you seem very knowledgeable on the subject. Hit me up. Connect me with your guy. All right, I don't know what the heck's going on here. Gort's head is supposed to be turning a beautiful... Oh, okay, hold up. No, I see the... Oh, I see the thing coming back. I see the thing. The little... If you see a kink in his head, that's good. That's good parenting, not bad parenting. Promise. Oh my god, that is so salty now. Oh my gosh. Ugh. Where is the infinity cocktail? Oh my gosh. Wow. Delayed being like, I used to swallow earthworms whole to traumatize your siblings because it's your duty. Yeah, I used to do similar things. I didn't ever put any worms on my mouth. Only because I saw that one movie that was How to Eat Fried Worms, and I was intrigued. I was like, I would like to try a fried worm, but my mother wouldn't let me. And to be fair, I never really got to the point in my life where I felt like I was going to go out and find a worm and specifically slurp it down, you know? Maybe one day. Dude, earthworm liqueur, let's get it on, dude. Let's get it on. Tropical being like, kinky head equals good parent. It's true, in all cases. Especially this one. Ryan, you said that you would do something similar, but with cicadas. Oh, you would chase your sister around with cicadas. You wouldn't actually consume cicadas. That sounds scary. I've stepped on cicadas before, and they look like rice. Their guts look like rice, and it traumatized me from eating rice for about a year or so. Ryan says that Kasumarzu is described as creamy, soft, and pungent with a spicy, intense, and lingering aftertaste. Yeah, I would imagine why. Cole, welcome in, by the way. Delayed saying, make sure to check your customs rules so you don't accidentally end up ousting yourself inadvertently. With worm cheese? Then the question becomes, if you could only eat worm cheese once, would you? Like I said, chat, so long as there was a camera on me. And potentially an EMT team standing by. Get out of here. Silly piece of fruit. Fruit's great, actually. Happy Pride Month, everybody. Ryan saying the smell is pungent and overpowering. I've had some cheese that are like that. I've smelled fish like that, too. I see Adam the Ginge popping in chat, being like, hello, first stream, smiley face. Hello there, Adam. First time seeing you around here. Can I get you a drink? How about a ginger drink? Because your name seems to share at least 70% of the letters with ginger. We are missing an R, but we take with what we can get. I have this whole bottle of ginger liqueur, and I would give it to you if I didn't care about you. But I care for the well-being of the people in this chat, and this ginger brandy kind of sucks. So if you like jazz and you like ginger, I can always just get some more ginger. I've been thinking about picking up some more anyways. Transform, you beautiful child! Bryce, welcome in. Fruit's great. Happy Pride Month. LMAO. Are you laughing at Pride, my guy? Don't make me whip out my pride, Bryce. I'll do it. I will do it. Don't make me go all pansexual on you. I'll do it. My wife is okay with it. She gave me approval. I have to ask her. Kind of how the relationship works. Communicate with your partner. It's important. You don't even have to do that in just June. You can do that any time of the day. Gord, stop sleeping. I'm training you for a race. Consume the melon, I think. Tropical saying, gotta sleep, just wanted points. I'll get to that infinity bottle eventually. Damn right you will, Raven. Damn right you will. I have full faith that you will put Campari into that bottle again, bringing back the beautiful notes of weed that the internet so desires. I see Delayed saying, have you considered using your older ginger bug to infuse the brandy to make it stronger? You could do that, but the experience that I've had with using the ginger bug to infuse flavor is that the spicy notes of the ginger are not super prominent. At least not from what I've had so far. So the ginger bug that I've got, so-called name, Ginny Baby, did have a refresh on the ginger that is currently inside the jar, but the flavor is still not super spicy of ginger, and I don't really know why. but I would like to think that it's got something to do with the very specific combination of microbiota that is currently living in that jar. Pretty good. Bryce saying, Cam, have you ever played a Nancy Drew game? No, wait, isn't that a book series? Does Nancy Drew have a video game too? I am not at all familiar with the Nancy Drew series of video games, dude. But if Nancy Drew has a video game, that means that we can drink Nancy Drew. And to all the sickos out there who are taking that in a weird way, it's a cocktail. It's a cocktail, I promise. I'm not drinking another person. Not in front of a camera, at least. Adam saying, only tried a ginger cocktail once, wasn't the best. Any suggestions? I'm open. Dude, if you haven't tried a ginger cocktail, try a Moscow Mule. Vodka, lime juice, ginger beer. Very classic highball cocktail. Not a lot going on in there. Any sweetness from the ginger beer is going to be countered by a little bit of that lime juice. And you can choose a base spirit of your choice. It doesn't have to be vodka. If you like whiskey, do a whiskey mule. If you want to do tequila, do a tequila mule. 2-ounce base, half an ounce of lime, fill it up with ginger beer. Actually sounds really good. I could really go for a mule or a dark and stormy right about now. All right, Gort is clearly sleeping. We're going to go back out, get some more things, bring Gort back, some more goodies.
Stage select.
Wait, what are we talking about? Annie's saying, your wife approved your sexuality? Sounds kind of phobic. I mean, someone has to sign the form, says Brad. Annie's saying, I can't believe how far men's rights have fallen. Back in my day, they could have bank accounts and... and then immediately after, Annie's other chat is, I love ginger beer. Alk and non-alk are both delicious. I got this weird vibe. For some reason, the line that was drawn in my head, Annie, was that evidently men's rights have fallen so far that the only thing that they are allowed to do is consume ginger beer, alcoholic or otherwise, under the supervision of their partners. I don't know why that association was in my head, dude, but I kind of love it. Also seems kind of kinky. Could you imagine? I have to ask my partner every single time I want to take a sip from my cocktail. It's like, can I? That sip was not worth it, man. Ryan saying that ginger brandy works extremely well in a penicillin. I wanna believe that, Ryan, but I gotta get another ginger brandy at some point. This bottle of Jacquins that I've got, I remember picking up the bottle. This is going back a couple of years ago. I picked up this bottle probably 2 years ago. And I remember opening up and being like, this is gonna be full-on ginger flavor, and it wasn't. I don't even, like, to my palate, that ginger brandy doesn't even really taste like ginger, like in the least bit. But I wanted to give it a sort of a comparison this evening, right? So the cocktail recipe that I did this evening is called the Golden Derby. I took the recipe from Domaine de Canton's website, and they produce a ginger liqueur. And the thing that I wanted to figure out for myself this evening was, if I do it without a liqueur that is very prominently ginger, what are my tasting notes? I wanted to get those tasting notes on the camera so that when I do inevitably get a bottle of a good ginger liqueur, like I assume Domaine de Canton, I have a comparison point. Ryan saying, is the stream dropping packets? I just lost stream for a good 5 seconds. Let me... Oh, hello there. Let me check my OBS real quick. Looking good on my side, everybody. Looking good on my side. If anybody else is having stream lag issues or anything, feel free to let me know. D-Late out there saying, Cameron, my friend, I have great faith in your future as a true alchemic bartender. Oh yeah, dude. I'm not at liberty to share, but I'm developing another bug right now. What am I saying? I'm not at liberty to share. I don't have any smoke and mirrors on this stream. I'm working on a Knuckles the Echidna cocktail inspired by his tribal origins and otherwise. It is going to be a riff on the Enzoni, a cocktail that I shared with you all last week on Wednesday. And the plan is to make my own riff on it using Jamaican rum, and I've currently got red grapes and green grapes lacto-fermenting. I just set that up today. And I also have green grapes and red grapes in the freezer to allow the water to expand, pop the cells, so I can get more juice out of it. I plan on concentrating the juices, as well as seeing whether or not I can make something with the brine, or even the fermented flesh of the green and red grapes for a custom ingredient or otherwise. Something to bring the Enzoni cocktail a little bit further in the future, technologically speaking. The cool stuff. Any, like, Infinity Mule, and I should be grateful that I have ginger beer left. I do. I have quite a bit of ginger beer left, and I plan on using it rather well. Man. Ryan, like, is it a cheese bug? You know, I bet you could probably ferment cheese. Actually, you could definitely ferment cheese. There's no way that you can't ferment cheese. But the question now is it illegal? Is it illegal? Stream looking good from Annie. Appreciate the feedback. Gloria saying just collecting some Final Fantasy cards for Magic the Gathering. Kulabi got a new chairman, and he's wanting to expedite the Warrior Cats animated TV series. Glorious, is Kulabi the creator of the Warrior Cats? I know you're very knowledgeable in that particular series. A TV series. The fact that the Warrior Cats have been around for this long and are evidently this popular and haven't gotten a TV series yet is shocking to me. I am not at all, let me make it perfectly clear, chat. I am not at all familiar with Warrior Cats. Not yet, at least. Not yet. Annie's saying, I really like the Magic the Gathering Doctor Who cards. Haven't played MTG in years, though. Dude, same. We got some folks in our community who are very, very passionate about Magic the Gathering. If you're interested in playing some online games and whatnot, I think there have been folks who have been interested. Delayed out there saying, it's going to be interesting, the grape ferment, I imagine, as I think timing could have a difference to becoming wine. I mean, if essentially fermentation is how cheese is made, or at least some cheeses. Not all cheeses are fermented. But I guess you do wind up fermenting something and cheese can be created. That's fair. If you do wind up one of the things that I don't know how it relates to cheesemongering or cheese creating or anything, but when you lacto-ferment something, typically the bacteria Lactobacillus or LAB or lab winds up becoming prominent in whatever solution that you're fermenting. Lactobacillus eats sugar and poops out lactic acid, which would get to, I assume, a concentration high enough to curdle milk proteins. You know, I've never actually tried taking one of the ginger bugs, either the ginger bug or the orange peel bug, and try specifically to curdle milk yet. I haven't tried that. I have curdled white chocolate liqueur with just specific lactic acid. That was a part of my workshopping for silver, which has not made it very far so far. Ryan saying, I think you're good on the legality of fermenting cheeses. Hopefully so. Hopefully so. Let's see. Gloria says, Kulabi is not the creator of Warrior Cats. Aaron Hunter is four writers created Warrior Cats, but they're getting Kulabi and Tencent to make the animated series specifically. Oh, okay. So they're bringing in more people to hopefully shine some green lights on the series. That's cool. Ryan likes stream experiment time. Let's curdle some milk. My guy. You can request a cocktail. With that exclamation point order command. We're keeping experiments and whatnot all under the ordered. All right, Gort. I don't want to give you anything else. I have a champion to raise, and it is your bearer, Clementine. So I will continue funneling all of my energy into Clementine. Then every once in a while, I will pet Gort, so as to create the Demi baby that I want. Delayed saying, milk, water, rennet, and bacteria are the four main needs for cheese. Oh, I guess that's fair. But I guess you don't technically need that. I'm only speaking from personal experience that I've had. I went to a friend's house, family friend's house, and we made mozzarella cheese. I think it was mozzarella. Where you took the milk, you took the water, and you added the rennet, and you basically curdled the darn thing, and then we did a bunch of other stuff to it, and we had freshly made mozzarella cheese. It was really, really cool, actually. It was the first time I had made cheese. So I thanked them for it. But, to my knowledge, we didn't need to let it sit for too long. I imagine that you do need some, like, ambient bacteria. But I don't think we left it long enough for the bacteria to form until, you know, after the fact when we took the, you know, the homemade cheese home with us. I suppose it did have some bacterial growth after the fact. Or at least, I imagine. But, as a fledgling cheesemonger Delayed, I gotta take your word for it, because I'm not the expert here on cheese. Gloria's saying that you just saw Rising of the Shield Hero, 4th season, 2nd trailer. Naofumi was wearing only a towel and a bunch of demi-human girls were running towards him with hearts in their eyes. Yeah, that's the kind of vibe I get from that show. Rising of the Shield Hero was really, really good for me in the 1st season, and that was pretty much it. Like, I only watched Rising of the Shield Hero because one of my coworkers at the job I used to work at, like, gave me a whole rundown of the 1st season, and I was like, this sounds so cool! So Anna and I binged the 1st season, and we're not completely turned off by the 2nd season, but we got really, 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 really saddened by it. And I don't even think we watched. I think 3rd season was confusing us. I don't think we continued watching. We're not planning on watching any more of Shield Hero. We were just really disappointed by it. We're watching through Love is War instead. Ryan, like Infinity Bottle coming up. Oh, is it that time already? Oh, did the ping work on the Discord? Wait, I have to check. There's an alert on the Discord now. Did it work? Did it work? Yeah, there we go. Did it work? Yeah, it did. Did the links work? Did the links work? Okay. I'm clicking my button, and I can go to Twitch. Great. Great. Can I go to this button and go to the horizontal chat? Yes. Great. Excellent. And if I click this one, it goes to the vertical chat. Yeah! All right, it works. There is now an alert that pings the notification squad in the Discord server. Notification squad is by sign up only. You don't get automatically put in the notification squad, so we try not to spam people who don't want to be spammed. But it worked. And now you can click on it and view on your platform of choosing. I'm very excited, because it wasn't working last stream. Ryan, like, thank you for that, Cam. You're welcome. You're welcome, sir. You wanted more pings, and I gave it to you. Get ready, X, like the social media platform, and Blue Sky, because you're getting pings next. So long as I can figure it out. Ryan's like, I have over 10,000 notifications on Discord, and I really don't want more. Well, Ryan, are you a part of the notification squad? Because if you're a part of the notification squad, you dug that hole for yourself, my guy. If you ever don't want to be a part of the notification squad, which is by no means anything that I would get angry about, it's your life. You live it the way that you want to. You gotta go to the Discord for that. Bro, are you hiccuping? Oh, he's hiccuping. Can you be rocked? Should I rock you to make it better? Here you go, buddy. Rock you to make it better. Gloria's saying, I started watching I'm a Spider, so what, anime? Oh, I saw that one. I didn't watch it. I didn't watch it, but I'm aware of it. I'm aware of it. I know nothing about that one, but it gives me, yeah, actually, I know nothing about it. I was gonna say it gives me similar vibes to Rising the Shield Hero, but it's another isekai, like in another world anime, so, you know. Official, like, came back to shadow breastfeeding Chao, what? No, well... I can't say that he's not specifically breastfeeding Gort. Gort was hiccuping, and the only thing that I could think to do was comfort Gort by... Hey, what are you doing, buddy? Does that mean you're still hungry? Clementine, are you hungry? I'm not putting your mouth on Shadow. Nope. We're gonna go out. We're gonna get you some more You want nourishment? Daddy's gonna go out and get nourishment for you. I'm gonna brave my way back in the world. I'm gonna go back into this skin shield, this skin outfit I have that looks like Shadow the Hedgehog. I'm gonna go back out and I'm gonna find food for you. Shadow the Hedgehog is a hunter! Ryan's like, go get Rouge. Nah, I don't like playing as Rouge. She's annoying. If that Chao is gonna suckle on any character's teat, it's gonna be Shadow. And I don't think he's gonna enjoy it. And that's exactly why I want to see it happen. Beautiful. Gloria's out there saying that I'm a Spider, so what? Is about a loner girl who was bullied and her classmate and teacher being reincarnated, and she becomes a spider and becomes strong. What about the teacher, though? I did not realize that there was also a feature of another character who also gets reincarnated, and I feel like that kind of brings a dynamic that I haven't seen in other shows before. A piece of me wants to believe that the main character, the student, became the spider, and then the teacher became, like, the main character of the world, and all the adventures are surrounding the teacher, which I feel like would be a pretty good shift in career. Man. Oh, there's Cow King with the biddies! What is that? What are those emotes? Is it another ferret? Ferret? Ferret is a Pokemon. There's another ferret? That's a long ferret. I love that. Thank you, Cow. I'm gonna spend that on booze. It's good stuff. I love those ferrets, dude. Give me more of them. Official saying, taking the word pacifier to another level there, Shadow. Yeah, man. He's a good guy, but also kind of a bad guy. And you know what good guys do? Care for their young. That's what they do. That's what they all do. And we're very proud of Papa Shadow for that. Ryan, like, 9 more deaths until I'm in high definition. 1080p is coming up, y'all. 1080p. We're getting there. Gloria says that apparently 20 different characters all get reincarnated again. Oh, interesting. It's not just one of them. That's actually kind of intriguing. I'll have to tell my dearest about. I'm a spider, so what? Where do you watch that on, Glorious, if I may ask? Is it like Crunchyroll? Because we got Crunchyroll. I almost said Crunchyroll. Doesn't sound appetizing at all. Oh my gosh. Cow King says, this emote, it's a kitty cat from Miss Jacquin. Ooh. Which one? The one that you just put in there? Wait. Where's my mouse? Where's my mouse? Miss Jackie Popcorn. Oh, they're both. Oh my gosh. Wait, I just zoomed in on this. It's Garfield. The implication of that emote was even funnier for me because I can't see what it looks like from this distance. I'm not wearing my glasses, and when I zoomed in, it was just Garfield looking at me with that grin that he has. Oh my goodness. That's not just a kitty cat cow. That is something. That is Monday incarnate. Thank you for sharing that with me. Glorious confirming to the Crunchyroll. Appreciate it, sir. Appreciate it. Say 20 people getting all isekai at the same time. Granted, I haven't watched the show. I lack context on the show, right? But now my brain's trying to rationalize exactly how this comes to be. I'm familiar with the classic trope of isekai's characters being transported in the trope fashion of being hit by not a van, it's a truck. It's a truck. Truck-kun. However, I struggle with the idea that every single person, 20 different people, could all be hit by a truck at the same time. Or in rapid succession. Or rather, the truck hits all of these people not at the same time. So they all get hit back to back to back. Not in rapid back to back to back, but a piece of me's gotta wonder. That, or we take the whole summoning spell aspect of a lot of other animes. Maybe they all just get summoned at the same time. That's cool. Appreciate the hydration, chat. Reminder, chat. Right, like that truck is bloodthirsty. Oh, Truck-kun? Oh, yeah. An absolute menace. A soulmonger, if you will. A killmonger. A truckmonger. One who mongs trucks. Sounds enticing. Glorious, like, it was like an explosion or a beam that hits their classroom. Oh, the whole class! Spooky. Ryan, like a soul reaper? I mean, you could, but like monger sounds cooler. A soul monger. One who mongs souls. Alright, bring it back. Shadow, take care of our boy! Our lad. Our champion. Clementine. Cow King saying, where is Big the Cat in here? So actually, Big the Cat makes an appearance in every single level of the game. You just gotta know where to find him. So he's here. He's here. He's actually all over the place. In every single character stages, and at least, to my knowledge, some of the cutscenes. But not all of them. I think you have to do specific button combinations in order to see Big in certain cutscenes, but I think that was only on the... Not on the Steam version of the game. It might have been only on the GameCube version or like the Dreamcast version. Official saying, canonically, in one isekai anime, the god of death drives Truck-kun as an ethereal scythe to reap the souls. Yes! Of course, of course, of course. In any case. Cow King saying, Infinity redeemed. Now, the Infinity Bottle hasn't been redeemed yet. Not just yet. If it does say that it's redeemed... Oh, there we go. There we go. Colemanez with the redemption for Gin Tender's choice. Gin Tenders? Wait, what do you mean by that, Cole? Oh, Colemanez on command source has redeemed. Chat's oh, that's a glitch. That's funny. Command source is apparently not a populated variable. I gotta fix that. A note for the programmer, which is me. Where's my pen? There we go. There we go. Bartender's choice, but it has to be gin. That's intriguing. Say command source variable not populated. Variable not pop for Infinity Twitch redemption. Thank you for helping me bug test, chat. We appreciate that greatly. Ryan, like chicken tenders gin. I don't have chicken tenders gin. Cole, I'm proud of you, dude. I gotta say, like, to everybody who could possibly redeem something for the infinity bottle and be very specific with it, you're giving me the options. It's very cool. I did just pick up a gin the other day that I kind of want to put in the bottle, but if it's my choice, then... Official, like, chicken-infused alcohol? Shivers. Alright, let's see. So, while... Oh my god, I'm so sorry, Gort. I didn't mean to do that to you. I was focusing on something else. I'm so sorry. What, can I make it better by allowing you to suckle on Shadow's teat again? He doesn't like it, but he'll do it for you, I guess. Here, buddy. Here, buddy. It's for you. It's for you. I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. I didn't mean to do that to you, buddy. I'm so sorry. Gort, what would you choose as our gin choice for the infinity bottle? All right, well, apparently if we're doing that, I gotta get everybody's opinion on it. So, it's infinity time. Let's bring it back to the bar for the second. Cole is specifically given me the choice, but we have to pick from all the gins available at the bar with an X. So now I have to go get all the gins that are available so we can all collaboratively pick together. So much work, buddy. I will be back. I will be back. Please enjoy the sounds of... Hold up. I'm supposed to be watching. I'm supposed to watch Gort. Because if Gort transforms, I want to be there for when my boy goes. He does the thing. I'm going to go get gins. I'll be back in a little bit. It's going to take multiple trips, chat. I had quite a few gins. Quite a few gins indeed. Cole! Question for you. Have a moment. I have a question for Cole. I get my gins first. Woohoo! It's gin time at the bar with Max. Cole, I have a question for you. My question for you is, Cole, does it have to be a base spirit gin? Or can it also be a liqueur or something that uses gin as its base? I'm thinking specifically Pim's number 1, which is a gin-based liqueur. Ryan, like, Drum Chambord, it's true! I just got that in the other day. I just announced it, too. Cow King saying, is it supposed to be available that Angostura Bitters is an Infinity Bottle selection or not? Yep. Yes, it is. Yes, it is, Cow King. That one's intended. Let's talk about gin, baby. Let's talk about gin. Oh, and I got one more I gotta get. One more I gotta get. Cole says, any gin. Well, it's not technically a gin, Cole. If you would say that anything that says gin or on the bottle or includes things that are basically flavored gins, then I've got 2 more that I can bring up. Specifically Slow Gin and Pim's number 1, which is a gin-based liqueur. Excuse me. Cal's like, purple! It's the best gin I've ever had. Purple? Oh, Ryan says it's the best gin you've ever had? I like it. I like it very much. I posted the inventory update on Discord and the other socials, including YouTube, and nobody had anything to say about any other bottle on the bar aside from Drum Chambord. I've never tried it before, but it's a gunpowder Irish gin, and I've been wanting to try it because I've got I've talked on stream before about what I could use gunpowder gin for. Cole says if it's got gin in the title, it's good. Ugh. Ugh. Oh, no. Where's my slow gin? Where is my slow gin? Oh. I don't have my slow gin over here. Oh, it might be at the... Oh, there it is. I got it. I'm gin. And tip number 1. Here we go. I think this is everything that could be considered gin at my bar. Techno, welcome in, dude. Ryan's like, engine. Oh, engine is on my desk. You're right. That is in my workshopping area. Boom. Good call there. Good call. Forgot about engine. You're right. Let me double check my inventory to see if I got everything. Man, dude. Brad's like, Ango is like 45% ABV. Oh yeah, it's eligible. It's eligible. If I go to CameroxnWithAnX.com/stock, I can see everything that I've got here. I'm going to look up gin with a space, because the filtering is a little bit weird. Oh, gin without a space. Hello there. Okay. Aviation gin. Where the hell is my aviation? Okay, I'm already missing one. Okay. Aviation, I have... Wait, what, do I have everything else here? I think I'm just missing aviation. I have Bohane, I got Bar Hill, I've got Charing Cross, I've got Chambord, Engine, Ginzer I grabbed, coconut tea is not available, homemade purple gin, oh, Indigo gin, I forgot about Indigo, Snoop Dogg's gin, I got the 2 aged gins, Luxardo Maraschino is coming up when I search up gin, is it gin based? I don't think it is. I don't think it is. Oh, chat's helping me. Snoop Dogg gin. Yeah, I forgot about Snoop Dogg gin. I gotta go get that one. Okie dokie. But I think I have everything else. Oh, I have a small bottle of Tanqueray. That's not available. And for some reason, gin is popping up for the pickle shot too. I don't know if this is. All right, I'm just missing aviation. Where the heck am I even? Oh, here's my. I have no idea why, but for some reason my aviation was missing for everything else. Oh, okie dokie, chat. Cow King saying ginger gin. Ginger gin? Oh, I forgot Indigo. I'm going back for it. Where are you? There you are. There you are. Oh my goodness, chat. Ugh. Cole, why'd you have to make it difficult for me? Just because of that, I'm gonna do the ad. We're gonna do the ads early, just so we can get that out of the way, and so that I can organize my bar. When everybody gets back from the ads, we're gonna specifically pick one of these gins, one of these bottles. You've been warned. Oh my gosh, dude! Now I gotta organize these. Ugh. Ugh, dude! It's so many bottles of gin. I can't force you, chat. I can't force you to do things. But I would like to humbly request that we not give a category. Please be specific with your requests. Otherwise, we're gonna have to do this stuff again. Brian being like, my tab just crashed. R.I.P., my guy. R.I.P. Did my tab crash? Everything looking good over here? Everything looks beautiful. Cow King says Jacquin Creamy Foam Gin. It is Jacquin's Creamy Slow Gin, which is in the front. Got a bunch of these things here. Oh my goodness gracious, chat. I don't even know how we're going to decide. Technically, it's my choice, right? So I get to choose, but my opinions can be swayed. So I got all my gins for this one. Yeah, they're all here now. Let's just say that they're all here. Ryan saying, as soon as the ad started running on Twitch, my YouTube tab crashes. Dude. Yeah, Bezos is catching on. They're like, how dare you not view on our platform? How dare you, Ryan? An anti-Bezos boy for life. For life. Actually, let's organize these. I'll have my specific gins in the center. Special gins. We'll do not super duper special gins over here. Let's put special gins in the center. And we're gonna split this up in such a way that we're gonna make things easier. Make this easier for me. Got our Plymouth Gin, which I still think we have enough for. We've got Engine. Hello there, Clementine, on my screen. BPF is special. Slow Gin is special. The aged gins are special. And then we have our liqueurs. There we go. Cole saying, how about that gunpowder gin? Cole is the redeemer. Cole does get the ultimate say here. So... ad break ends in a minute. Oh, I thought I had 1 second left. Okay, well, and I guess I'm just gonna hang here for a hot second. Man. Ryan saying, I used to be Bezos' employee, and I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy. Dude, you got yourself out of there. That is beautiful. We'd love to see that. Cole being like, how about the gunpowder Irish gin? And Cow's like, with real gunpowder? It doesn't have real gunpowder in it. Does not have real gunpowder. I'll tell you all why it has gunpowder in the name, but once we get back from the ads, just so that everybody can hear things. But Cole, this is essentially, I am presenting everything to you. I know you're saying gunpowder now, but you gotta pick this when everybody can see it. And currently there are people watching ads. You said gin options. I have all the gin options for you. You must pick one of them. Also because this is gonna go in the edit, so I gotta wait for the ads to go. Dude, my eyes are, ugh. I didn't do anything today. Why am I so tired? Welcome back from the ads, everybody. Thanks so much for watching them and supporting Jeffrey Bezos. A beautiful guy indeed, with his bald head that I one day hope to have the permission to slap. I have a friend of mine whose head is bald, and he gave me permission to slap his head, and I'm like, I'm saving it. I'm saving it. For a particular guy. Cole, you said a gin of my choice? Here are all the gins that I have available, Cole. There's a London dry gin, there's a Plymouth gin, there's an American dry gin, there's an Irish dry gin, there's a gunpowder gin, there's a sweet honey gin, there's a specific gin that comes from Pittsburgh. You got purple gin, you got slow gin, you got 2 different aged gin. This was aged in Cabernet Sauvignon barrels, and this was aged in whiskey barrels. And then you have Indoggo gin, which is flavored by strawberry and by Snoop Dogg. And then we've got Pim's No. 1, which is a gin-based liqueur. What say you, Mr. Menez? If it's still gunpowder, then thanks for making me take them all out. I blame you for this. I blame you for the Gort, which I'm thankful for, and I blame you for this, which I'm also thankful for. For the sake of content, I'll do anything. Ryan being like, Drum Shambo is goated, and Cow King being like, nitroglycerin-fueled TNT. It's TNT, it's nitroglycerin black powder. Yeah, no. So this gunpowder gin is called so because one of the infusibles, one of the botanicals that they use in this is gunpowder tea. Named so because the style of tea originated by the Chinese would actually curl up the tea leaves into little pellets that people kind of interpreted as like almost looking like bullet-like, so they think of gunpowder. Gunpowder gin makes its appearance in the English like kind of translation of the word because it kind of looks like bullets, but apparently there's something about the spelling of, I think, what they call the tea in Chinese lettering that almost kind of makes it read like gunpowder. I think there's a pun involved there too, but I'm less familiar. I literally just got the bottle. But it uses gunpowder tea. Cole's like, I did say your choice, but don't let me sway you when I say gunpowder. Oh no, you're making the decision. That's how this works. So we're putting Drum Shambo slow distilled gunpowder Irish gin into the bottle next. We haven't opened the bottle yet because we're figuring things out prior. So now I gotta take all of these gins off of the bar, which I'm gonna put over there because it makes it easier. Man, Ryan's like, damn, as soon as Cam gets all of his gin out, Cole changes his mind and chooses Drum Shambo. Dude, listen, I do this for the sake of educating people and the sake of mixology, alcoholic spirits, non-alcoholic spirits, and cocktails in general. By taking out all of these gins, I have put a panel together so that everybody can be like, wow, I didn't realize that Snoop Dogg had a gin that was flavored by strawberry. I didn't realize that Pim's No. 1 is made with gin as its base. I didn't realize that aged gins were a thing, and you're telling me that gin comes in a purple variety? You've learned. Or at least you've been exposed to the information. Renzo, welcome in, dude! I hope you got a good rest. What does Cole say? It's great for the community. It shows all the redeemable options. Yeah. Tease me when I clean my bar. All you guys are going down here. It makes it easier for me. I'll just reorganize things later. Oh. If anybody makes a chat request that includes a gin, please, and I forget, please remind me that every single gin-based thing at the Bar with an X is in the front, except for the London Dry, because that stays in this way. That stays over here. Am I missing anything? I don't believe I am. Great. We did it. Man. Cow King's asking who's farting in the game. I don't think anybody's farting. Gort also hasn't evolved yet, oddly enough. Ryan saying alcoholic and non-alcoholic spirits. I didn't know ghosts could drink. You mean things like alcohol alternatives, Ryan? Like a rum's alternative or tequila alternative. Otherwise. Well, now that we have that out of the way, gosh. You give your chat a simple prompt, and they're like, I want you to pick from 20 options. Like, that's not how this works. We're not gonna do it this way. Oh my gosh, dude. All right. Are you centered? Yes, you are. This is your... where's my microphone? This is your infinity bottle. Every single time we take from the bottle, we gotta put something back into the bottle, so let's give it a try so far. Oh, my Tom is blocking my blank Cairns. Oh my gosh. Renzo saying, I woke up drenched in sweat. I wish my grandparents would fix the AC. Dude, it's kind of hot for me too, if I'm being completely honest. I turned on the AC before the stream started, and I'm like, whew, oh my gosh. Cole saying, I got my iPad set up so I can read through my chats easier. There we go, dude. I actually used to have, and I specifically bought an iPad specifically so I could respond to redemptions and stuff like that, and I hooked it up here back behind the bar. I was still using it for a while. So good things. Stream improvements, we love to see that. It's dripping still. It will remain to be. Cow King saying, hi, YouTube. Somebody on YouTube, please say hi to Cow King. We don't want to think the cow's alone. Cow is not alone. Hi, Cow King. I exist on YouTube and Twitch simultaneously. Alrighty. I see Undefeated Joe popping back in chat. Welcome back, Joe. I am such an alcohol noob. I pretty drink. He's same for different tequilas, beers, and don't think much about it, but I do love seeing interesting cocktails. What do you say? I pretty drink. He's saying, oh, I pretty much drink the same 4 different tequilas and beers and don't think too much about it, but I love seeing interesting. I got you. I was able to translate for you. Welcome back, Joe. There's nothing wrong with knowing what you like and knowing it so well that you prefer it over like everything else. But if you ever get the chance to be explorative and whatnot, it's one of the beauties of being able to go to a bar and knowing what you're talking about ahead of time. So welcome back, Joe. What was the last thing we added to this bottle? The last thing we added was Ouzo. And before that, it was gin. We're getting very close gins back to back. This is becoming a ginfinity bottle, apparently. I could use for some rum in here or tequila, but hey, you know what? Don't let me tell you what to do, chat. Ugh. I'm getting like a medicinal note, like there's something medicinal between the flowery dill. I do smell a little bit of the anise. I do smell the anise. Cow King, appreciate that. Is that another cat? Please tell me it doesn't have Garfield on it. It does not, in fact, Garfield. I've been saved. Yeah, it's like I can smell the flowers still, I can smell the dill still, and I can now smell a little bit of anise. Anna, what are you doing? Hi, friend. Hi. Wait, who? I don't have my glasses on. Oh, a person that I know on camera whose name I'm not going to say out loud because that would be doxing people who are close to me. Anna's on a video call. She brought her friend. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool.
I want a flavor.
Wait, you want a flavor? I haven't tasted it yet. I haven't tasted it yet. Okay.
It tastes like toothpaste.
Toothpaste?
Toothpaste.
Anna says it tastes like toothpaste. Interesting. Ryan's got an idea for a cocktail. It's the corn and oil. Oh, I've got my cocktail picked out tonight, but I like it. Let's try it. Oh. I really don't like how savory that starts out with. It gets a little spicy. It's a little flowery. I feel like I taste a grain of some sort in there, but I don't really know what grain it is. I can see Anna's note of toothpaste. I can see her note of toothpaste. It's herbaceous in a way that reminds you of mint, but it's definitely not mint. There's a certain air that sticks around, which I'm pretty sure is coming from the anise flavor of the ouzo. It's interesting. It's a lot more ouzo on the nose than it is on the flavor. Oh. There's the anise. That is intriguing. That spiciness is like... I feel like it's more prominent now than it was previously, the spiciness. Or at least it's a little bit more apparent to me. That's incredible. Ryan, like, I'm still going for the absinthe as soon as I can redeem it. Dude, I'm proud of you. I want absinthe in this bottle. Let's do it. Cal King, like, screwdriver it? I already did a screwdriver, Cal. I try not to repeat things. It goes from, like, immediate savor spicy to a floralness, a little bit of that, a little bit of those, like, baking spices, and it becomes almost minty in a way, but instead of it being mint, it's definitely anise this time. And it sticks around kind of cinnamon-like. No, it doesn't stick around cinnamon-like. No. At the tail end, I taste some of the grapefruit again. That lingering dryness. The lingering dryness has still not left yet. I'm not tasting the cacao anymore, though. Most of the chocolatey notes that I was getting are not really present. If anything, some of the lingering dryness that I think was most prominently added from the Malort, that the chocolate was kind of like coattailing off of, I think the chocolate's finally fallen off. That's what I think. Cole saying, remember, Infinity 69 is a sex on the beach riff. That is an idea. Well, you guys got to make sure that if we're doing a sex on the beach, that there's got to be something peach in this bottle. And so far, nothing has anything peach been added to this bottle? I don't think we've added anything peach to this bottle yet. Not yet. We're only doing a sex on the beach if you put something peach in here by the time we get to number 69. That's what I'm thinking. All right. Yeah. Somebody, I think it was last week, said a dark and stormy, and I liked that idea, so we're gonna do that. We're gonna try this in a dark and stormy. Weather looking a little dark and stormy out there, so that's what I'm putting in my glass. Let's do it. Cole's like Island Pucker. No, we have an Island Pucker is not peachy, is it? Is it peachy? I didn't think that the Island Pucker was super peachy. At least not off of my palate. All right. Let me refresh myself on how to make a dark and stormy. I think there's a cool way to do it, and it involves layering, and let's see if I can actually accomplish that layering in this chat. In this particular bottle, this glass. Eli's like, do you know of any spicy peach flavored liqueurs? Spicy and peach? I feel that some people... No, I was gonna say some people describe Malort as being spicy, but like, it's not peachy, it's grapefruity. I don't know of any spicy peach things off the top of my head, unfortunately. Dark and stormy. I know a dark and stormy is just 2 ounces of rum, a half an ounce of lime, and then topped with ginger beer. But I feel like there's a way to layer this, or not. Oh, you pour the rum on. Oh, you pour the rum on top if you want to layer. Oh, I'm not doing that. Nah, I don't want it. I don't want it. Adam, like, I was gonna ask to see a dark and stormy. Let's do a dark and stormy. That's what we're gonna do. Eli's saying, hell yeah, dark and stormy time. Wait, who can you remind me who suggested it sometime last week? Because somebody did say dark and stormy, and I thought about it, and I was like, you know, this is where my mind was going. I wanted to do a Moscow Mule and not a dark and stormy, but when I was comparing recipes, the only difference between a dark and stormy and a Moscow Mule, there's 2 differences between a Moscow Mule and a dark and stormy. Technically 3. Number 1 is that a Moscow Mule uses 2 ounces of vodka, half an ounce of lime, topped with ginger beer, and whereas instead of using vodka, the dark and stormy uses rum. Doesn't really, to some, it doesn't matter what type of rum. But if you go with aspect number 2, which is that Dark and Stormy is technically a trademark drink, you have to use Gosling's ginger beer, and you have to use Gosling's Black Seal rum. But again, if you're not really abiding by that, let's just conveniently ignore that. And then the third one is the glassware. Dark and Stormies are typically served in large glasses like this, whereas a Moscow Mule is going to be served in a copper mug. So I'm waiting. I'm waiting for the mule, the Infinimule. Won't happen tonight. Will happen after the fact. Ryan's saying the peach things that I've got are Island Pucker, Faber Schnapps, Peach Brandy, and Peach Vodka. You have a Peach Brandy? Oh yeah, I did just pick up Peach Brandy, but none of those are technically spicy. You could orient like a Fireball, and then the peach right after for a spicy peach, but you'd have to coordinate with somebody. You'd have to. Eli's saying, I'm always suggesting a Dark and Stormy because it's your favorite, but I'm not sure if other people suggested it too. Eli, it probably came from you. I probably just internalized you just saying it to me so many times. Which I appreciate, because I tend to be rather forgetful. Blake, welcome back! I think you're Blake. I think so. I'm pretty sure you're Blake, Flip. If I've got your name wrong and I've mixed you up with another person, I'm sorry. I've been drinking. Do we shake this, or do we just build it? I'm just gonna build this in the glass. Grab a tall glass and fill it up with ice. Throw it on there. Yes, you are correct. It is me, Blake. Excellent! I love it when I have a Blake in chat. Fill it all the way. I was thinking ice check, but then I'm gonna break the glass, and I really don't want to do that. All right. Pour in here 2 ounces of Infinity Mix. Got one of those right here. Oh, I just remembered, too, that I still had more of that Golden Derby cocktail from earlier. I didn't like it. I'm dumping this. I did not like it. Not a big fan of what was in that glass earlier. It was unbalanced. Brad, like, I never use a copper mug for my mules because using the copper mug makes the drinks taste pointy. I think you gotta get one. If you're using, like, a pure copper mug, I think you gotta get one that's got, like, a lining on the inside of it. Otherwise, things are gonna taste copper. Copper has a flavor to it. Personally, I've never had a Moscow Mule that was in a legitimately full copper mug that you could see was copper because of the patina that was forming around it. One of these days, maybe I will. I know that my mother-in-law has specifically copper mugs that allow the copper ions to leach into the water that she puts into it, and she does that on purpose. It's a health thing, apparently. Keep your comments to yourself. That's my mother-in-law you're having judgmental thoughts about. 2 ounces of Infinity Mix. What did I miss out there? Super Penguin says, you have easily become something I look forward to on Mondays and Wednesdays, so thank you, Cam. No. I do not deserve your thanks, Penguin. I will so throw my thanks back in your direction because you're the one who shows up on Mondays and Wednesdays to further flesh out this wonderful experience I tend to host here. So thank you for being a part of the audience. I'm happy to have you back here, Dr. Super Penguin. All right. Pour in here 2 ounces of Infinity Mix. There we go. Let's see. Ryan's saying, fun fact, the copper taste isn't actually the copper, it's the oils from your hand that give it that flavor. Really? Interesting. And Blake's saying, ceramic mug for a mule is top tier. Yeah, dog. I have a copper mug because I have to look the part here. No more comments on that. I'm gonna grab lime juice. I gotta look the part. I put on the outfit, I put on the bow tie, I gotta look the part. If I make a mule in a non-copper mug, people are gonna be like, aren't you supposed to put Moscow mules in copper mugs? To which case I'll be like, yes. Or I can be like, that's just not the way that I like my mules, but we have an appearance to uphold here at the Bar of the Next. 2 ounces of lime juice. I don't think I've done a Dark and Stormy before, so hopefully we're good on that. 2 ounces of, oh, sorry, not 2 ounces of lime juice. Did I say 2 ounces? Half an ounce of lime juice. That was a funny sound. Renzo's saying, I'm working on putting my D&D character sheet into a document for this Saturday. Oh, D&D this Saturday? Excellent. I got D&D in a couple of weeks because scheduling conflicts. Blake being like, I'm rolling on the floor. Dude, if you're rolling on the floor, I hope that you're at least laughing along with it as well. Here's a little slide whistle just to get you going. Those are hilarious to me. Ryan saying, the oils interact with the metal on the molecular level, and the chemical changes are what produce the distinctive taste and smell. Ryan, I love how you had to use the articulation that the reaction happens on the molecular level, as if chemical reactions happen at any other level. I like that. I'm not laughing at you, Ryan. Nah, I kind of am. Top it off with ginger beer. That's all we need. That is all we need. Oh, man. Cow King saying, did you know that some people have an allergic reaction to tin so they can't wear certain rings? For me, it's nickel. I react to nickel, which is why I only wear these earrings for the Sonic series that I picked a while back. And they're actually starting to degrade, actually. I have a reaction to these earrings. I can't wear them for more than a few hours at a time. But I do it for you guys. I do it for the show. Let me give this a slight agitation, because there is some sediment in here that I want as a part of my beverage. Where's my bottle opener? I know I got at least one of those things right. There we are. Oh, no, don't fall. Oh, thank you for not falling on the glass. It was really good of you. Wow. Cole says, Cam, I've got a new cocktail in the works. A walnut whiskey type. Oh, that sounds tasty. I don't have any walnuts here at the bar. Hopefully. All right. Top this with ginger beer. There we go. I almost got the full thing out of it. If you got any left of that ginger beer, give it a swig. That shit's good. Give that a slight agitation. Oh my god. There we go. Just to make sure everything's together. If you've got a lime wedge, garnish with it. If you don't, deal with it. Man. I see Tiovo popping in being like, yo, I finally caught a stream. Welcome in, Tiovo. Unless that's supposed to be T-Y-O-V-O, in which case, thank you, Olvo. In which case, thank you, Ovo, for popping in. It's a pleasure to have you. I see it's your first time here. If you want a drink or anything, feel free to take a sip of this Infinity Dark and Stormy. It's probably gonna be interesting. I do want to finish off the rest of this ginger beer, though. It's so spicy. I would think that a ginger-flavored brandy or a ginger liqueur has that kind of bite to it. But this one doesn't. Ugh. Tiovo saying, I found a ball of liqueur yesterday. Oh, ball of liqueur? Oh, dude, you gotta share that with me. You've piqued my interest. Ryan saying, another fun fact, if you put a copper penny under your armpit while you sleep, you'll wake up with a rash on your forehead. I used to do this to get out of going to school. I guess I gotta find a specifically copper penny for that. Do the nickel ones work? Oh, wait. Hold up a second. Hold up, chat. Check this out. Gort evolved while we were infinitying. Check him out. For the front camera, please, my guy. For the front camera. Yeah, dude. Our little Gort transformed. Anyways, we'll get back to him another time. Renzo saying, Session 0 for D&D. You're a changeling paladin with a custom oath and just an off-brand Cloud Strife Final Fantasy VII. Also have a horrible rules and the least amount of health. Well, hopefully your teammates support you in that endeavor. All right. A little straw in here. A dark and infinity. Admittedly, it mostly tastes like ginger beer, but it's a bit extra spice. No. I'm like... It's like a dark and stormy, but it doesn't have any of the appreciable rum notes. Instead, it's replaced with a more hefty spice, some interesting botanical notes that I don't think are gelling very well. It kind of tastes old in a way. I'm trying to think of exactly how old. Ooh. Trying to think of what that reminds me of. I feel that reminds me for some reason of like, I don't know. Toys R Us came to mind, and I really don't know why, and I don't think it's worth deep diving into why I thought of Toys R Us. Instead, I'll just leave that for my next therapy session. Interesting. Tiovo out there saying that the liqueur you found is Shanky's Whip Caramel Cream Irish Liqueur. Yeah, dude, I've heard of Shanky's Whip before. I got a little bottle of that one. You added Shanky's Whip with a dash of orange bitters and an ounce of Maker's Mark bourbon. I don't have Maker's Mark bourbon, but I think I have a little bit of Shanky's Whip. I'd love to try that, Tiovo. I got a little chat command for chat requests. If you want to give that, if you want to ask me to try that, I'd love to try it. I'll probably forget about it if I don't put it down now, so. Cole says you did something as well. Share it up, share it up. Pulled a pretty bad joke on a friend. Oh, dude, why are you doing that? Anyways. What I see, Ryan saying it has to be an old wheat penny. It was 1982 when they started copper plating zinc to make more pennies. Okay. All right. Anyways, let me get back to this infinity cocktail. I feel like I need more notes on this. I might not have any more notes. There's probably a ginger candy that tastes like this out there somewhere. And I'm okay with that. There is a slight note that reminds me of some fruit. I don't know what fruit it is. I don't think I want to know what fruit it is. I'm just going to count this as a win and move on to hopefully clearer skies ahead. See where we get with that. Holy Roller, welcome back. Welcome back. Tiovo saying, what's the command so I know? It is exclamation point order. If you do exclamation point order and you type in the recipe, it sends it right to me so I can pull it up on my screen later. I typically will give priority to anybody who hasn't made a request before, and being that it's your first stream, you naturally would get priority. Let me just make sure I got Shanky's Whip. I have my website link is here, and it has every single bottle that I have. If somebody can confirm that I have Shanky's Whip, it's probably in the massive small bottles that I have back there. And if I do, I'd like to give that a try. Okay, like, let me put this on a... Wow, my ears just popped for some reason. That was crazy. Oh. Let's put this on a coaster. It's not bad. It's not bad. Now, Cole, before, was like, you can put whatever gin that you want to in the infinity bottle. And I was like, no, bro. So we negotiated. After our negotiation, Cole says to put Drumshambo Gunpowder Irish Gin into the infinity bottle next. I like how these options are getting a little bit more tame. This is nice. More base spirits? I like that. Cole says I do have Shanky's. Excellent. Thank you for confirming that for me, Cole. Anyways, let's take 2 ounces of this. Hello there. Oh my gosh. Let's take 2 ounces of this. Put it into the infinity bottle. And then we'll check on this again next time. As the chows continue to moan in the background. Yes, it will be like that until we are done with it. I'm sorry, but I'm not. Renzo saying the last request that we did was the Dante cocktail, right? My memory is shot and I'm trying to make sure. Yep. The last request that we did, last stream, we had something from Cole. It was the Gort. We had Renzo's Dante cocktail, inspired by Devil May Cry. And then I took a cement mixer shot, which was very unpleasant. I think there was I don't know, was there another one? Oh, there was more. I don't remember. Somebody else can check that. Cole saying, let's give it a taste can. The gin? Oh, right off the thing? Yeah, let's give it a try. Let me put this in the bottle first. There we go. This bottle actually doesn't look like it has much space for Infinity 36, which is still trying to get in there. So, that's fine by me. We'll move on with this. I didn't like that. Let's do it again. There we go. That's a good one. All right, we have 2 gins in the bottle now. Technically 3 gins. One of them was an aged gin, but this is its own type. But this is technically under the gin category. There's nothing aside from it being a gunpowder Irish gin. It's not like a special gin. I like that. Let me. Oh, somebody's transforming. You know that unnamed golden child from before? It's transforming, and it's probably not going to be anything interesting. We haven't really worried about that one yet. Let me mark things on my board, and then update my back end, so that we can all make sure that we can relish in the beauty that is the Infinity Bottle next week, because I'm not streaming on Wednesday. Let me pull up my thing, and then I'll chase the Drumshambo on its own. Let me pull up my thingamabob. this button over here, and then I go over here, look at my text sources. I've got Infinity. We just added more gin. So gin 2, Electric Boogaloo, or otherwise. And then what did we make this evening? A dark and stormy. There we go. It's been updated, which means if you do the infinity command, !infinity, the bot will calculate exactly how much of everything is in that bottle so far. Don't ask me what the math is. I've been drinking, and I wouldn't tell you anyways. That's what I have the computer to do for me. All right. So Cole was wondering exactly how this drum shampoo tastes on its own. I was tasting it a little bit the other night, and I'll say that for the most part, it is not super... It was hard for me when I tasted it to be able to taste specifically the notes that I'm getting out of this particular gin as opposed to other ones. One of the things that I should be doing, and one of the things that I try to do a little bit more when I get new bottles of specifically base spirits in, is I'll try certain spirits in standard cocktails compared to another one of the same category of spirits with the same cocktail. For example, if I'm trying to cross-compare gins, I could compare gimlets. I could compare martinis, for example. I could do the same thing with vodka if I wanted to. If I wanted to compare vodka martinis. For rums, I like to do daiquiris. For whiskeys, I'll tend to do old fashions, but I also like Manhattans as well. And the same thing would go for vermouths. If I'm trying to compare vermouths, I'll typically do a Manhattan. If I get like bitter liqueurs, I'll do a Negroni sometimes, but an Amaro Spritz tends to do pretty well. If you think of an Aperol Spritz, but you sub out the Aperol with just some other bitter type spirit. Could be intriguing. So this is this gunpowder gin on its own. Not too much of it. You gotta shoot them. Tiovo's saying, I've been following the Instagram for a bit, but it's an absolute pleasure to finally be here. Absolutely, dude. I'm happy that you came, Tiovo. I am happy that you came. Like, none of the stuff that happens on the Instagram happens without the contributions of the community here anyways, except for the pregame drinks. And my original drinks. That's typically on me, but I take game suggestions too, so a lot of the stuff that we've done, or not the stuff that I've done so far, but a lot of the stuff that I plan on doing in the future are going to be games that have specifically been requested by this community, which you are now here and present and accounted for and a part of. Cheers to that, dude. All right. Holy Roller out there repping the Gorts. It's a beautiful, beautiful thing. Yeah, off the nose, like, compared to other gins, again, I'm not doing a side-by-side here, but this smells very ginny. It's got heavy notes of juniper to it. If anything, to me, it is a little bit less intense on the nose than other gins that I've had in the past, which tend to be a little bit more... If you've ever heard somebody describe a vodka as being kind of chemically or very, like, hot on your nose, I would say that this Drum Chambeau is not very hot in the same way. It's not really making me flare up my nostrils at all. It is a very pleasant sip for sipping out of a glass that is specifically designed to funnel the odors right into my nose. I have only had gunpowder gin once in my life, but it does kind of give an air that calls back to that instance that I had gunpowder tea for the first time. There is like a slight note that, as opposed to it just being like a dryness that I would get with other gins, it's a very specific kind of dryness, the type of dryness that I would expect when I have like a mildly oversteeped tea. But I like it that way. In addition to, as opposed to some gins being a little bit more on the citrusy side, this one's a bit more, not necessarily like leaf stem botanical, but more root botanical. Actually, it says on the bottle what botanicals that they use in Drum Chambeau gin, which is actually kind of cool. Not a lot of gins actually give you that information. Let's see. I see Adam asking, have you ever done anything with Hendrick's gin? It's my favorite gin. I did one drink with Hendrick's because I had a tiny little nip of it, and if it went well, and I liked it, I was going to finally drop the cash on the big one, but I didn't. And that was a supersonic gin and tonic a while back. It was an espresso tonic type thing, which I'm a sucker for. That was really good. I like Hendrick's too. Hendrick's too is unique because it uses, I think, cucumber and rose petals as a part of its distillation process, which is not typical of other traditional styles of gin. Again, this gunpowder Irish gin, not typical. In particular, this Drum Chambeau, a gunpowder Irish gin, uses in their slow distilled by hand, in their pot still, they use juniper berries, angelica root, orris root, caraway seed, coriander seed, meadow sweet, cardamom, and star anise, and then they vapor infuse fresh lemon, grapefruit, lime, and gunpowder tea. I'm not as familiar in the process of, let's say specifically between what they put into the still versus what they vapor infuse, but the way that I imagine it is that they have a copper pot still that looks like this, and there is a bubbly mess down here, which contained those first 8 botanicals, and then there's a basket hanging here somewhere that contains the other 4 botanicals. I think you call it like the vapor basket or the tea basket or something like that. I don't really know. I've never been inside of a still like that, but one of these days, if I learn, I'll tell you all about it. Let's see. Undefeated Joe is asking me if I have a go-to drink when I go out to like a nice bar or dinner, or are you usually looking for something unique or adventurous? If you asked me a year ago, Joe, I would have told you that if I go out and I'm just trying to have a drink that I know that I'm going to enjoy, I'm going to get a Negroni. It's always made with gin, some gin, Campari, usually Campari or whatever like red aperitivo that they've got at the bar, and some sort of sweet vermouth. And that was around the time that I was trying to get a feel for gins and a feel for sweet vermouths as well, because I hadn't quite cracked down what that stuff tastes like in comparison on my palate. If you ask me these days, if I'm going to a bar that I have absolutely no context on and none of their cocktails on their menu are really going to teach me anything new, because I tend to order things with ingredients that I've never had before, combinations that I've never personally tried before, I find that it allows me to make the most bang for my buck when I go out drinking. But de facto, like, what would I do if I'm at just a regular, like, nice bar or dinner? Honestly, if I am at a nice place for dinner, I'll get a red wine. I got a big old glass of red wine. I'm not super familiar with wine, so I'm trying to explore a little bit more there. But if it was at like a bar and I'm really down for a cocktail and none of their other cocktails strike me fancily, I'll order an old-fashioned. And if I ask them, what would you recommend in the old-fashioned, and they don't have anything in particular, I just pick a bottle from their shelves and just try something that I've never had before. It's simple, it's relatively easy, and it doesn't typically get messed up. Especially if you tell the bartender exactly how you like your old fashions, which for me is a little bit less on the sweeter end and no fruit, personally. Anyways, Tiovi saying it's actually called a gin basket for gin. There we go. As the vapors pass by, all the stuff placed in the basket will wick some of the oils and flavors off before it becomes condensed. And from what I remember, the temperature of the steam also changes the flavor profile. That makes sense to me. Drew Endar, welcome back. Welcome back. And Blake confirming, too, that Drumshambo is a good, high-quality, standard gin. I'm liking it so far. Alrighty, then. For anybody who's popping in here a little bit later, I've got an Infinity Dark and Stormy that I called the Dark and Infinity. It's got 2 ounces of Infinity Mix, half an ounce of lime juice, topped all the way off with ginger beer. My palate kind of tastes like gin right now, but if I give it a sip... It's actually kind of like, there is a note in there that is citrusy to me. Like more of a floral citrus. More so than any other type. That's intriguing. But it is kind of spicy. As far as a Dark and Stormy would go, as far as a Moscow Mule would go, if it's typically on the spicy side because of the ginger beer that you use, this is even more spicy. But not by too much. Anyways, let's play a video game, shall we? Let's get back to the game. All right. I see Tim27 popping in chat being like, watch Vegas Wine. Is that in regards to the wine comment that I made earlier, like to learn more about... Will I learn more about wine by watching Vegas Wine? Do they have a book version? Do they have an audio book version? Because I just find it very difficult to sit down and watch things. What I have been watching recently, though, is some Deltarune 3 spoilers, so I won't be saying anything about that. While we were gone doing the Infinity thing, Gort finally became the demon that they were always meant to be. And Clementine is still doing what they do. So we're going to go to the shop and buy some food for these guys and continue to train our champion. I found out last stream that apparently because Clementine is a neutral Chao, Clementine can participate in the neutral, dark, and hero races. And I don't technically need to raise any other children. But they wind up breeding on their own anyway. So who am I to stop them? Oh, man. Tiovo out there saying, for a while, I got really into the science of distilling, and it's super cool. Dude, I echo those words. We've had a couple of folks in chat, too, who apparently do distillation. Like, they actually work on, like, distillation equipment, like rectified stills and stuff of the sort. One of these days, dude. I would love to go to a distillery and get the behind-the-scenes tour and actually be able to... I have a dream one day to be able to operate a still with some custom run of something. Is it expensive? Probably, but I really want to do it. Ryan saying Jacksepticeye just chugged a pint of Guinness and plugged a local business on a random short while he was out of breath. Maybe that's the type of content that I gotta do. Chug a Guinness, plug a local business. They don't have any food here. I mean, they got the round... Clementine likes round fruits, so we're just gonna buy a bunch of round fruits for Clementine. For our champion. Official out there saying, I got spoiled a lot about Deltarune, but I'm keeping clear of anything more of the minigames and memes. So, like, admittedly, I have spoiled so much of Deltarune for me now, and I'm doing it willingly now. Because I realize, as I get... One of the things that I want to do, one of the things that I do, is I create drinks inspired by video games. Not just video games that I've played, games that I haven't played yet either. And in order to have the faithful representation of these characters and concepts, I have to know about the game to make the drink prior to me playing it. So I've just made a habit of spoiling games for myself and watching playthroughs and whatnot, which does inadvertently support the smaller content creators that we've got in our community. And so now I get this game spoiled, somebody else gets a view and some watch time out of it, and then I get ideas for drinks so that when I play the game, I'll make a drink that is not only balanced, but also faithful to the characters that they're inspired from. Tiovo out there saying, I want to get a license and own a distillery. Dude, me too. Me too. I've been keeping up with Golden Hive Mead, who I just saw a short the other day of him saying that it's illegal. You'll be sent to jail if you distill spirits in certain parts of America. So he went to the Whiskey Tribe, apparently, and I think they evidently have a distillery down in... Was it Texas, maybe? I'm not as familiar with the Whiskey Tribe's content, I'll be honest. But... Ryan, like, Rat Shaker? Like, dude, Ryan, I have ideas for Rat Shaker. Did I tell you about them already, Ryan? Because if I haven't, I'll tell you again, dude. Imagine drinking something that is genetically similar to rat poison. I think you mentioned one of them. Yeah, dude, I got ideas for Rat Shaker. I have this really specific idea for a drink inspired by rat poison, specifically strychnine, which is a chemical derived from the strychnine tree. But there is a member of the same, like, genetic family that tree that you would derive the poison from that has edible fruit. And the fruit is called the monkey orange. And you can get it. I don't know if I can get it here in America, but if I do, that's what I want, you know? Tiovo out there being like, yep, totally illegal in the United States. Actually, just to throw back in your direction, we had somebody in chat be like, well, actually, some states you can distill in very, very minor quantities in, and I think there are 3 of them. I don't remember what those are off the top of my head, but I think Missouri is one of those. But, like, if you think about it, the way that I liken it to myself, and I am not a lawyer, so please don't take advice from the stream before you decide to do potentially illegal activities. But just like marijuana is federally illegal and legal in certain states, distilling alcohol is federally illegal, but in a couple of states, only a couple, you can distill, again, not large quantities of alcohol, small quantities of alcohol. And I think that's kind of intriguing. Ryan's like, I can't wait, dude. Yeah, man. Tiova says 4 states allow for personal use up to a gallon. There we go. I think one of them is Missouri. I was just talking this about this to my parents the other day, because I was like, I really want to distill things. The question I have is, in terms of the distillation, I know I can't do that here in Pennsylvania, but what state would I have to allegedly be in order to, operate something like a rotary evaporator? I want it. All right, Clementine's speed. Clementine is at 42, dude. All right, after this melon, I'm gonna go and get one more batch of things for Clementine, and then we're gonna send them into the races again. Clementine's gonna absolutely kill, dude. Michael Prophet, welcome back in chat, my friend. How are things going for you? How's your streaming and content journey going for you, my friend? All right, let's go back to, I like Shadow. Shadow's cool. I like Shadow. How about you? Let's do Skyrail. There's a lot of chaos drives in Skyrail. I also could, like, for a matter of speed, I could be doing the other missions, like finding the lost Chao and stuff like that, but I just don't feel it. Oh, I saw, there's a bear. That'll be good for fighting. And I think there was a ram. Yeah, that's what I want. And a life? Sure, no problem. Like that. Cole says he's back, and I have strawberry cheesecake ice cream. That sounds tasty, dude. Do you have enough to share, Cole? Because I could really go for some cake right about now. I want something sweet. I don't know why. Tiova's saying the 4 states are Alaska, Arizona, Massachusetts, Missouri, and West Virginia. That was interesting. Alaska, Arizona, Massachusetts, yes, Massachusetts was one of them. That's the one that's close by. Because I'm based out of Pennsylvania and Philadelphia, so Massachusetts is the closest place I got access to. For personal distilling use up to a gallon. Clone, welcome back, dude! Just popping in for a second for a game with the homies. Ooh, well, I hope you're doing well out there, Clone. I'm curious of what game you're playing with the homies, if you don't mind sharing. But if you're already off to the races with that one, no prob. Thanks for popping in. Michael saying, good, but you've been having some technical difficulties during the crazy weather summer rain. Ah, that's fair. A guy that I used to work with would say that the weather doesn't affect your Wi-Fi signal, and that's just false, y'all. That is false. Your Wi-Fi signal is electromagnetic waves, and because storms, which are moving charges, produce their own electromagnetic waves, there can be interference. And that's just a fact of physics! Oh, those are rums. I'm taking those. Taking those for Clementine. Oh, it's falling through the ground. That was really cool. Thanks for that. Wow. I see Adam saying, I'm playing Mass Effect at the moment. Could I recommend a cocktail from the Mass Effect kit? Yeah, absolutely, Adam. You can use !suggest to suggest a cocktail inspiration, and that sends a message to my Discord so that in case I get a little bit too drunk on stream, I won't forget. And I go through all of my suggestions. Yeah, you can absolutely make suggestions, my guy. I love it. Cole says, lactate ice cream from you since you're lactose intolerant. Yeah. Obviously. Unless you really wanted to hurt. In which case, that's on you, man. That is on you. Let's see. Teova's saying, the cool thing is, if you ever own a distillery, I also own a farm, so you could do farm straight to the bottle. Dude, Tiovo, you say that, and I had a thought a while back about this concept of drinks that I wanted to do for Stardew Valley, and I haven't done any Stardew Valley drinks yet, so that concept still could be fleshed out a little bit. And the idea that I had was from farm to glass. Everything that goes into all of the drinks, whether it be the fruits, the infusions, like the spirits, the botanicals, come from a farm. So if that's something that you have and you're interested in being a part of, I am intrigued. I am intrigued by it. It would require a lot more planning than I have right now, but I've had the idea, and naturally, we'd like to support our local farmers, you know? Or even if they're not technically local farmers, I imagine that you don't live in Philadelphia. Oh, man. Clone saying, right now chillin', playing Tainted Grail, super cool game, similar to Skyrim, but then gonna be playing some FIFA and Orcs Must Die. Dude, a solid pantheon of drinks, dude. Oh, that's good. That's really, really good. Dude, Clone, I appreciate you popping back in. I feel like it's been a while. I hope you're doing well, overall. Clearly, if you've got friends to play games with, you must be doing at least pretty good. I see officials saying I had to fumigate your room because of ants. Oh, gosh. And after almost a month of sleeping downstairs, you might finally be able to sleep back in your room. Dude! I imagine that your room is comfortable, and you seem very happy to be sleeping back in your room. Otherwise, I'd be like, oh, no! But it sounds good, dude. Just gotta fold those clothes real fast. Michael saying to the 364 subs that you've got, dude, cheers to that. Ozzy saying, I haven't played Mass Effect since you were 14. I'm thinking of getting back into it. Ooh, dude. Mass Effect was one of those games that I think we had a disc for when I mostly played on the Xbox 360 when I was more or less a kid. But I never played it. I never played Mass Effect. And honestly, I don't really have any rhyme or reason as to why not. I don't know. All right, dude. Let's send Clementine to the races. Tiovo saying, negative, I'm based out of California, but it is a cool idea that depending on what you may need, I might be able to help with. Yeah, dude, feel free to, if you got anything that you want to contribute to the bar in terms of stuff like that, I don't typically take things here. Again, that's a more like industrial-sized operation. Industrial size is the wrong term for it, but it's a bit more than what I will canonically agree to during the live stream. Because I am about, I'd say, like, I've been drinking, so. But I like the idea of it. Tiovo, feel free to, if you want to connect over DM, you are more than welcome to. No pressure, dude, my guy. No pressure. We're already talking business plans. This is like your first stream here, so if need be, we can pump the brakes. That is okay with me. All right, let's see. I think the last thing that Clementine did was going into these dark races, but honestly, Clementine hasn't participated in the jewel races in a hot second. Let's see how they go. Let's see how they do. The stats are like almost max, dude. It can't be that difficult. Topaz have been great, so we'll go back to Topaz and see how Clementine goes. Michael asking, do you know when Kingdom Hearts 4 comes out? I'm going to stream Kingdom Hearts Saga right after you finish God of War. I have no idea. I don't think anybody knows when Kingdom Hearts 4 is coming out yet. If anybody's got an idea, though, let me know. Clone saying, doing solid. I love to pop in when I see you're live, and I got a little bit of time. Dude, it's always appreciated. The Upper Diamond popping back in chat. What's going on, Diamonds? Chat, you know how I was saying I was spoiling Deltarune for myself? It's because of Diamond. Diamond, I just caught... I don't know if you released another chapter of Deltarune yet, but I just caught up. I'm completely caught up on it now, and I want to know... I'm not trying to spoil anything here. I want to know what happens... I'm trying to state this in the least spoily way possible. I want to know what happens to the polycule. And that is all I will say on the matter. I must know. I want to know. Also, these Chao are hella fast. Wow. Aziel being like, Kingdom Hearts 4 has been a big cliffhanger. So we got screenshots earlier this year, but then dead silence. Renzo saying, I'm pretty sure it doesn't actually say this, but what is thong with an X? No, 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 no. This is Tom with an X. It's my new cutting board. No, no, no. We collectively named it Tom. Thomas named it himself. Because I wanted to name the board after him. The Tusano Trading Company sent me a customly engraved, custom-created cutting board that's very girthy. And so now, we named it after its creator, Thomas Tusano. So it is Tom with an X. And Thomas got to make his own with an X spelling. It would only make sense. He's the one who put his blood, sweat, and tears into it. Makes sense to me.
What?
Diamond saying, one of these videos, I'm gonna say, Cam, please don't watch. Play the game. Diamond, you're telling me not to contribute views and watch time to your channel? But I want to. This is not usually how self-promote works, Diamond. I can't confirm or deny the future of the rules card polycule. Oh my gosh, I was watching that literally earlier today. It was great. Man. Oh man. You say you're going to bed, love? Yeah. Good night, my dearest. Wow. Renzo being like, I'm dyslexic. I don't have my glasses and watching on my phone, so it was kind of hard to see. No, it's okay. It's okay. I'm glad that you asked me about my thong with an X or otherwise. If you're curious, I'm relatively an open book. Tiovo up above saying, I have absolutely no problem setting ingredients if I got them. Don't let me do things on your dime, my guy. I have been thinking, though. There are some ingredients that I specifically want to get my hands on. I'm not going to ask the strangers on the internet to get me bottles of alcohol. That's just something I'm kind of skeeved out about. But I guess technically botanicals, too. For the purposes of the live chat, I like the idea of being able to help out smaller creators, smaller businesses and whatnot, but I make no guarantees while I'm drinking alcohol. And that's where I'll leave that. Go get him, Clementine. Diamond like, well, I'm gonna go edit a video now. Accidentally said that it comes out on Friday. Dude, go for it! The grind is real. And I like Upper Diamond's content. I think I can do a shout out on YouTube. I'm gonna see whether or not that works. While the Chao hopefully try to go do its thing. Let me see if this works. I think it actually works. The Upper Diamond? Does that work? Does it work? Yeah, it totally does. Excellent. Oh, and I got another one. Wait, I got the vertical chat. I gotta remember the... There we go. There we go. There we go. And I want to try to copy the message too, but it won't let me. Can I copy message? Copy current address? No, I don't want to do that. Oh, that means. Anyways. Diamond's cool. Diamond's cool. I like it. It works. Excellent! I was gonna try to copy it over to the Twitch side, but... Oh, you know, actually, that's a good idea, Cameron. This is what you should do. You should add a note that says, if you shout out, and a mod shouts somebody out, broadcast. .so broadcast. Dude, what is up with all these runners? Oh, man, dude. Renzo saying, my uncle pulled and gave you the Noctis MTG card that you needed, so after I clean my depression hovel 8, I'm gonna make the deck. You're gonna make the deck? Dude, I'm so glad that you're able to get it. That's the power of being in cordial terms with people who also have similar interests to you. Big Callan, welcome back, my friend. Callan, I was meaning to ask, how's that book of yours going, by the way? Tiova's saying, farming is always fun. You never know what you're going to be planting next year. I've always wanted a farm, dude. There is a set of gardens here in Philadelphia that are relatively close by that I've thought about kind of, like, renting a plot on. But in the meantime, I've just got whatever bugs and plants that I've got here, right here at the bar. If I can do it inside, that's what I try to do. Oh, Clementine. There's, like, some person in front who is really, really fast. Dude, I'm shocked at the fact that Clementine has, what was it, a level 40-something in run, and they can't even get past the 3rd level of the races? This is whack, dude. No, I don't think we can do it. I don't think we can do it. I'm ducking out. Ducking out. Maybe we try, I guess, what are these, challenge races? We haven't done the challenge, hero, or dark races since, I guess, last time, so we'll give it a try. I'm trying. This is Chao, I guess. Chao is most certainly trying. All right, let's get it. We're trying to go through things as fast as we possibly can. Clementine, I know that you can beat those robots. Robots are not in any way, shape, or form superior to actual living, breathing beings. But they can be faster. Oh, wait. Oh, are you mildly faster? Are you mildly faster? Ooh, okay. This is good. This is good so far. Cody, welcome back! Hello, everyone. Is everyone having a good day? Great day. Back in your direction too, Cody. Thanks for popping in. Currently just watching small little animals race. It's not too bad. It's actually quite therapeutic if you think about it. I've never been much of a betting man. And technically, if my little creature doesn't win, all I get is another number increment on that death counter below me. It's really not that bad. All right. Clementine is marginally faster and keeps on tripping. Clementine is marginally faster than the Chao. So I think they can catch up if they have enough space. I'm gonna wait till we get towards the end, and then I'm just gonna boost all my stamina out. Or maybe I'll do a little bit in the middle. Some of these Chao are falling down too. Love to see it. Love to see it. Fall flat on your animatronic face, dude. I'd try to be a little bit more courteous if there are other, like, actual Chao out here, but, like, I don't think Chao can feel. Or have any semblance of regret. Okay. That was pretty darn close, though. That was pretty darn close. Wow. Tiova, like, more action than an F1 race. Are those the races where people can only do left turns? At the very least, like, I don't typically see cars tripping over themselves in a race. And when they do, it's actually quite impressive. Oh, Tiova's like, that's NASCAR. Then what is an F1 considered? Alexa, what is F1 racing?
The Formula One's upcoming event is the 2025 Austrian Grand Prix Main.
Austria? Okay, is that all? That's all you're gonna tell me? Alexa, what is an F1 race really like?
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
That's fair. I guess I just need a Formula 1 car myself. Well, like you said, Tiovo, this is more action than an F1 race, so I don't need to know. I don't want to know. Just sit here and I watch my boy go. Renzo like Giga Chad Cam? What? Are you calling me a Giga Chad? Because I think I take that as a compliment. Thank you. Thank you very much. Tiovo's saying they race around the world, tracks at insane speeds, and many, many, many corners. That seems like at least a little more action than what I'm seeing here. Granted, I would assume that the F1 racing cars are not tripping over themselves, because I imagine if they do, they're going to wreck a building. Or their cars, and potentially the people inside of the cars. All right, this is where Clementine tripped before. Are you going to do it again? Nope. We're good. We are good. We are good. Yeah, if Clementine can just keep up, it's okay. Renzo says, I randomly made a face similar to the Giga Chad face. Did I really? Wow. That's the beauty of the live stream. Sometimes those angles are just right, and I can't even plan for that kind of stuff. Was it this one? Probably not. Tiova's saying in Japan, apparently one of them flipped over. Oh, one of the cars flipped over? That's metal, dude. All right. We have an ad starting in a hot second. We're going to complete this race before then. I have full faith. I have full faith. Yes! Right before the ads happened. Go get him, Clementine. My champion. My champion. Techno saying it may have taken me half an hour, but I found Mario Kart. You found it? Wait, what do you mean by that? Or is this in reference to the F1 comments we've been making? Because that is oddly on point. Oddly topical for what we were talking about. Man. Tilva saying too, F1 has a lot of safety measures in place. That would make sense. They are, as you said, cars moving very, very fast around many, many corners. If they didn't have safety measures, somebody would be losing limbs. Or their life. Anyway, back to the bar with an X for a hot minute. In the background, all I'm going to do is just look at what races we haven't yet done. The hero races, there are 4 different levels, each one. The challenge races, there are 6, I think. Let me double check that. These menus are very, very slow. Ryan, like F0, better than F1. You know, Ryan, I have never made the connection that F0 might be called F0 because it's 1 minus F1. That clicked with me today. That's intriguing. Yeah, there's 8 different challenge races, and we've done 3 of them so far. The last one, number 4 is the small animal challenge, apparently. Interesting. Actually, while we're here, I'm going to double check exactly what the emblem requirements are for the Chao races, because I don't know what those are off the top of my head. Chao race emblems SA2. Technoboy saying, no, I couldn't find the, oh, you couldn't find the game cartridge. Just by happenstance, it just happened to relate. Dude, we love coincidences. We love that. All right. According to Reddit, you get an emblem. I don't like the Chao Garden. Any tips on doing it fast? You need, you get 1 emblem when you beat all of the races of a set. Beginner, Jewel, Hero, Dark, Challenge. The Jewel races are souped up versions of the beginner races, except for the last 2, which focus on luck and intelligence, and only allow Chao of those alignments, which where raising one of the 3 types comes in. I ran City Escape, grabbing 9 to 10 common animals each time, and quitting can be done in a minute or 2. Feed them all to the same Chao, and after about 2 hours of grinding, you'll have a Chao that can do just about everything. Interesting. There's also a glitch, apparently, that allows you to endlessly reuse chaos drives and animals. Do this to get your Chaos to max level, then you're done. Here's a video demonstrating it. Okay. Sapphire Chao presents the Infinite Glitch. What'd you do? Oh, after they kiss it, you take it away from them. Interesting. Thank you, Sapphire Chao. This could come in handy. Interesting. I'm gonna try cheating. Welcome back, chat. I'm gonna try cheating. But after I send Clementine into another race. I am a shameless caregiver. Let's send Clementine into... I feel like there's a jewel race that you can definitely do. Definitely. Ryan saying, apparently, Formula Racing starts at F4, which is the entry-level circuit, while F1 is for the best of the best. F0 is supposed to be even better than that. I didn't realize that it was a reverse indexed system. I learned something today. I had no idea about that. Wow, thanks, chat. Especially Tiovo and also Ryan. And Formula Racing is called Formula because it has a specific set of rules and regulations, aka a formula. That makes sense to me. Actually, you know what? Before we even get into this, I'm gonna try cheating. Let's glitch him out. Official says finished. Excellent. Congratulations on your finish. I gotta go get animals. I'll be back. I'm gonna go get animals. Apparently, city escape can be done real fast, according to the internet. Official saying that the fumigation is finished. I'm gonna take a shower and finally rest in your own bed. Dude, you've earned it. And apparently what I can do is I can go into city escape, get common animals, and then immediately leave. I would consider that to be a death, but I just don't know where all these animals are. Are there animals on the road? There wouldn't be animals on the road, would there be? Any animals out here? Animales? Animales. Hola! Animals wouldn't be hiding under cars, would they? I don't think that there'd be animals on the road because that just seems dangerous. But I've been wrong before. I don't know. I don't know. Official says, no fumigation, general cleaning. Oh, my apologies, my apologies. There was a pile of stuff on the bed impeding you or anyone to rest on it. I've rid of it, and now you can use it again. My apologies. I might have gotten my wires crossed. I thought somebody was saying something about it was an ant problem or something, and it might have involved fumigation. If I got confused, my sincerest apologies. Techno Boy saying F1 is my favorite racing. I was going to say, is there any other type of racing? But evidently there is, and it's NASCAR, which is not Formula 1, which I've also learned today. Thanks to the contributions of our global community. Thank you, global community. You were helping the broadcaster learn good. Any common animals in the hedges? Nope, no common animals in the hedges. The internet told me that I could get like 10 animals, like specifically in 1 to 2 minutes in City Escape, and I just don't think that's true. Animals under the tires? Nope. Hello there. Animals down here? Get out of here. Goodbye. Can I whistle the thing? Oh, I have to do the... I gotta whistle. Oh. There we go. That's what I wanted to do. Ryan saying the biggest defining aspect of Formula Racing is that the cars are all mid-engine. The engine sits behind the driver, open-wheeled, no fenders over the wheels or suspension. Oh, the engine's behind you? I've never been in a car like that, but I guess that kind of makes sense. Why would I'm not familiar with the physics of automobiles. What's the benefit of having the engine behind the driver? Is it a safety thing? Official saying it's fine. It was due to the fumigation that you had to take everything out. Oh, because of the fumigation, you had to stack things such that it could happen. Now I think I'm getting it. Now to do deep cleaning. Renzo saying I missed an animal pipe. Yeah, dude, I probably did. But I got these skunks and the raccoon. Cole saying Cam twitches immediately to me. Is it because of the affiliate requirements? Bezos is just doing his thing. It's making you wait. By the way, for the community at large, one of our community members, Cole Menez, I think has pretty much reached affiliate status. But Bezos just hasn't given it to him yet. Oh, I bet a lot of these animals are from the Chao boxes. I just realized that. That would make sense. Ryan saying, in addition to Formula and NASCAR, you have dirt track, desert, drag, rally, autocross, drift, hill climb. Wow, there's a lot more types of racings than I thought. Would you count Forza Motorsport to be a type of racing? Or actually, now my question is there a video game version of every single type of racing? Could you make drinks inspired by cars? Probably. Probably. Most definitely. There's got to be a way. Where there is a will, there is a way. And where there is booze, somebody thinks they can do it. Raccoon. And supposedly I can just quit the stage and go to the Chao Garden? That's a death to me. Can I do that? Cole saying, not updating. I should be at 3 out of 4 for average viewers, but it's stuck at 2 out of 4. Oh, weird. Weird. Official will be back. They're thirsty right now. And Ryan saying to the engine comment, better weight distribution allows the driver to push the car harder into the turns. Oh, because it doesn't understeer or plow into corners. It also reduces the rotational. Yeah, if most of the weight is toward the center of mass. That actually makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense, actually. I appreciate that. That's why the cars are... Oh, they're called mid-engines because the engines are literally in the middle. Duh! That makes sense to me. Okie dokie. Where is Clementine? Hello, Clem. Sitting next to your child. Absolutely beautiful. What a great, great berry you are. Okay, now apparently, in order to do this, I do this, and I do this, and I... Nope. Okay, buddy. Okay. Okay. I have to be right in front. Nope, that didn't work. I think it's right after the jumping animation. Nope, that didn't work. Okay, how about this animal? No, I didn't want to get that. Gort, buddy, get out of here. I just threw him into water. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. If I go right in front of you. No, 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 no. Get out. Dude, Panera, get out of here. Panera, I'm not talking to you. No. It's probably patched out in the PC. Get out of here. In the water. It's okay. It's harmless if they throw him in the water. It's just playtime. It's just playtime. Here you go. Nope. Okay, that didn't work. Cole, like, I just gotta keep grinding it out. That's what they tell you to do. Okay. Maybe I have to be at just the right distance. Hick the... No! Stop going to sleep, my champion! Ugh. Renzo, like, car-inspired drinks sounds like a fun new adventure. I'll have to give it a try. Dude, if you got any car-inspired drinks, I want a dirt cocktail. Inspired by dirt racing. Nope, nope. Give me the raccoon. Don't give it to Gort. Buddy. Not so, buddy. It's Clementine. Okay. Wait, did that work? Did that work? It most certainly did not. Cheating is for losers. I'm gonna stop doing this. Raccoon time. Here you go, raccoon. Got any more bunnies? Nope. Skunkies? Frank, you kinky, kinky son of a gun. All right, well, I don't know if I really like the speed of City Escape. I'm just gonna keep doing what I do. Instead, what will I do? I want to optimize speed. I want to get these Chao emblems as speedy as possible. Also, how many drink requests we got right now? 3 drink requests so far. So far. If anybody's got cocktail request ideas, I am growing tired of this infinity and it was this dark and infinity.
Character select.
And I will only take your request if you are here when I call your name. I will check in. Jordan Lee, welcome back. What's shaken? What is shaken? The Golden Derby cocktail that I had earlier that really wasn't that good is shaken. Why are you? Welcome back, Jordan. I feel like I had a lot of luck here in Green Forest, so I'm just gonna keep going back here and I'm just gonna rapidly go through the levels. That's the idea. That is the idea. All the animals, all the good. I get one of those. I get one of those. That's 3. I need to count how many I can get. I think it's only a maximum of 3? No, 10 maybe? 10 feels about right. I get this guy. Get this. And let me go in here. I get this box that I can go here. Gives me another animal. If I get the next box, I get even more animals. There's a parrot. Parrots are great. Good for flying. Renzo saying the skeleton dogs give good stats if I remember. Oh, you do remember correctly. You do. And actually, there were a lot of... Oh, you know what? There were a lot of skeleton dogs in Pumpkin Hill. That's a good strat. How many do I have right now? I have... I think... I have 9? I have 9 right now. This is number 10, and then we start losing them. Right? We start losing them? No, I can get 11. No, I can only get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, it's just 10. It's 10. Jordan, like, I'm more stirred than anything else. Dude, I dig it. I dig it. Every single time I quit a stage, I die, and I respect that. So the death counter continues to increase. Yeah, you know, if I just get all of the Chao boxes in Pumpkin Hill, and then I quit the stage, I thought that you had to complete a stage in order to keep all of the items. And apparently that's not the case, so that's actually going to make this go a heck of a lot faster. The consequence is my death counter is going to start skyrocketing because I don't care about the deaths. But here we are. Here we are. It's going to focus on as much as I possibly can. Skeleton dogs feel good. I'm going to go with skeleton dogs. What did this little raccoon give? Raccoon was pretty good for everything. We like that. I like that. I see Ryan furiously adding details to his cocktail request. That brings the total up to 4. I have requests from 4 people. What are the requests I've got so far? Let me check. So far, I've got requests from Cow King, Tiovo, Adam the Ginge, or the Gingy, and then Ryan. So far. Tiovo's got Shanky's Whip, chocolate bitters, bourbon. All right. I've never used that Shanky's Whip before. That could be kind of interesting. Let's see. Cow King's suggestion is literally just Snoop Dogg. What? Adam's saying the Shadowbrokertini, vodka, cold brew liqueur, black raspberry, lime, and you serve it in a martini glass with a lime twister otherwise. Very cool. Okay. And then Ryan, are you done working on yours? Heavy cream, peanut butter whiskey. I still got more of that chocolate-infused rye. Cocoa powder, whipped cream, heavy cream, peanut butter, cocoa powder. Rim-chilled mug with peanut butter and crushed peanut. I do have those. Very cool. All right, we got some things so far. Jordan being like, I'll throw my hat in there. Hallow Knight, that is. Hallow Knight hat. There we go. Let's see. Tiovo, are you still out there? Because I think so far from this list that I've got, Tiovo and Adam are the only two folks that I have requests from who haven't made requests before. So Tiovo or Adam, if you're still out there, let me know. Because I'll give your request priority. Oh, hello. Let me grab this last one here. Give it to you. Adam's out there, still here. Great. EK says, I'm back. What did I miss? Currently, EK, I'm going through some of my drink requests because I kind of wanted something else other than this Infinity and Stormy. Adams, yours was a Shadowbrokertini. Tell me more about the Shadowbrokertini. That sounds really, really intriguing. In the meantime, I'm going to go back to, where was that? Oh, we're going to go to Pumpkin Hill. I'm going to go to Pumpkin Hill, and we're going to find all the Chao boxes, and I'm going to legitimately figure out where those all are right now. Chao boxes, Pumpkin Hill. Where are they? Chao containers. One is under a box. One is head to Pumpkin. The fastest way is take the rocket from Church Mountain. Then it's up on top of the catwalk between them all. And the other one, a row of balloons leading to a pumpkin pillar, glide across. Oh, one of the pumpkin pillars. There we go. So Church Mountain is that way. So I go this way, and I come over here. And there should be some stacked boxes. I see it over in the back. Not here, but I believe it's... Nope, it's not down here. Maybe it's a little bit lower. I do remember that being around here somewhere. I just gotta remember exactly where. We're not working on emeralds right now. We're working on Chao. Also, I just realized that that train actually sounds like it's saying choo. As in choo-choo train. Spooky. Is it real? Is it actually this close? Oh, it legitimately is. Oh my god. Whoa, hello there. Oh, it legitimately is. That's cool. I thought it was on the side of this mountain. What am I missing? What am I missing? It said the easiest way was to get there was through Church Mountain. Let me look at the instructions again. Pumpkin Mountain at the top. Fastest way to do this is to take the rocket for... Oh, it's Pumpkin Mountain. There's a platform peering over the edge with a hint monitor. If you fall down the side, you'll reach it there. Oh, okay. Okay. I still don't get it, but I'm gonna try my best. Adam's saying, pretty fun. Pretty fun if you like coffee and raspberry. I do like both of those things. Could be served in a chilled martini or coupe glass. Well, lucky for you, I've got a chilled martini glass on the ready. All right, I'm supposed to fall down this way. Instead, I'm just gonna observe from a distance. No, I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be on Pumpkin Mountain. I'm gonna go this way. I gotta get used to where the Chao boxes are, and then we can just rapidly go through them all. Every single time, quit the stage, gain a death, and then move on. Apparently there's another emerald right around here. Well, that's pretty convenient. Where's this box at? Oh, there. Yep, there you are. There you are. There you are. Yeah, I don't think I've ever actually had raspberry and coffee together before. Like, not even as, like, a beverage at a, like, oh my god, what do you call it? It's called a cafe, Cameron. Nice, man. And then there should be a bunch of balloons leading to one of the pumpkin faces. But where you at? Where you at? Is it over at the sad pumpkin? Which pumpkin is it? There are multiple sad pumpkins. I don't think it's that sad pumpkin. I know that there is an emerald around here, but instead, I would like to find the other one. Pleaseth. I don't think it's that one. Oh, big scary looking dude? Big scary looking dude? Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's big scary looking. Oh. Oh, where's the box? Hold up. Let me check my... Whoop! Oh, it's at the... Yeah, there it is. There it is. And I get, Kappa? I think that's what you call those things. Anyways. Now I know where all them are. Well, I'm gonna get my death. And we'll move on. Back to the Chao with Knuckles. Hopefully we can just do this a bunch of times. We go into Pumpkin Hill, we get some skeleton dogs, we come on back. Unless there are more skeleton dogs in Pumpkin Hill. Pumpkin Hill, Chao containers, Pumpkin Hill, animals. Animales. Where are the animales? Story, gameplay, overview, missions, level up items, Chao container locations, animals, skeleton dog. But where beeth the skeleton dogs? I can't really tell. Oh, well. Oh, somebody's drowning? That's okay. At least it's not my champion. Official, like, oh, shit! Did the bed break? Official, like, my membership is about to expire. I might not be as green the next couple weeks. Oh, y'all haven't been green for a while. Oh, actually, yes. Yes, that is correct. On YouTube, you guys look green. That is true. I removed the green color coding from the overlay a while ago. So, like, when I look at everybody's names now, luckily, it's not just a sea of green. Again, don't get me wrong. I love the support. I appreciate the support. But that much forest green in one sitting, it's too much. It's too much. Oh my gosh. On the bright side, memberships on YouTube are only $1. And by the way, to anybody watching on Twitch, if you really, really have a thing against Daddy Bezos, which is okay, it is $1 on YouTube for, dare I say, all of the same benefits than you get on Twitch. Except on YouTube, you get videos ahead of time. The only caveat is you don't gain points as fast, but that's because of API limitations, so... Can't have it all. Alright, have you had the life sucked out of you yet? Frank, thank you, but no thanks. Frank, buddy. I would like to take this animal. Nope, I cannot take that animal. I would like to take this animal. Where is... Clementine? Buddy? You're gonna take your evil sea monster, and you're going to like it. Wow, that is a powerful beast. That was awesome. I'm gonna take one of these. There we go. And then eat some food! Official, like, are we not cheating the evolutions? Cheating the evolutions, you say? I'm not trying to, at least. I don't know exactly what you mean by cheating the evolutions. Evidently, there was a way to cheat the animals such that I can just keep spamming the same animal, but I tried it. I couldn't figure it out, so I'm not gonna worry about it. Tired of that? That's fine. Let me go see if there is a Chao fruit for sale. That's the fruit that quite literally looks like a Chow's head. That's why they call it a Chao fruit. It's mildly unnerving. It reminds me of Pikmin being compared to Pick carrots, because they all kind of look the same, apparently. It's like calling a monkey, I guess, if you ate a monkey, I don't really know where I'm going with that. More Chao fruit? Oh, yes, more Chao fruit. These Chao fruit are awesome! They're just really expensive. Inventory is full. Great. Was there anything else I was missing? Oh, the mushroom. Oh. Ryan being like, I just heard a dude refer to hot sauce as pain sauce, and that is what I will be calling hot sauce from now on. I mean, if you think about it, there are some hot sauces out there that are literally just about adding spice to food, and that's not really the mentality that I like when I'm trying to add spice to things. If anything, if I'm gonna use a hot sauce, I want some flavor along with it as well. Like, give me a... Oh my god. Oh, I didn't mean to do that! Clementine, your head. Since when did you get a pompadour? How did you grow a pompadour underneath the hat? Our champion is reborn. Who needs a beanie hat when you've got... Look at this, dude. Dude's got a pompadour? 3 spikes? Wow. He's a freaking unicorn. You're damn right, Ryan. Wow, dude. That's awesome. Our champion. Wow. That's beautiful. That was beautiful. Wow. I think, what does that do wind up doing? It gives a random stat. Oh yeah, it pretty much increases everything. So I'm just gonna give you a bunch of Chao fruit. And hopefully that will help in this next race. And then what we'll do is I'll take a chat request from somebody in chat. And then we'll do some more races. Yeah, I will say, like, the Dark and Infinity cocktail that I've got right here has, like, a spice to it and some other notes of other, like, pantry spices and some other fruits as well. But it just kind of tastes like a Dark and Stormy if you didn't use the rum. It's intriguing to me. Not a very expressive cocktail, all things considered. Ryan, what was that one that you were suggesting earlier? I think it was probably an Infinity suggestion. Oh, hello there. Nope, no Frank. No for you. Nope. Stop screwing with my champion. It was the corn and oil, I believe. And I do have that recipe around here somewhere. I just can't remember exactly what makes it off the top of my head. Corn and oil. Corn and oil. Where are you? Corn and oil. Corn and oil. Corn and oil. Corn and oil. There we go. Port rum. Oh. That's corn and oil according to a different recipe. Actually, what was in your suggestion, Ryan, with the corn and oil? This one that I'm reading here uses a very specific rum, and I was like, that's not really what I'm going for. What do the blue and yellow bars indicate? One is obviously experience. I think the yellow one, but I'm not sure what the blue one is for. Let me check. Oh, like, blue... The blue is generally how close you are to getting to the next level, and I think the yellow bar is an indication of the relative maximum for a Chao. Like, these levels can only get so high, and you can selectively breed to make it such that the stat level maximums can get higher. Usually when a Chao dies, it can possibly reincarnate and come back to life, albeit with some lower stats than it reincarnated with. But you can do that. And hopefully none of the I hope that my champion doesn't die. Hopefully. Colsan Cam, what would you do for a free bacon for life? I feel like there'd be implications like signing my soul away to a devil, so nothing. I don't sign on for things like that. That's a scary thought. Ryan, like, I don't remember. No problem. Jordan saying, all right, I sent my recipe. Not gonna lie, it's one of my longer ones. Hope you'll find the ingredients. Well, if you ever have a doubt of what ingredients I have, that's the stock recipe. It's all up on my website. I'll say this. If I get a suggestion for a cocktail, if you, like, use exclamation point suggest to put it out there, it's a little bit more difficult because, like, character limits and whatnot. I can specifically make sure that I have ingredients, but if I don't have the ingredients, which I would hope y'all would check ahead of time just to a little bit less work on me as I get progressively drunker throughout the streams. But let me take a look at this. Jordan recipe has got gin, elderflower liqueur, honey syrup, lemon juice, butterfly pea flower tea, orange bitters, garnished with blackberry. I don't have any blackberry for a garnish, but you brew the butterfly pea flower tea. Combine with gin, Saint Germain, honey syrup, lemon juice, and bitters, and ice again. Shake well. Gently pour the butterfly tea over top of the back of the spoon and create a layered effect. It'll turn purplish like the night descending into the darkness. Dust with luster. Ooh, luster dust for a void-like shimmer. We add it on top. There we go. There we go. I like the theming of it here, Jordan. I like the theming. Now, I gave you a cocktail request, I think it was a week or two ago, so I'm going to prioritize, I think, Adam or Tiovo. Adam, I think you were still out there. If you are, I'm going to do your recipe. I just want to make sure that you're still here. And Tiovo, you've got a suggestion that uses the Shanky's Whip. I haven't used Shanky's Whip yet. So I'm curious to giving that a try if y'all are still around. If you are, great. Whoever says hi first is going to get it. In the meantime, I'm just going to do what Knuckles does and do this. Adam is here. Excellent. That's what we're going to do. Let me double check the recipe from Adam. Adams has got, it's called the Shadowbrokertini, vodka, cold brew, raspberry liqueur, lime juice. Shake it, chilled martini glass, garnish with a lime twist or lime slice. I don't have lime slices on me currently, but if it works without it, that's what we can do. So that's what we'll wind up going towards. That was recipe number 3. All right, let's take it back to the bar for a hot second. Got a request from adamtheginge. Adamtheginge. This is a request. Share the requests. Number 3. Should pop up on my screen. Open this up in my tab so I can do a little bit of linting. The Shadowbrokertini. Shadowbrokertini. Intriguing. I kind of like the sound of a Shadowbrokertini, dude. That sounds awesome. All right. Let me do a little bit of linting on this recipe just to make sure I've got everything on hand. Over here, we've got an 1.5 ounces of vodka. I'm going to use my Grey Goose for this because I happen to have it already. We've got an ounce of cold brew liqueur. Oop, hello there. And a little thing over here. There we go. Go down here. I need an ounce of cold brew liqueur. Cold brew liqueur. We're going to go with Mr. Black because we've got it. Little thing over here. I don't yet have a system to be able to allow me to do this easily. So actually, I just realized that if I go to the end here... Oops, hello there. Hello there. I got to take you and put you over here. There we go. I go to the end over here. I know we don't have any music in the background right now. That will be fixed as soon as I'm done correcting things. And when I say correcting things, I mean just making things look nice. Or we got an ounce. That was an ounce of black raspberry liqueur. A little bit of Chambord. We got some of that. Black raspberry liqueur. I was going to say, do I have any raspberries on me? I don't think I do. I was playing around with raspberries with something a while back, and I don't exactly remember what it was, oddly enough. We do a 1/2 ounce of lime juice. And then we shake and strain with ice. Strain into a chilled martini glass or a coupe glass. Serve with a lime twist or lime slice. Okie dokie. Method, shake and strain. Oh, actually I have buttons for that now. Methods, shake and strain. And then garnish with a lemon, lime, twist, or wheel. There we go. Okie dokie. Let's get back to the thing. Cool. Not Jordan. Jordan's saying it sounds like Arctic Monkeys kind of vibe with a Shadowbrokertini. Adam, if you can confirm that I have your recipe correct, it's 1.5 ounces of vodka, 1 ounce of cold brew liqueur, 1 ounce of black raspberry liqueur, 1/2 ounce of lime juice. We shake it, we strain it, we put it into a martini glass and garnish with lime. I don't have any limes on me, unfortunately. But let me go get the Chambord, which is in the closet, as well as I have the coffee liqueur right here, as well as the vodka. I've got a shaker on the ready, and I've got a martini glass in the freezer. Excellent! This is the bottle that for some reason chat thought I glued back together. Chat for some reason thought I glued my bottle of Chambord together because I struggled to get it open one time because I just didn't, I couldn't, I hadn't opened it. I don't usually use Chambord very much, so. Looking good on your side? Great, then we're looking good on our side. Great. All right. Ooh, you stuck. You got stuck together a little bit. Let's grab a shaker for this one. I forget, Adam, what was the reason for the name Shadowbrokertini? Because that seems so incredibly specific. I gotta know the history behind it. All right. To your shaker, let's add 1.5 ounces of vodka. Gotta get the top off of this. I don't know why, but the plastic part of my cork for this Grey Goose popped off very soon after I started using it. I've only got the cork left. I've been thinking about like putting it into a different bottle, but I haven't gotten through a full bottle of Grey Goose yet. Although a lot of these recipes have called for vodka, so I'll take it. All right. Start with 1.5 ounces of vodka. Like that. Adam's saying, I'm playing Mass Effect at the moment because it's one of my favorite game series. My boyfriend bought me the Mass Effect cocktail book for her birthday. Really? Wait, Adam, is this from the Mass Effect cocktail book? Or cookbook? I didn't realize there was a Mass Effect cocktail. Is it from the Mass Effect cocktail book? Oh, that's cool, dude. That's really cool. Cole saying, Cam, we all know you glued that cap on. I did not. I didn't do it. I'll prove it to you. I'll do it very, very easily here in just a hot moment. That sounds cool. Yeah, they've got a cocktail book with snacks and drinks. That's so cool, dude. Is the Shadowbrokertini actually from the book? I only ask because if we get a recipe from anywhere, I just want to make sure that we give credit where credit is due. It was requested by you, but if it came from the cocktail book, I gotta make sure I go out and find that book. Depending on if I like the cocktail, which I think I will. It is from the book. Maybe I gotta go pick that up at some point. I'm not super familiar with Mass Effect, but I'm curious. I'm curious. All right. 1 ounce of cold brew liqueur. I'm using Mr. Black. Whew. I am at the bottom of my Mr. Black. Pretty good. Jordan Lee's saying that you've got a copy of the book too? Yeah. Would y'all recommend it? Because if you two would recommend it, I'll try to go out and find myself a copy. Cole saying, of course it'll be easy. You didn't glue the cap on today. Oh, obviously. Eli out there saying that he's procrastinating opening the bottle, chat, because it's to prove that he glued it. Whatever you want to believe, chat. Ozzy, like, I guess Mass Effect has a whole fandom. That they do. And you know what was interesting to me? After we had the... Actually, Jordan, after your cyberpunk-inspired drink, I had a bunch of people on the socials come out of the woodwork and be like, Cyberpunk? Cyberpunk? I want Cyberpunk. Have you tried a Johnny Silverhand? What about a Jackie Wells? And I was like, I found you all. So, Jordan, your last... I think that was you, Jordan, right? Like, the last one? It brought a bunch of Cyberpunk people out of the woodwork. And I was like, this is awesome, dude. It's one of the reasons I like taking cocktail requests, because there are drinks out there, cocktail books out there, that I don't even know about. and some of them are as nerdy as the rest of us. All right. Next, we'll add an ounce of black raspberry liqueur. See, it came off easily. Giardia being like, you would love a Johnny Silverhand. My question is, everybody says that I should have a Johnny Silverhand, but nobody's giving me a recipe for a Johnny Silverhand. I don't remember if there is a recipe. I know that a couple of folks like Greg from How to Drink has his recipe on a Johnny Silverhand. I want to say Sin City Bartender has his take on a Johnny Silverhand. Is there an actual recipe? Because if there is, maybe I just need to make my own. All right. An ounce of black raspberry liqueur. We just need orange. What am I talking about? A lime juice, not orange juice. That's incorrect. Jordan's like, I got you. Oh, do you? I dig it. Oziel being like, what Buzzball edition is that? What, Mass Effect? Mass Effect Buzzball? The Johnny Silverhand? I'm just gonna say it's pineapple. Because I feel like every single candy that does like a silver or white version just subs it with pineapple or coconut. So, together, pina colada. That's what I'm going with. Dude, I am so low on lime super juice. Oh, no, the bottle you just poured. Black raspberry. You got it. Man. I see Mr. AK popping in chat being like, can you give a big shout out to my friend Oliver Anthony? Man's going through some things right now. Is that okay with you? Dude, absolutely. We love to spread good vibes. I'm about to throw half an ounce of lime juice into a cocktail from our pal adamtheginge on Twitch. Sometimes life is a little spicy. Sometimes things are a little sweet. And if I had to put an analogy to the balance of sour things and sweet things, in particular, you gotta have sour to balance out sweet. You gotta have sweet to balance out the sour. Things might be a little bit tough for Oliver right now, but I would say that that's just the sour that's gonna round out all the sweeter parts that we know and love about Oliver Anthony in particular. I see that. Mr. AK saying, please go check out his page. He's really good at music. If you want, AK, if you're not in the Discord server already, you are free to push your friends' music in our self-promote channel, and we'll have the whole community's eyes on it, especially those who are into music. I personally am going to a concert this Wednesday in pursuit of the music of my younger brother, so I'm all about trying to support smaller creators too, especially when they're a small artist too. So cheers to that, dude. Cheers to a big old lime juice. You need it for balancing. Speaking of which, half an ounce of lime juice in this cocktail recipe. There we go. We've got our vodka, cold brew, black raspberry, and lime juice. There we go. Throw some ice in here and shake it. And then I've got a chilled martini glass. It's funny, there have been a lot of martini-esque cocktails recently, and I only have enough space for 3 chilled glasses in my little mini fridge over here, in my little mini freezer, and I always include 1 martini glass. Because I have a feeling that somebody's gonna request something that gets served specifically in a martini glass. And there's nothing wrong with it. I love it. Martinis are great. Oh, that splashed a little bit. And a little bit more. For the Shadowbrokers. Alexa, what is a Shadowbroker?
A Shadowbroker is a pseudonym used by a prostitute that first appeared in 2016. The group is known for leaking sensitive data and hacking tools from various governments and intelligence agencies. The purpose of the leaks is unknown, but it is believed that the group is trying to expose government secrets and disrupt the intelligence community. The name Shadowbrokers is derived from the idea that the group operates in the shadows, hiding from the spotlight and avoiding detection.
Huh. Shake it. Okay. There's a lot more details than we typically get. Adam, like, all that for the Shadowbroker, but nothing for Formula 1. Dude, this thing's apparently got priorities. And it apparently wants to educate you more on, I guess, the risks to cybersecurity than mid-sized engine, not mid-sized, mid-engined vehicles. Psh, wild to me. Excuse me. All right. Strain this into a chilled martini glass and garnish with a lime, if you've got one, which I don't. What color do you think it's gonna be, chat? My guess is like black. My guess is black. There we go. Mr. AK spreading the one love to my bro and hoping that we're all rocking on and smashes this concert. I was gonna do great, dude. I think he's actually performing this evening too. But I'm making it out. I planned this months ago to go out, so I'm happy for it. All right. Ooh, it's foamy. Oh, that smells so raspberry. Let's do it. Get the rest of it out of there. There we go. Wash line, dude. Wash line. Okie dokie. Bring that back over. That's actually that's a lot browner than I thought it was going to be, but I dig it. I dig it. Jordan like, whoops, I get you. Are you adding the Johnny Silverhand to the request? Because if you add it to there's only one request per stream, so if you add it, it's just gonna overwrite or just append to what you had previously. I might have to have some additions to the bot for stuff like that. Oh man. All right. Shadowbrokertini for I suppose the Shadowbroker. It's for I suppose the Shadowbrokers in Mass Effect. Woo! It's a lot more forward on the raspberry notes than it is the coffee notes. But I get a little bit of both of them in there. That's not too bad. I like the balance between the sweet and the sour. The lime juice, I think, was a really excellent addition there. It really accents the blackberry flavors. The coffee is a lot more backseat than I anticipated it to be. But that's tasty. That's tasty. I like that. Jordan being like, bruh, I apologize. I'll send you it next stream then, because I really do love the Hollow Knight drink since I worked 3 days on that. Yeah, so long as you didn't delete it, like there's a clear order command. If you clear ordered, it will clear the order and delete it. I assume you didn't do that. It just adds it to the end. Let me double check that real quick. This is kind of new to me too, so I'm still getting used to it. Oh, I got the whole thing in there. Oh, I got two recipes in here. I've got the Vessel and I've got the Johnny Silverhand. Johnny's signature drink, cheap, strong, and rebellious. There we go. With the mezcal and just been in a fire my aroma. Oh, I think all I have for Johnny's was a half an ounce of smoked mezcal. Is that working? Order. Oh, never mind. Oh, never mind. There's more stuff ahead of it. Oh, okay. It's just a little difficult for me to read right now, but I think we got it. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. The other thing too is if you're not in the Discord server, Discord, we have a whole drinks channel and I got a suggestions channel too. If you put it in the suggestions channel, I'll bookmark it, add it to my recipe keeper, and then I won't possibly forget it. Alrighty then. Yeah, ultimately, this is a very appreciable, simple flavored drink. It is raspberry first, then coffee. And it's got a nice boozy kick to it. It's not bad. Adam, I feel like this implies that shadow brokering is actually much sweeter a gig than it sounds like it would be. Again, I lack the context, but if this is what that particular career choice would taste like, apparently I've got options. Cheers to that. That's not bad. I'm now super curious about this idea of a shadow broker in general. So I'm gonna do a very quick Google search on a Mass Effect Shadowbroker. Mass Effect. Oh my gosh, this is like a. Woo! Look at you, buddy. That's a whole. Oh my gosh, dude. Look at this guy. That's a Shadowbroker. That just ain't a dude. That's an absolute units. Damn, dude. I'm not even remotely familiar with that. That's cool. In Mass Effect, the Shadowbroker is called that because no one knows who it is. Oh, okay. Oh. The Shadowbroker in general. Shadowbroker enemy. The Shadowbroker is an enigmatic figure at the head of an expansive organization which trades in information, always selling to the highest bidder. The Shadowbroker appears to be highly competent at its trade. All secrets that are bought and sold never allow one customer of the broker to gain a significant advantage, forcing the customers to continue trading information to avoid becoming disadvantaged, allowing the broker to remain in business. So is it like one dude? Oh, and apparently there's specific instances of the Shadowbroker in Foundation 1, Foundation 11. Intriguing. Specifically Mass Effect Redemption, Mass Effect 2, and Mass Effect Homeworlds, and Mass Effect 3. Oh, and Mass Effect Andromeda. Ooh. This is the first time hearing of a Shadowbroker. If the Shadowbroker tastes good, I imagine that's probably where I imagine the rest of the cocktail book is probably pretty good as well. I'm also curious of who made the Mass Effect cocktail book, because if somebody like Victoria Rosenthal, they do a lot of video game stuff as well. Mass Effect cocktails. Official cocktail book of Mass Effect is made by, or is written by, Cassandra Reader. Okay. The geeky chef. Jim Festante and Cassandra Reader. Okay, Cassandra Reader also makes the Geeky Bartender series of books, and I think just actually came out with another one too. So, Adam, thank you for sharing this with me. I enjoy coffee. I enjoy fruity things too. That coffee liqueur of mine, I am very, very low on now, but hey, that's what I have them for. Cool. All right. Let's bring it back to the game. Another fancy cocktail. I would say, out of all the cocktails that I've had this evening, this is probably my favorite. That first Golden Derby, not really my style. Actually, you know what? No, it wasn't even my style. It was my style, but it was just not good tasting. Not good tasting, dude. I didn't like it. However, though, I will say the Dark in Infinity, yeah, that also really wasn't that bad. Of all the drinks that I've had this evening, this is the best one I've had. Glad you like it. Thank you, Adam. I appreciate you for sharing it with me. And even more so, I appreciate you for sharing with me that apparently Mass Effect has a cocktail book, and evidently, they got some pretty good stuff in there, including this. As a fellow video game-inspired cocktail mixologist, I'm super curious of how, let's say, how a video game cocktail, a cocktail inspired by some aspect of a video game, like, pulls from the inspiration of its source material. Like, one of the things that I've been struggling with articulating over the last, like, couple of years or so is how I define a cocktail inspired by a video game that meets, like, my personal standards. And I would say that I've pretty much come up with a very easy way to articulate it, and it's that any drink that I label as something coming out of the bar with an X is a cocktail that not only is a balanced drink, but also a faithful drink to the original source material. Oh, dude, Clementine, get him, bro. Dude, get him. Just knock him out of the way, dude. Wow, absolutely incredible. Dude doesn't even have any legs either. But like a lot of recipes that I see online for drinks inspired by games appear to seem to like almost take from only one aspect of a game or one aspect of a character. Like if a character is green, sometimes the inspired drink is literally just, it's green. The drink is green and includes Midori. Midori is a green liqueur, right? If a drink is blue, inspired by a blue character, it's just got blue curacao in it, right? Jordan, like, have you heard of the book Cocktails and Consoles? I have. I actually have the book. And Elias Eels and I are mutuals on social media, so we both follow each other's content. If you have Cocktails and Consoles, Jordan, and you're a fan of more inspired drinks content from Elias. He's actually got a YouTube channel as well, and he does drinks inspired by book series, one of which my brother actually suggested to me a while back called Psalm of the, I think, Wild Grown? Psalm of the Wild, something like that. I can't remember what it is off the top of my head, but it was a mocktail that he did for that one. And I went back and I looked at it again, and I was like, I hadn't been meaning to try it, because I think it's a riff on a non-alcoholic riff on a bramble, which is usually mushed up blackberries. Jordan being like, I love that book. It's a good book. It's a good book. And Elias is really cool. I would think. I haven't actually met Elias before, but one of these days I hope to be able to do so. Oh my gosh, that was the ending. All right. That's a death for us. So even still, even when Clementine is really booking it, Clementine's still not fast enough for the race. Wow. All right, let's play to Clementine's strengths. Evidently, one of these, specifically the, I don't remember which one it is, the Topaz? The Topaz! The Topaz you were doing pretty well in. Now, according to what I just read, evidently Onyx and Diamond are more luck-based, so I don't really plan on doing that. It just doesn't seem like it's up my alley. Let's see how Clementine does with Topaz. Jordan saying, do you mean Breath of the Wild? No, I'm thinking of a small book. It's called Psalm for the Wild Built. I think it was Wild Built in particular. Psalm, like P-S-A-L-M. It's a very, very small, I think like micro novel. Novella is probably the right word for it. It's just about, I think it's about a robot or something like that. Like a human and a robot or something. I've never actually read it before. But I remember going way back into Elias's YouTube channel and found a recipe for a mocktail inspired by it. And a couple other things as well. Like essentially what Elias's YouTube channel does is he'll read a book and he'll do a drink inspired by it. Could be cocktail, could be a mocktail. That's cool stuff. And I get the impression that his love for books wound up giving him the inspiration to write cocktails and consoles, which is pretty good. Jordan like, oh, like the monk and the robot. I think so. I think so. These guys are really fast. These guys are all really fast. And apparently Clementine needs to be faster. Yeah, we'll duck out of this one. We'll save Clementine. Let me see if there are any other jewel races that might be a little bit easier. Evidently, like, Clementine just needs more speed. I just tried Garnet. I don't think I did Peridot. Let's try Peridot. Yeah, but I never actually read the book. It was Psalm for the Wild Built was something that I think my younger brother, or maybe it was my younger brother's girlfriend, suggested that I read, because at the time, I was reading through the cyberpunk books by William Gibson. I read through, what was it, Neuromancer and Mona Lisa Overdrive, and never quite got through, I think it was Count Zero was the name of the last one, or I might be getting some things mixed up. But I got through the first two, and then I just never wound up reading the second one. I'm just not very one for reading, all things considered. Oh, buddy. Man. Dude, 2 in a row? 2 in a row, dude? I want to believe, Clementine. I want to believe. You've got this pompadour, you've got the flame on your head. You look epic, dude. I believe that you can do this. Or at least make it past 8th place. Yeah, kind of like that. Dude, this is just a running race. He's getting slaughtered. He's getting slaughtered. Oh, this is so sad. Oh, Clementine. I thought we were doing so well in our trading. Wow. Jordan saying that No Coincidence is a crazy ride. What book? Is that a book? Is that a cyberpunky book? Because I haven't heard of it before. And if it is cyberpunky, I want to know. I just ate up all cyberpunk related things at that particular period of my life. Like I said, like I wound up specifically building my own PC that would later become my streaming PC, mostly because my laptop couldn't handle playing Cyberpunk 2077, so I built my new computer specifically to be able to play Cyberpunk 2077, and I was able to do so, but I really didn't play it for that long. And around that period of time, I was like, I want to read all of the Cyberpunk books, and then I just never did. Never did. We're gonna have Clementine try to fight against the animals, who appear to be much, much, much larger. Jordan confirming that No Coincidence is a Cyberpunk book. Dude. I have a list specifically for book recommendations, and I'm gonna put that on there. Book recommendations? Book recs? Book recs. I thought I had a thing for book recommendations. Oh, I gotta swine into my other account. Book recommendations. Books I've read. Books to look for. Yeah, and that one was A Psalm for the Wild Built by Becky Chambers. No Coincidence. Cyberpunky. I'm writing that one down. Yo, Pro Wolf, welcome in, dude. Completely forgot it was Monday. Stopping in to say hi before I pass out. Oh, dude, by all means, thanks for popping in. Cole being like, this is so sad with the current state of the races. I'm not telling Alexa to play Despacito. Instead, I will just try to see whether or not Clementine can make good on these animals who are moving. Why are they moving so fast, dude? Oh my gosh, dude. Jordan saying the philosophy of how the world is perceived can be reflected a ton in daily life. Is that what No Coincidence is about? I like that. That's a nice philosophical thing. I see Chandler popping in chat being like, what's your favorite feature of the game? My favorite? Of this game? If I were younger, when I was younger, it'd be the Chao Garden. Nowadays, I just really love the platforming. I love the platforming. You know what? You know what? My favorite feature of the game? It's the music, dude. It's the music. The music from this game in particular, like, sticks in my head nostalgically. And has been for the last, like, 20-something years of my life. I stand by that. It's the music. That's my answer. What about you, Chandler? I'll throw the same question back in your direction. I assume that you're familiar with the game. In any case. I feel yawn for a second there. Oh, we got an ad break. Meaning, we'll just, you know what? We're just gonna stand here staring at the... animals. That's what we'll do. Nah, just kidding. We'll go back to the bar. We'll go back to the bar for a little bit. We'll hang around here for a hot second while our ads are running on Twitch. Chandler saying that your favorite part of the game are specifically the graphics. What part of the graphics? I was just, or I wasn't just doing this, but a while back, I was doing some reading into why graphics were different when you played on old consoles on CRT televisions versus the way that they are right now. If you think about it, CRT televisions, cathode ray tube televisions, had a certain implicit fuzziness that they would add to every single pixel. So sometimes very low res graphics looked really good because the screen itself blurred things in a way that made it look more detailed. And like sprite art now doesn't look the same way that it did because we're just working with different technology, you know? Channel was like, I love the graphics, really into the old graphics. Dude, like, that's the thing about some of these games, too. Like, I'm playing on Steam right now, so all the graphics have been up-rendered, specifically for the hardware that I'm working on. But there is something so indicative, so quintessential about the experience of retro gaming, specifically as it pertains to the graphics that you were seeing on hardware that was present at that particular time. I think it's so cool, dude. It's so cool. Welcome back, Michael. What'd you miss? I have a cocktail now from Adam the Ginge over on Twitch. It was inspired by Mass Effect, apparently, from the Mass Effect cocktail book, which I just learned about. Ozzy being like, finally got me a Domino's stuffed crust, half jalapeno. I got 50% off on it through app. Thanks for influencing your dinner choice. Oh, that was when we were talking about pizza way earlier, like hours ago. I still want pizza. And now, Ozzy, you're making me really, really, really want stuffed crust pizza. So thanks for sending it back in my direction. Jordan being like, my nostalgic game music is Undertale in particular. Dude, there are some games that I played on this channel specifically because I love the music so much, and I played Undertale again after playing it when I was younger, specifically because of the music. I still spoil the music for myself now, Actually, if I wasn't obvious about it already, as soon as the music for Deltarune chapters 3 and 4 dropped, I binged the entire album because I freaking love listening to music. It helps me focus. It helps me get inspiration for some of the cocktails that I present here on the show. And in particular, it makes me want to play the game, dude. Oh, man. Jordan, like, I just made double stuffed meat lovers. Oh, you just made double meat lovers pizza. Double stuffed meat lovers pizza. Are we all eating pizza out there? Chandler, you got any pizza? Like some pizza. Yo, welcome back from the ads, Twitch. Twitch, do you have any pizza? Because Oziel's got pizza. Jordan's got pizza. For all intents and purposes, I'm just gonna believe in my head that Chandler's got pizza and he's willing to share it with the rest of us. But I don't know. Don't let me take your pizza away from you, Chandler. That is not the vibe. Instead, I'll sip on my cocktail in peace. Cole had calzones. Close enough. But was it double stuffed? Was it double stuffed? All right, let's try. Challenge races were no good. Let's try the hero race, I guess. See where we get with that. Chandler saying, like, in regards to the retro gamer aesthetic, is that it's like a different atmosphere in old games. They seem to have more life than games now. Now, I would think part of the impression that we get looking back on games that we played in our childhood when we were younger is that the child brain works differently than the adult brain. Like, when I played all these retro games, I was a child at the time, and I didn't even realize that, like, I had self-agency, man. So things felt so much more engaging and so much more lifelike and so much more, like, enticing because my imagination was just getting started. But, you know, something, growing older. Oh, you got this. Cole says, go Gort. This is Clementine. This is Clementine. This is not Gort, Cole. Let me correct that. It was a Meat Lover's Supreme Calzone. I think that counts. Jordan being like, Megalovania will always burn into my brain. Dude, I feel that. Michael being like, music's I've been listening to help me move forward. Dude, music is incredibly motivating for me, dude. I was saying how, like, my weekend wasn't necessarily the best despite the fact that it was Father's Day, but the music that I listened to completely got me out of my funk, dude. It was really nice. And it was specifically, it was Sonic music, actually. You've got me thinking, Jordan, can I play Megalovania on a slide whistle? I don't remember when I got this slide whistle. I don't remember whether it was during the Undertale stream. I think I bought the slide whistle after the fact. Anyways, I'm not gonna torture anybody more with that. Hit it, Jordan! Oh my gosh, dude. Chandler being like, I like how this game has that old Mario feel to it. Only played this game once, really been wanting to play it. Dude, well, if you're trying to look for a place to play this, Chandler, Steam has it. I'm playing it on Steam right now. In addition, although I don't canonically endorse pirating video games via emulation, you can also emulate it, and that's what I did when I played Zelda, so it's possible. It's going to be possible. Official, like, come on, baby Clem, you got it. No, Clem is just killing it, dude. But remember, this is, for the dark races, there are 4 of them, and this is only number 2. Clem just didn't get past us the first time, I think, because they were a little bit too slow the last time. They're killing it this time. I think that there is a certain speed that Clementine needs that they haven't amassed yet, because they have been falling short on every single race because of how not fast they are. Just gotta keep on going. Just gotta keep on going. It's midnight now. I think we just gotta keep on grinding, dude. I see Michael out there being like, right after you were listening to, right after your breakups, you listen to emotional music. I'm sorry, but it keeps coming and going, bro. Dude, it happens. This is life. This is life. I would say, in my sympathies to the direction of the folks who are out there in the dating world right now, like, I have been in a relationship with the same person for 11 years now. I completely lack the perspective of what it's like to be out there in the dating world with hookup after breakup, breakup after hookup, constantly that cycle over and over again. That's tough, dude. Like, there's nothing easy about opening your heart out to somebody and then realizing that it wasn't the right decision. And that is an incredibly human thing to go through, and it sucks. But so for some reason, there is something about what you gain from a relationship that seems to bring us back to it every single time. A lot of people still yearn for like that emotional, deep, sometimes physical connection. Wild. Cheers to that, dude. Man. I see Jordan out there saying that on Pop's Day that you and your father shared a Weller 12. Oh, 12-year, dude? That sounds tasty. I haven't had a chance to have even any of the Wellers in my life so far. Renzo saying, I think my voice fixed itself. I'm cleaning it and I'm singing it, and my voice had an almost painful crack and dropped an octave, and now singing is like permanently baritone, and your throat doesn't feel sore. Dude, when I have throat troubles, sometimes I sing it out and it winds up helping. Like no crud there. I agree with that. I see it. Never mind. Popping back in a chat. Hey there, everyone. What's been going on, Cam? Whoa, Clem looks dead. Yeah, I took Clem's beanie off. Look at what Clem has been growing. Clem's got 3 different horns on the back of their heads. They've got a little unicorn pompadour. This was new to me too, dude. I am a very, very proud father right now. Although they've been kind of slacking on their races, but we're getting better. Bring on the death troops, dude. Chandler being like, I really love your vision on these old games. Wish that old games like this would be popular again. Dude, all it takes is for somebody to go back and breathe new life into this just so that the trends can wind up kicking back up again. Now, the reason why I'm playing this game, Chandler, is because I'm working on some cocktail recipes, some drinks inspired by Sonic the Hedgehog, and I thought the best way for me to get into the mindset of the characters from the game is to play my favorite game of all time, and that is this game. And specifically to get all the emblems in it. There are 150 emblems that you have to get in order to get 100% completion, and I never had a chance to do it. And so almost like many, many years later, I decided I'm gonna do it. And it's taking a while, but it's my show, and I can do whatever I want to. And I bring you along for the ride, so thanks for joining. Michael being like, cheers to that. I thought I was going to eat with my dad on Father's Day, but he's been busy. Yeah. Lucky for me, my father was very, very not busy. And oddly enough, my father-in-law doesn't live anywhere near us anymore. And he decided to come up and do some cleaning, and I was able to spend some time with him as well. I was able to split time between both the in-law dad and my dad. That was pretty cool. Official, like, why are the other Chaos dead? I don't think they're dead. They're just wearing the skulls of the fallen. Gabby Gray, welcome back, dude. How's it going? A bit late here? Oh, there's no such thing as late around here. So long as I have a drink in front of me, you are either early or on time. All right. Get him on, dude. Get him on. Are you faster? Are you faster, Clementine? No, you're not fast enough. You are not fast enough. I gotta give you the boost. I gotta give you the boost. You are better at climbing, right? Are you better at climbing? You look like you're faster at climbing. Yeah, no, not super good here, Clementine. But you did your best, and that's all I could possibly ask you for. Oh my god, they got right in front of you! I can't believe it. Wow. Jordan, like, great way to bond with others is the drink. Dude, share a drink with somebody. Buy a drink for somebody. They might not want to talk to you, but if you buy a drink for them, that at least kind of lubricates the social pathway, so to speak. If they want it. And if they don't force it on anybody. Michael Prophet out there saying that you got music from movies and video games inside your brain right now, especially music from Sonic the Hedgehog. Dude, same. I have been, let's see, what have I been... So recently I've been rocking out to Undertale and Deltarune music because Deltarune came out and I've been obsessed with it. But the music that I've been blasting in the car has been music from this game, Sonic Adventure 2 Battle, and also music from Sonic Frontiers as well. In particular, I had a really low moment the other day, chat. It was like 12 o'clock a.m., not during one of the streams, and I just blasted Undefeatable from Sonic Frontiers, Break Through It All from Sonic Frontiers, and, oh, what was the other one? Oh, what is the other one? Oh my gosh. It's not breakthrough at all. It's not undefeatable. Oh, and I'm here. That's the one. That's the other flagship song from the game. I'm here. Da 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 da. So good, dude. All right, Clementine is slow. We're gonna try him in the dark race and see where we get with that. And it's likely that we're probably gonna need to get some more speed in him. There we go. Battle of the Angels. Go for it. Chandler saying, honestly, if I was to make an old-style game, you would be perfect to place the statistics in the games. I really like you, dude. Oh, thanks, Chandler. I appreciate it. Are you a video game developer by chance? Like, are you working on building a game? I am all about, as best as I possibly can, trying to support the small creators around here. Besides, if you think about it, the beautiful masterpiece that, like, Undertale and Deltarune is basically spearheaded by one guy. Stardew Valley, spearheaded by one guy. Indie games are a thing, dude. And they can be wonderful, and sometimes they can be a little bit less wonderful. But, you know, at the very least, you poured your heart and soul into it. So, if that goes to anybody out there, if anybody out there has a game that they are working on, I'm not much of a beta tester. I'll try to play, like, a pre-release version of your game or anything like that. I would love, as a video game-themed mixologist, I would love to make a drink, alcoholic and otherwise, for your game. I'll do it for free, dude. I don't need, if you are a struggling video game developer, please don't pay me to do commissions. But if you are somebody with money and you want a whole drink series for your Mass Effect wedding, you can pay me. This is my full-time job now. I quit my job, like, about a month ago, so. Jordan out there being like, met my girlfriend in a bar, got maced, she ended up buying me a drink and a date. There we go. Sometimes it's that simple. Cole saying I'm gonna hop off for the night. Enjoy your stream, Cam, and have a great night. Back at you. Right back at you, Gort boy. Can I call you Gort boy? Nah, I like Cole better. Best of luck on your push on affiliate there, Cole. I'm in your corner, and the rest of this community is all in your corner for that, my guy. You got this. Chandler saying, no, not a video game developer, but I really want to get into development in games. Dude, best place to start? Free code camp. Just start coding. It's easy, you know? Jordan saying, wait, you quit your job? Yeah, I did. I did it. It's much more complicated than I want to do this full time. I had been working at this company for about 4 years now, and I've got my reasons for why I quit. I'm not going to really go into the details about it because it's still a fresh wound. It's not a bad thing, though. I basically had this instance where I was basically fighting to stay employed, and I was really, really downtrodden with the work that I was doing. So I decided that I'm going to do this for a while. I put some money aside to make sure that I was able to still maintain income for the family. It's just some creative budgeting stuff, and I'm doing this full-time now. Granted, it may not seem full-time work because I'm only streaming 1 day this week, but there's a lot that happens behind the scenes, yo. And what I want to be able to do is to bring more of that to the forefront. All of the cocktail workshopping that I work on, all of the blogging and stuff that I do to try to make sure that all of the drinks are the best that they could possibly be. And also just to respond a little bit better to, like, all the suggestions that people have made about games that they want to see me play. Or rather, games that they want to see me drink. I say, it was when it was a few years ago that I thought, could I do this full time? And I was like, yeah, I think I could. I have a lot of fun with this, y'all. I do this because I like to. Not just because it brings in some cash. The bar with an X is self-sufficient right now, y'all. We make enough from TikTok money now to be able to buy some new bottles. That bottle of Gunpowder Irish Gin? Thank you, TikTok. Appreciate that. Michael out there saying, I'm trying to work on a documentary about video games plus Disney years in the making while you're live streaming. Dude, if there is anything that I will say that I look back on over the last almost 5 years of what I've been doing, my entire mixological career has been documented by me live streaming throughout the entire process. Like, Michael, if you're trying to do like a documentary on what you're doing and you stream the whole process, that is a documentary type thing all in and of itself, and I totally respect that, dude. Put a camera in front of you. It helps you get more comfortable in front of crowds. It helps you with your public speaking skills and stuff. If you're an improv guy like I am, it helps with that too. And if you're a cocktail mixologist, there are people out there who will give you feedback on the drinks that you make and the things that you say and the things that you might say wrong that I would never have gotten if I didn't have a camera in front of me. Yo, Dominic, welcome in. How's it going tonight? We're just watching the Chao's race. We're doing pretty good, though, all things considered. Renzo saying Cam original for one of my games. That's tempting. Yeah, dude. I know you're working on games out there, Renzo. You've got my number. Also, I don't know if I want a blind Russian or Planter's Punch. Do you mean a white Russian? Unless a blind Russian is its own drink, in which case I've never had a blind Russian before. I would think a blind Russian is a white Russian, but with Everclear. not to be not so kind. A blind Russian is a white Russian with Irish cream instead of coffee liqueur. Oh, interesting. Blind Irish cream, Godiva white chocolate? They don't sell that anymore. Oh, really? Vodka, coffee liqueur of your choice, heavy cream. Wait. Oh, if you swap out the heavy cream with Irish cream. Oh. I've never had a blind Russian before. Interesting. I'm gonna add that recipe to my recipe keeper, because I'd never heard of that before. Why do no websites that serve a blind Russian tell me what the recipe... Food.com, blind Russian. Godiva white chocolate liquor. No! Oh my gosh. Anyways. Jordan out there saying, I'm making it at a biotech company by day, bartending for fun on the side with your friends. Oh, dude, that is excellent. If you managed to find a balance there, more power to you. That's great. I had been working my engineering job in the daytime, and then I was doing this bartending stream stuff at night. And over the last, like, 5 years or so, things have been going pretty well. Sonic and Tails, welcome back. Tails saying, I have drunk all of the oil, and... say, when I heard blind Russian, I was thinking of a blind Russian from Russia. Nah, we're talking about cocktail recipes. Blind Russian, apparently. White Russian, black Russian. We're talking about cocktail recipes here, y'all. If you ever hear me say, I like drinking Negronis, it is in reference to a cocktail. Don't get any weird ideas. Wait, you were saying engine oil, right? Oil? Were you sipping on some of this? Some of engine oil? Oh, these guys right here? For the Infinity Bottle segment, I had to pull out every single one of my gins, and I've got this can of Engine Gin that I am specifically trying to workshop into... My idea is a Moscow Mule riff using Engine Gin, Sonic G Fuel for a Metal Sonic cocktail. So I've got your number, Metal Sonic. Michael out there being like, I want to be on TV or streaming services like all the people from YouTube were when I watched the documentary about the Goofy movie. Dude, the best place to start is right where you are, and the best time to start is right now. At least that's what I would say. Jordan being like, a Red Russian? Is it a cocktail? Because if it's a cocktail, I want to know about it. I feel like Clementine is going to hit really, really well during the swimming section, but I don't know for sure. Clementine's pretty good at flying. Oh, that was good. Oh, that was good. Oh, yes, dude. Yes. Yes. Oh, you are at... Yes, the swimming section is where you come ahead, dude. Yes. Drew Ender, welcome back. Renzo saying, blind Russian, 2 ounces of vodka, 2/3 of an ounce of coffee liqueur, and 1/2 ounce of milk wine? What the heck is milk wine? I suppose it's wine made from milk. Like, that much is already evident, but... Oh, you've got this, Clementine. You have got this. Yes, dude. There we go. That was easy. Jordan being like, I've heard of a Red Russian, but I've never tried it. Okay, well, what does the internet tell me a Red Russian is? Red Russian cocktail. Red Russian cocktail. Red Russian looks like it's... Oh, it's vodka and cherry liqueur. Oh, okay. It's usually made of equal parts vodka and cherry liqueur or strawberry schnapps and served with ice. So, like, it would be like half vodka, half cherry herring. That's not so bad. So what I'll typically do, chat, is I will actually let me just show you what I mean right now. I want to make sure that I catalog these recipes, because anytime that somebody suggests a recipe in our Discord server, or I get notified about a recipe that I'm not already familiar with, I will just add it to my recipe keeper, which is currently over on my other screen. Let me bring that over. I am in no means sponsored by this app. I just really, 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 really like it. So chat says a Red Russian cocktail. I've never heard of a Red Russian cocktail before. Does my recipe keeper have anything for a Red Russian? It does not. It does not. So I'm gonna look up a Red Russian cocktail from here, and there, and there. Red Russian cocktail, let's add this to my recipe repertoire. Darkfire Kitty, welcome back, dude. Welcome back. Renzo saying my shaker set came with a pamphlet of 22 classic cocktail recipes, and apparently one of them was a Red Russian, was it? Let's see, we'll do that one. Apparently Diageo has its own published recipe of the Red Russian, which is pretty cool. I just saved that. I add another. I go back here. I do it again. This one looks like it's coming from... this one looks like it's generated by AI. That's generated by AI. And Renzo being like, add a blind Russian too? You bet I will. You bet I will. Blind Russian cocktail. There's one from food.com. It looks like my computer is lagging. Is my computer lagging? Is anybody experiencing lag? No, just my computer. Oh, I know. It's my mouse. My mouse is being weird. Blind Russian. I got 2 main recipes that it looks like I can pull from. One is this one. Blind Russian. It says Godiva white chocolate, apparently, and coffee liqueur. And then we've got the Blind Russian here. And then, what was it? Renzo gave me a recipe for a Blind Russian? Let me just take a picture of that right now. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Blind Russian. There we go. We'll just add that in there, too. We'll just add that in there, too. We'll add from a photo. Choose a photo. Specifically, my screenshots. There we go. No directions found. Blind Russian. There we go. And this one comes from Renzo. You're a part of our Discord community. Renzo Foxwork Studio. There we go. Recipes cataloged. Let's get back to the video game, shall we? Darkfire saying I forgot to try that cranberry Tito mix. Ah, that's okay. You got the rest of your life, Darkfire. You were okay. You were okay. I imagine you've got your hands on the ingredients and stuff like that, right? So you have the time. If you've got the ingredients, it's just a matter of time. All right, let's do another one of these dark races. There's only one more dark race left. One more. Angel versus Devil. Oh, that's one of the Chaos Chows, dude. Can Clementine do it? I got high hopes, actually. I've got... Oh, it's a one-on-one. I got high hopes. Oddly enough, Renzo, I'm curious of what 22 classic cocktails that particular cocktail recipe book of yours has. A while back, when I ordered the Swedish Punch for the Bar with an X, I got a free copy of this book that had a bunch of different iterations on the Negroni in it. I'm going to grab it right now. It's been sitting on my desk and I haven't done anything with it. I haven't done anything with it. Oh, you are off to the races, aren't you? Well, I get this book called Negroni, and it came for free with my order. And it's just got a bunch of different Negronis in it. They got a green one in here, the Negroni Verdant, Negroni Dry Umami, which is a more savory type Negroni. It's got Tuscan Dry Gin, Saline Solution, and specifically Baldoria Vermouth Dry Umami. Very specific ingredients. Oh, wow, you just killed it there, dude. Wow, that was wild. Wow. Jordan's saying, oh, I almost forgot. The splash of love for the Cyberpunk drink was actually grenadine syrup. That was my friend's version of love. Oh, I dig it, dude. I think I'm still... Admittedly, Jordan, you were, I think, one of the first people to specifically try the request system that I built out. I think that was when the request system happened. Yeah, it was. So I'm still figuring out the best way to interpret people's drinks recipes and whatnot, and I think you were one of my first victims. It wound up working out great. It still tasted really, really great, too. And it made for a pretty funny bit, too, so... I understand it wasn't exactly what you had in mind, but it made for a pretty damn good drink, too. And honestly, I didn't taste the Chinar at all. And if I didn't taste the Chinar, I probably wasn't going to taste much of the grenadine either. But actually, was there grenadine in that one? I can't remember off the top of my head. Huh. Red's saying there's one called a Brave Bull, and it's just 2 ounces of tequila and 2/3 of an ounce of coffee liqueur. Oh my gosh. Coffee and tequila? Sign me up. Yeah, that dude is way ahead. I'm ducking out now. I am ducking out now. All right, let's get out of here. Clementine's not up for this yet. Not yet. Not yet. The challenge. So Clementine wasn't able to match up to the challenge, to the challenge race. And not much for the jewel races. The jewel races, you need more speed. Only thing we haven't tried yet is we're going to send Clementine back through the fights just to see how much power, to see how Clementine will do in a fight. We haven't done one of those in a while. Pretty sure that we did the, I am relatively certain that we completed the standard already. So we got to try expert and see where it goes. Jordan like, nah, it worked. Yeah, it totally did, dude. Like I said, dude, there was a ton of people on TikTok who came out of the woodwork being like, cyberpunk this and cyberpunk that. Actually, the guy who sent me this cutting board that's got my logo engraved on it and also his logo engraved on it too, he's a big cyberpunk guy. And I'm pretty damn sure that he popped on shortly thereafter that particular stream and was like, dude, if you do cyberpunk-inspired cocktails, I want to be a part of it. So, actually, Jordan, your cocktail brought people that I was already familiar with back around to be able to inspire potential cyberpunk drinks in the future. So I am super thankful for it, dude. I love these requests. I love these requests. And I know you said you had a Hollow Knight cocktail too that I gotta try at some point, man. I gotta try it. I'm playing around with the idea that I want to do, in particular, an entire stream where it is all just cocktail requests, but I haven't quite figured out a means to wrap my head around how exactly I want to do that yet. Because for the normal show, I'll give chat requests priority to anybody who's in the chat who's new. But if we did a whole stream about it, then there's gonna be repeats, right? And how do we do it, right? Do we just give priority to the people who make a request first? I don't know. I don't know. I'm thinking that we do a point system type thing, but I just don't know how to implement it yet. Jordan being like, if you want to hit another niche, One Piece fans. One Piece fans. Oh, the One Piece fans have so much right now, man. One Piece is like, aren't they also doing a remake of the series? Jordan like, cocktail taste, do it with a buddy. First come, first serve. That's fair, that's fair. First come, first serve definitely does want to prioritizing people who pop into the stream first, but then like if we're going for like 3 or 4 hours at a time, I feel so bad if somebody who's never had a chance to make a cocktail request before comes in 2 or 3 hours after the fact and is just like, can I put my vote in? So I'm thinking what winds up happening is there's gonna be maybe some sort of voting system. Maybe, because we had our first instance last stream, I think it was last stream or the stream before, of chat specifically voting on somebody else's recipe to debut, and that was with the Gort, which was probably one of my favorite cocktail requests of recent. Yeah. Jordan Lee saying too that your profile picture is One Piece. Is it real? I can't see from here. Your profile picture is so small, it kind of looks like a stream with black rocks inside of it. Turn like vote, 'tis a democracy. My streams are not a democracy. It is a hierarchy. It is royal. I make the final call. But I see that there. I see that. Nomad Prince, welcome to the live stream, dude. Good to have you on here. I was literally just talking with Jordan about folks who came out of the woodwork for cyberpunk-inspired drinks. And Nomad, you literally just popped in our community the other day. It was just like, Cyberpunk Red? Dude, what a perfect time to pop in. Welcome in, Nomad. Good to have you. Renzo out there saying that the 22 recipes are Salty Dog. In this book that you got with the cocktail set was Salty Dog, Tom Collins, Martini, Gin Fizz, Cuba Libre, Icebreaker, Margarita, Old Fashioned, Godfather, Manhattan Vio Carré, Clementine Lost, It's Okay. What are the recipes that I don't know off the top of my head? I'm familiar with the Salty Dog, the Tom Collins, the Martini, the Gin Fizz, Cuba Libre. Icebreaker I don't know of. Margarita I know, Old Fashioned I know, Godfather I know, Manhattan I know, Vucare I know, Long Island I know, Sunrise I know, Planter's Punch I know, Planter's Comma Punch? Brave Bull, never heard of. Singapore Sling I've never had. Smecks on the Beach, I know about that one. Blind Russian and a Gin Tonic. So there are a couple of things that, hey, even I can learn, you know? Nomad being like, hey, if you build the nerd space, they will come. That they do. That they do here. Man. Jordan saying, unless you get vetoed by chat, same here, Fox. Leave One Piece to me. I've got that down pat. I've caught up to One Piece since you were 7. Really? The both of you? That's impressive. That is impressive. Alrighty then. I'm getting pretty deep into this drink that I have here by Adam. that was sourced from the Mass Effect cocktail book. So I'm inclined to start putting requests out there for another cocktail request if anybody's got any on them. I think, let's see. The requests that I've got so far are from Tiovo left a little while ago. I don't think Tiovo's been back. Tiovo, if you came back to the stream at all, I have a cocktail request from you involving Shanky's Whip. Ryan had a request. Cow King says to try Snoop Dogg, but it's not really a cocktail request. I do have the Snoop Dogg Indigo Gin, though. Jordan had a request for, technically there's 2 recipes in here. One's inspired by Hollow Knight, and one is a Johnny Silverhand. If anybody's interested in throwing a cocktail request in my direction, use !order, and it'll, basically, you can use the command multiple times to build on the recipe if you include the name, the ingredients, the ratios, and wherever you got it from. I'd be happy to give it a try. Anyways. Renzo, I just saw you put in a request for Everclear and Pickle Juice. Why? Why would you do this? Jordan saying Johnny Silverhead is incomplete, by the way. Gotcha. Ack. Acknowledged. Gloria saying even a fishbowl? What do you mean, even a fishbowl? What do you mean by that? Oh, wait, actually, we've talked about a fishbowl before. We've talked about a fishbowl. If you have ingredients... That's technically all I have. If you have a name and ingredients, that's technically all I need to work with. Bonus points if you have ratios, as in, like, how much of each particular one. Gloria's like, remember you checked. They're sweet. Yes, the fishbowl drinks that they serve at, like, what was it, Applebee's or Red Robin or something? Oh, man. We're going back to Pumpkin Hill. You ready, Pumpkin Hill? You know we the Fighting Freak Knuckles, and we're at Pumpkin Hill. You ready? I ain't gonna let it get to me. I'm just gonna creep. Down at Pumpkin Hill, I've got to find my lost piece. I know that it's here. I can sense it in my feet. The Great Emerald's power allows me to feel. The Great Emerald's power also allows me to sustain genuine human connection with other people. So, praise be to the Emerald. Oh, man. Speaking of the Emerald, I think Lycos and I are probably going to do a Lorax episode on the Master Emerald sometime really, really soon. That's my podcast with my bro, by the way. Where the heck is this chat? Where is the box? Where is the box? I'm on the big mountain. Where the box at? Boxy bro, where you at? Jordan saying Everclear, pickle juice, and tonic goes hard. Real, Jordan, are you vouching for Renzo? Because, like, I've never tried it before. I'm down to try anything at least once. At least once. Oh, there you are. Right here? Yeah, right here. There's the key. And then I go up here. Where is it? Where the heck is it? Oh, there you are. You're over here, right? Yeah, there you are. Never mind being like, speaking of Snoop Dogg, what's your take on celebrity liquors? Some of them are good, some of them are not. I actually picked up a bottle of, oh my gosh. It is called DeLola Spritz because it is the brand of pre-made cocktails that J-Lo, Jennifer Lopez, is either spearheading or supporting, but because Rouge the Bat, the character for Sonic the Hedgehog, is at least mildly inspired by the, and I quote, sexiness of Latin women around the time of Sonic Adventure 2's development, including Jennifer Lopez. I wanted to take from one of her drink inspirations for Rouge. So Rouge's drink is probably going to be a spritz of some sort. Exactly what kind of spritz? I don't know yet. Anyways. What's my take overall? I think it depends. I haven't tried all the separate celebrity liqueurs, but at least from what I've seen from most of the stuff that exists out there, like, was it Terramana Tequila, or the Snoop Dogg wine, or what other ones are out there? Those are the two that I can think of off the top of my head. They're mid. They're okay. They're okay. I haven't tried most of them, though. Let's see. I see Renzo out there saying, I know I won't get it, and it made you... Oh, I suggested Everclear and pickle juice because I know that I won't get it, but it made you laugh, so my daily goal to make someone laugh has been fulfilled. Renzo, that's precious. I'm happy that I can contribute to the daily goal. You just like if your goal is to specifically make people smile, was it what makes people smile or was it make people laugh? Make somebody laugh. Make somebody laugh. It is very easy to get me to laugh. I would say, in my humble opinion, I am very easily amused. I was gonna say if your goal is to make people smile, the fact that I have some of the regulars in here in general makes me smile on the daily. So thank you all for that. Gloria's asking me if I know Doe. I am familiar with Doe, and I have done research on specifically the national spirit of Uganda for a Ugandan knuckles cocktail. It's called, I think, Waragi, and I can't get it. Or at least I haven't been able to find it. Oh, where is this last box, dude? Oh, where is this last box? It's okay. It's got the sea otter in it. It's got the, what was it? It's got the, oh, I already have one of them. Yeah, I'm out of here. Give me the death. Let's go on. Let's see. I'm seeing Nomad out there saying, in Cyberpunk Red, there's two major drinks. Smash, which is like beer laced with the worst party favors. And I have a bright yellow, and has a bright yellow foam. And the Blackbeard, which is a mixture of rum, ginger oil, and a squeeze of lime on the rocks. Have I ever tried Ernest Hemingway's drink, Death in the Afternoon? It's a mix of absinthe and champagne. I have actually, Nomad. I know of the plights of the Death in the Afternoon cocktail. It's not a very balanced drink, and Ernest Hemingway was admittedly an alcoholic, or at least a person who really, really favored his liquor. So when I tried the Death in the Afternoon, which was back during, I think, my Undertale playthrough, I tried not only a Death in the Afternoon the way that Hemingway would try it, but I also tried it rebalanced by a cocktail creator who Anders Ericsson. And I tried his version compared to the original, and I actually kind of liked it. It was pretty good. I liked both of them. I'm not that off-put by absinthe in general, but I thought that the balanced version by Anders was a lot more approachable, especially for a general palate. I think I got a short of that somewhere out there. Probably. Jordan saying, don't try Jay-Z's liquor, but go for Keanu and Ryan Reynolds. What is Keanu's liquor, Jordan? I know that Ryan Reynolds is aviation. I'm a fan of aviation gin, all things considered. I get a certain... It has been described to me from one of the Death & Co. books that aviation gin, a style of American dry gin, has some notes of cola or sarsaparilla to it. I'm gonna be honest, I don't really get those cola notes up front or those sarsaparilla notes up front, but I find that aviation is still ginny with mild flavors of juniper, but without being too citrusy, like a Plymouth would tend to be, or even super duper junipery, like a traditional London Dry would be. Other than that, it's very neutral, I would think. Actually, I have aviation right over here, and I was just doing some gin tasting, so let's try aviation over time. Cause let's see, I just recently got Drum Chambord, Irish gunpowder gin, and compared to that, I'm curious of how the aviation stands up, because I still got some of those notes on my palate. So I'm just pouring a very, very small bit of aviation gin just to see like what notes I can pick up from it. Nomad saying, there was a rumor that the bars had double their orders in Cuba when Ernest was on a bender when he would drink out of the house and at home. Dude, I love it, dude. I love it. I believe it, though. I believe it. Jordan says that Keanu's is Suntory Japanese whiskey. Wait. Suntory Japanese whiskey is Keanu's brand of whiskey? That feels a little sus. That might be like his favorite, but Keanu can refer to Keanu Liqueur? Keanu Reeves is a known fan of Suntory Japanese whiskey and has been involved in various collaborations with the brand. He has a long-standing passion for the product. Oh, okay. So he's a fan of the Suntory category of spirits, not necessarily just the Suntory Toki, but also the Yamazaki as well, which I've never had a chance to try. It looks like the main one that Keanu has appeared in advertisements for is specifically this Suntory Hibiki. Never had a chance to try the Hibiki. I actually just bought another bottle of the Centauri Toki, because the whiskey class that I teach, which I had to reschedule from last weekend to this weekend, I talk about a small history retrospective of Japanese whiskey. And, oh, was I feeding this to the wrong Chao? No, probably not. Probably not. Let's go back to Pumpkin Hill. But I picked up another bottle of Centauri Toki just because I hadn't had any Japanese whiskey here at the bar for a while. And I think the last I used my Japanese whiskey was specifically while I was workshopping, I think it was Roxas. Let me try this aviation real quick. That's a lot more neutral to me. Relative to the Drum Chambord, or the Irish Gunpowder Whiskey, sorry, the Irish Gunpowder Gin, that's a lot more neutral. It is a very clean flavor, in my opinion, if you can call it clean. And I think more so, I was saying how the Drum Chambord is a little bit more rooty in flavor. Compared to the Drum Chambord, this is a little bit more... It's almost minty in a way. I would say this is a little bit more herbaceous. But, like, instead of it being a more earthy herbaceous like the Drum Chambord is, this is a little bit more on, like, the herbaceousness that you get from, like, almost a mint, or maybe a fennel in a way. It's not fennel-y. It's not fennel-y at all, at least for me. But I get similar vibes. Similar vibes. Alright, where is my monitor? Where is my Chao? Where is my Chao box? Jordan saying, I catch minty on aviation. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. I would describe, when I say that things are minty, it is either because I actually taste mint, or the sensation that I get on my palate is like mint in that it really, really sticks around. Not always the case. Not always the case. Oh, also, I just remembered where that other Chao box is. And it is... It's on one of the, what do you call it? What do you call it? Balconies. It's on one of the balconies. But it's not over here. It's over near, I think it's one of the scary pumpkins. Oh, it's that scary. Yep, it's that scary pumpkin. There you is. Yeah, over here. There we go. And I get, what was it? A sea monster? Sea monster. Actually, one second. There's one more animal that I want to get. And that is down here. It's the boar! The boar's good. The boar is good. Oh, there we go. And we'll get out of here. I will take the death. I will take the death. I will take that. And we'll go back to the Chao Garden. All I'm doing is to try to buff up Clementine. That's all. That's the only goal here. My bulwark, my champion. Oh, that beanie is not on Oh, that beanie is not on Clementine anymore. That's not Clementine. Clementine was just flying around. That's not Clementine. Yes, that is Clementine. Oh! Oh, the flame is not on Clementine anymore. I see. Apparently you grew out of it. There you go. Oh, that skeleton dog is really good for run. Oh, that was also good for run! That one didn't matter so much for run. I think the boar is also run. Oh, dude. This is it. There we go. Anybody I missed? Did I miss anybody? Did I miss anybody? Oh, another skeleton dog. There we go. Get him, buddy. Nomad saying, I was looking up Aussie drinks made, and first result I got was goon bags? A goon bag? And a shoey. I know what a shoey is. What the heck is a goon bag? Oh my gosh. Do you have a recipe for a goon bag? That sounds wild, dude. Is it supposed to... Wait, is it supposed to be like a blowjob shot or something like that? Because, like, I'm familiar with at least those recipes. I've never heard of a goon bag before. I thought goon was like a Gen Z thing. Oh, man. Goon bags are the wine bags in the wine boxes. Oh, okay. I got you. Now I understand. Jordan, I see you out there trying to use the chat commands. Put exclamation point redeem and then the redemption. I just add that extra step there just to make sure that you know when you're spending points. Because some of those points take a while to get. I see you up there. Trying to make me work out already? Bro, it's like 1 a.m. Nah, that's what it's there for. That is what it's there for. Give me the dog. Give me the dog! Eli, like, Gen Z stole the word goon from evil villains and their head. Oh, goons! I see. Give me some water. Oh, hydrate? Yeah, don't mind if I do. Thank you, Jordan. That just reminds me to drink water. I greatly appreciate it, actually. Oh, man. I see Jocelyn popping in saying, hope the day is going awesome. You are enough. Please never listen to those back of the head thoughts of what other people say. Be proud of yourself, quirks and all. That's what makes you awesome. Dude, a big old cheers to that in your direction, Jocelyn, for popping in and spreading the positivity. If you've got naysayers in the back of your head, and I say this with a grain of facetiousness, drown them out with booze. Drown them out with a cocktail shared with friends. Let me echo this level of facetiousness that I was trying to portray with that statement. Please don't take advantage of alcohol, and don't let the alcohol take advantage of you. PSA over. But Nomad's saying, a native Australian, by the way. Goon bags are used on a rotating clothesline, and as it spins, you have to drink the cheap, warm wine from the goon. You put them on a clothesline, and then you put the bagged wine, the goon bag, on it, and as it spins, you drink the cheap wine from the goon bag. I have learned something new today, chat. Well, I think there is something to be said about, you know, alcohol, booze, bringing certain groups of people together, whether it be for the good, whether it be for the bad, or whether it be for the goon. And I have learned today, what it is like to, and please correct me if I'm saying this right, to any Australians out there, please correct me if I'm saying this incorrectly. I have learned what it means to goon from the perspective of an Australian. Nomad being like, but yeah, it's the most feral thing ever, but it's a part of our culture. Dude, ain't nothing wrong with culture. Some people need a little bit more of that, you know what I'm saying? Oh, that's where you are. You're over here. You're over here. Jordan, like, huh? Please, somebody correct me if I'm wrong. No, Jordan, you get the wrong idea. You get the wrong idea. It's when you suckle the wine hanging from plastic bags on clothing poles. But only in Australia. While I imagine you run from the kangaroos and the giant spiders. But you know, I don't know. I've never been. No, man, if I come to Australia, will you goon with me? Don't agree to that. Don't entertain that statement I just made. I don't encourage that. Don't answer that question. Wolfie, welcome back. I hope you're doing well. You've come into a very interesting conversation. Wolfie, do you know what it means to goon? From the Australian perspective?
Character select.
It's different in Australia. Diamond, welcome back. I just got back. Will you goon with me? Only in Australia. It's different in Australia, chat. Nomad was telling me. Nomad is the prince, dude. It says it in their name. It is all innocent. It is all very innocent, and it is all very kosher. I imagine. Eli likes suckling the wine straight from the cow's teats. I don't think cows produce... Wait a minute. Eli, were you here when Renzo was telling us about this blind Russian cocktail that apparently uses milk wine? You said suckling the wine straight from the cow's teat, and I just made a connection that, is it possible that milk can ferment inside of a mammal? I need a drink. That was a really weird thought. That being said, I still want to know what the heck milk wine is. I am too curious for my own good. Clementine, where are you? I'm coping right now. Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy. Wolfie, like, Cam, what did I come back to? I don't think that I could answer that question succinctly. Eli, like, I think that would just make the cow very sick. I would think so, right? Nomad saying, Shoey is just pour cheap beer into an old shoe and drink from it before it soaks through. Yeah, no, I'm familiar with Shoeys. I was in a fraternity. I feel like that's all I need to say. But there was a strange obsession with Shoeys for a while. Like, a while. Like, it was a thing. Like, it didn't seem like that attractive an idea. But the idea of doing a shoey was like a, dude, he's gonna do a shoey? Everybody gather around for the shoey. It's like, it doesn't sound good. Just drink a beer, goddammit! But hey, we don't yuck people's yums around here. And if it is somebody's culture, instead of saying, that's weird, we say, that's interesting. Eli's saying, have y'all heard of cannulated cows? You'll love cannulated cows. Alexa? Alexa? What is a cannulated cow?
A cannulated cow is a cow that has been fitted with a cannula or tube surgically. The cannula is used for various purposes, such as administering medications or pumping in food. It is a useful tool for veterinarians and farmers alike.
So is it a cow with a tube attached to it? That sounds very medical. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. Beautiful. Jordan says and confirms fermentation can occur in rare cases. Wolfie asks, Cam, have you watched the Jurassic Park series? I have not. Not yet, at least. If you had to sell me on the idea of watching Jurassic Park, Wolfie, how would you do it? I don't want to put pressure on you, but I'm curious. Nomad saying, dear God, just be happy. Bogan culture is without you North Americans. Oh, man, dude. Jordan saying it's very rare for fermentation in animals and requires very specific conditions. That's fair, dude. Dude, somebody asked me the other day, how is my infinity bottle so safe? And I'm like, it's because I keep high alcohol content. And the thought occurred to me. Like, hold on. That's the thing that got me thinking, right? So, lactofermentation happens because of lactobacillus bacteria, and evidently, oh man, Frank is getting kinky again. Again, Clementine? That's the third time that they've produced offspring. That's the third time. I'm so proud of my champion and this kinky motherfucker. Oh my God. Are you proud of yourself, Frank? Damn right you are. Oh my gosh. Wow. Jordan saying, I'm also East Asians. Nice. Eli saying, cow with a porthole into its stomach. Cannulas are usually put in cows for research purposes to study the digestive conditions of the cow, like the presence of lactobacillus bacteria. The thought occurs to me, you know? Well. I see S-List being like, join stream for cute streamer, got fermented mammal milk. Hey, dude, we talk about all things alcohol around here, and evidently, milk can ferment inside of the cow. And those are the conversations that you are privy to now. Welcome in, S-List. I would say that it is a pleasure for you to be here, and it is. But I would like to apologize for some of the more not safe for work stuff that we talk about here at the Bar with X. If I can get you a drink to make things a little bit easier for you, it could be alcoholic. It doesn't have to be. I've got you. Oh, it's green! Just like Frank is! It's green. They're green. They're green. They're beautiful. They're beautiful and they're green. Well. Wolfie's saying, I was just rewatching, but to sell, I would say it starts with, then... What you're saying, Jurassic Park starts with, and then screaming. And the series of bad choices that make the plotline move along the way. Does sex happen in Jurassic Park between humans? Because, to my knowledge, humans make those sounds. I've never heard an animal do ooh and ah. Except for... I think it was turtles, actually. Chat, at this point, I would like to remind you all that you have the opportunity to give me drink suggestions. I was not expecting to take a drink request at 1 a.m., but I kind of want to take a drink request. I would like to have another drink. I think I need this for the discussion that we're having right now. Oh my God. Jordan, like, I joined the stream specifically for the chaos like this. If it wasn't obvious too, Chet, I have been drinking. Sometimes we talk about very candid things around here at the Bar of the Next. That's what we do. Wolfie saying, not sex, but amazing gasps that are almost sexual. Oh, not, it's, ooh, ah. That is completely different. My sincerest apologies for projecting upon chat right now. I'm not saying that there's anything wrong. I'm just saying. Jordan, like, you remember the Thundershock cocktail that I sent you? Jordan, you are all over the place with these ideas, my guy. You made a cocktail request already? And then you're like, wait, here's the Johnny Silverhand. And you're like, wait a minute, the Thundershock? I love the energy, dude. I love the energy. I love the energy. Let me do a quick roll call. I'm gonna take another cocktail request, chat. So far, I have requests from Cow King, Tiovo, Adam already made a request this stream, Ryan, Jordan ×2, and Renzo. If any of you all are out there and you are serious about your request, feel free to say something. And then pop back in. Jordan, like, if you can't tell, most of my friends think that I'm on the spectrum. Dude, be on the spectrum. If your friends are like, I think you're on the spectrum, go get tested, be on the spectrum. Autism is cool. Dyslexia is cool. Spectrum folks are cool. Neurospicy is cool. Live in it. Now, if your friends are trying to insult you, I would like to say this in the best way possible. Nah, I shouldn't say get better friends. That's disrespectful. Ain't nothing wrong with being autistic. Ain't nothing wrong with being on the spectrum. Ain't nothing wrong with being any sort of spectrum thing or whatever. You're welcome here at the Bar with an X, regardless. They cool? Oh, good, good. I'm glad to hear that was mostly just in jest, though. Eli saying, I mean, if you have cream, I have one that tastes like Melona popsicle? Oh, melon popsicle. Melon popsicle. Melona popsicle. Melon popsicle. Eli, it's been a while since we had a request from you. I'll take that. I will take that. That being said, let's say Jordan has had a request already. Nomad saying I'm gonna add the Blackbeard guess. Dude, okay. A Nomad hasn't made a request yet. And so far, from what I can see, nobody else that I mentioned is currently in chat right now. Oh, we have an ad break. Cool. Admittedly, chat, I'm just gonna keep grinding while the ad break happens. I hope that's okay with you. Melona's a brand of pops. Oh, melon popsicle. Oh, interesting. I haven't heard of Melona before. It's been a while since Eli's made a suggestion. Nomad has not made a suggestion before. Nomad, if you've got a drink, you're pretty much guaranteed. All right, let me get you. Get one of you. Let me go over to, where is the other area that I keep getting confused? Oh, it's literally right here. There we go. There we go. Jordan, I love your encouragement of Nomad in particular. Also, implicitly, if you're making a drink request, it's typically gotta have something. It's gotta be with stuff that I actually have on hand. I don't have every single ingredient known to man. If you don't know what I have, this is the stock link to go check. I typically know what I have on hand, but sometimes it's a little bit more difficult for the audience, you know? Wolfie being like, let's get shit done with Cam. You know what, chat? I gotta use the bathroom. I'm gonna go use the bathroom. I'll be back.
I can sense a piece of the emerald is nearby. Sense a piece of the emerald is nearby. I know that it's here. I sense it in my feet. The great emerald's power allows me to
Chat, are you misbehaving? Chat real stream. Wolfie, let me remind you that this place is run by kings and queens. And I am your queen. I am your queen, chat! Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. Welcome back. Welcome back to Queen Cameron with an X's stream. I missed you. Let's kill ourselves. Actually, let's not do that. Good night, Bryce. Wolfie, like, how's everyone going? Only when Cam's gone? Only when Cam's gone? You're only curious in the well-being of the people around you? Only when Cam's gone? Bro! Oh, man. Techno being like, I'm watching next to my rabbit and he keeps trying to eat my headphones cord. Dude, you've got a rabbit?! I imagine it is a living and breathing animal and not a reference to a sex toy. I've never seen a sex toy try to eat something. Well... Anyways, sorry, I'm a little tipsy right now, chat. My apologies. Who is that? Bryce! Everybody popping in from Bryce's stream. What were y'all doing? You were playing chess? Dude, Bryce, when I came back from California, I played chess on the plane, and I tried to ask Anna if she would play chess with me, and she said no. Which is totally within her prerogative to do. And that's fine. What's up, Tipsy? Rude? Rude? For commenting on the chess? Oh, dude, I want to play chess. Oh my gosh. Mord XR, welcome to the bar with an X. Thank you for your follow. Did you come along with Bryce? Were y'all playing chess out there together? Actually, pretty cool. Pretty cool, all things considered. Oh man, oh man. How was chess going for you, Bryce? Did you win? Is that the point of chess? I feel like the point is specifically winning, but honestly, again, I haven't been able to have the opportunity to play chess with a real, living, breathing person, so... Oh, the point is to have fun. Right. Of course. The point of drinking is to have fun. The point of chess is to have fun. The point of living is to have fun. We are here for a good time, not a long time, and I feel that that particular mentality is embodied in MK Bryce's chess community. Including Mord, who is basically his coach. He plays to lose, apparently. But it's to have fun, right, Mord? Like, wouldn't you agree? I mean, you're his coach, right? So I assume that Bryce's mentality of the game doesn't fall too far from his teacher's teachings. Bryce did come out on top. I had way more fun. Mord plays only to win. Oh, I guess that's fair. Well, everybody plays to the ways that they want. If Bryce just wants to have fun and Mord wants to completely kick ass, then that's how it be. That's how it be. Bryce is saying that Mord has a lot to learn specifically. Techno out there is saying that your rabbit, his name is Fiverr. If you know, you know. The only Fiverr that I'm aware of is that, like contracting platform where you pay people to do stuff for you, like graphic design and stuff. I don't know what the reference to the rabbit is, unless you are specifically paying people on Fiverr to make you more rabbit toys, which, more like Fiverr with 2 R's. That was that coaching site, right? That's what I was. That was my impression. But Bryce, now you're saying that you're Mord's coach. Well, which one is it? There's got to be a. You guys can't be equals. There are no equals in chess. There is the winner and the loser, and we just conveniently ignore every possible instance in chess where you can tie. Right? So somebody's got to be the coach. And apparently y'all got to figure it out for yourselves. Bryce, if you got to go and do your thing, post your stream and get yourself your rest and rehabilitation and whatnot, by all means, feel free to do so. Mord, if you have been coaching Bryce the whole time, I assume that you need a break too. If you got to go off and get your water and food or whatever, by all means, feel free to do so. Thanks for entrusting your community to the bar with an X. I'm your tipsy bartender, Cameron with an X, and I don't really know what I'm doing. Welcome in. I just finished yet another cocktail, and I am having a great time. Techno saying it's from a book called Watership Down. Why have I heard of that before? I'm not familiar with Watership Down, but I've definitely heard of Watership Down before. Jordan saying, my teaching was to stay sober enough to look sober enough. Sometimes you gotta look the part in order to dress the part. And sometimes you just gotta dress the part in order to be accepted for the role. Nomad being like, hello, childhood trauma. I'm nervous. Wait, what are you nervous about? About a cocktail request? Oh, did you put your request in, by the way, Nomad? I got 8 requests here so far. It looks like... Oh, yes, I do. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Wolfie saying, good night, Cam and chat. The almost movie marathon killed you, and I have not finished the series. Anyways, good night. That was on Jurassic Park, right? I've heard that that's a pretty long series, so my sincerest hopes of goodwill in your direction, Wolfie. Thanks for popping in. Techno saying, I read for fun. What kind of books do you read, Techno? I was just talking about some creator that I follow, Elias Eels, who has his bar cart bookshelf where he makes drinks inspired by books, whereas I typically do my drinks inspired by video games. But Elias is one step ahead of me. Oh, no. He also has a whole book on video game cocktails called Cocktails and Consoles, which Jordan is familiar with. I like that guy. Wolfie being like 6 movies, 6 Jurassic movies. Nomad saying, I heard that the Jurassic Park book goes hardcore. There's a book for Jurassic Park? Really? Wow, dude. Oh, I see Mort out there expressing, I'm good at connections, and also, do any of us really know what we're doing? No, we're all just trying to pretend just long enough for the people around us to respect us. And hopefully, if we're humble, we actually pick up some stuff along the way. That's the idea. Jordan, like, there's a book for everything. So far, to my knowledge, there is not an official Sonic the Hedgehog cocktail book. There is a Sonic the Hedgehog cookbook, but not a cocktail book. Will there eventually be a book for everything? Yes. It's kind of like Rule 34. But like the corollary. That, like, if there isn't porn made of it, it will be made eventually. Oh, wait, I gotta get the board. There's a board down here. I like that board. More like just AI, ask AI to make your book. Now you're thinking with technology. Solid idea. I will say, AI can make cocktails. But do they make very good cocktails? That's a different story. That is a different story. Another death for me. All right, let's go back to the, let's go back over here. Let's feed our children, nourishment. And then let's see. More like AI cocktail stream when? It's an idea. I take suggestions with the !suggest command. If the community gets behind it, then, well, more power to the rest of y'all. And more power to the machine, in particular. Eli saying, I have a Studio Ghibli cookbook, and I so desperately wish it had drinks. Does it not? Be the change that you want to see in the world, Eli. Okie dokie. So I think, from what I understand, we've got a couple of different requests from a couple of different folks. I think, Nomad. You had a request, I'm pretty sure, right? I just picked up my child. I didn't mean to do that. This is not my child. Who are you? Are you the new guy? Yeah, you're the new guy. Can you animals not hide in the opening? Thank you very much. Nomad, like, the Blackbeard isn't totally your idea. Yeah, you got it from the... Actually, so, Nomad, did you take it from the Cyberpunk Red book? Let me be clear when I say this. Like, this is a cocktail request. This is not you saying, hey, this is my recipe. This is like, hey, you want to try this? I got a recipe for you. And I think from last we talked in the Discord server, too, that it came from the Cyberpunk Red book. And with that, we'll take it and we'll run with it. That's what I think I got. Let me just make sure I've got all the ingredients, too. Let me feed all of these animals to my champion. And then we'll go with that one, because I could use another beverage. We were talking about cows' stomachs fermenting inside of itself. That's whack, dude. But I dig it. Jordan saying, scared of my 300 milliliter cocktail? Well, if you articulate it like that, I'd be scared of anybody who's packing that much, you know? It's intrusive, you know? It is must be known. It takes up the whole damn stage. There's no more space on the stage for my ego with a cocktail that big. That voluminous, you know? More being like, self-fermentation is interesting. Apparently, it happens rarely in cows. Or so my chat is leading me to believe. Alright. let's see. What do we got from Nomad? Nomad's got the Blackbeard. Mid-range dark rum, 2 ounces of, ginger syrup. 2 ounces of dark rum, half an ounce of ginger syrup, lime juice, half an ounce of sparkling water, an ounce of the sparkling water. So it's got lime juice, sparkling water, ginger syrup, and dark rum. So the only thing that I don't have on hand is ginger syrup. I don't have any ginger syrup, unfortunately. So what I do have is I have a ginger brandy, which I used in the cocktail recipe earlier in the stream, but it's really not that ginger forward, and I wouldn't use it on a ginger syrup even if you paid me to. I do have my ginger bug. So let me go back to the game screen real quick. If my ginger bug is gingery enough, we can make a syrup out of it. But I don't think Ginny Baby is super gingery right now. Like you can buy ginger syrups, and you can make a ginger syrup by combining specifically ginger juice with sugar. That might be one of those cocktail recipes that I would have to specifically plan for, because I don't typically stock any ginger juice. Again, if I don't have the cocktail recipe, like if I don't have the ingredients, I can't guarantee to make the cocktail. I can only use with what I got on hand. But sometimes we can make exceptions with what we think we don't have. For you and Sonic, welcome back into the stream, my friend. Techno saying there's this thing called auto brewery syndrome, where your stomach makes alcohol and you get drunk without drinking anything. Is that a real thing? Alexa, what is auto brewery syndrome?
According to Wikipedia, auto-brewery syndrome is a condition characterized by the fermentation of ingested carbohydrates in the gastrointestinal tract.
Wow, dude.
Caused by bacteria or fungi.
Wow, dude. It can happen. It's a real thing. Wow. Eli being like, I don't actually know if cows self-ferment, but I do know that bloat can be fatal for cows, so when the gas builds up and they get bloated, they get very, very sick and whatnot. Yeah. Nomad being like, whatever, let's make some weird science. And I say, Jordan saying that cinnamon, you could use cinnamon as a substitute for ginger. You could, but I also don't have a cinnamon syrup on hand either. So a lot of times, so one of the things that this is still something that I'm trying to figure out for the channel in general. Syrups typically have a shelf life. And unless I've got the syrup on hand, there is a wide variety of cocktail recipes that use like ginger syrup or cinnamon syrup or hibiscus syrup or rhubarb syrup or all these different types of syrups. They're not just super shelf stable. One of the things that I've been trying to get better at is taking the syrups that I make and freezing them so that I personally can workshop recipes after the fact when, let's say, a particular fruit is out of season. Unfortunately, I don't have cinnamon syrup on me. And I also don't have ginger syrup on me, which is why I typically ask people to look at the inventory to see what I've got on hand so far. But there is a growing need for me to pick up specifically like pre-made cinnamon syrup, pre-made ginger syrups to see what I can work with, so that, you know, when somebody comes in randomly in the next 2 months and says cinnamon syrup, I can be like, oh, I have one of those. Fortunately, the shelf-stable syrups that I make wind up freezing when I put them in the freezer. In any case. Techno saying, I'm next to my Amazon dot and she heard you and started responding. That's okay. Nomad saying, whoops, my bad. No. This is not on you whatsoever. No, Nomad, this is the first time that you've popped into the stream. It's a little bit of a learning curve. I got some folks who will comment on like the infinity bottle videos and stuff like that and be like, dude, you've got to put this liquor into it and try a drink with this thing. I can only work with what I've got. And we're growing the inventory list every single day, but it's a slow and steady process. So what I'll say is, at least, I've got this jar of ginger bug that has been fermenting for months now. It's possible that Ginny Baby is gingery enough to stand in for a ginger syrup. And I'm just going to give you my honest opinion on how she tastes right now. Actually, I'll do a little, I don't want to put my mouth on this thing. I don't want to disrupt the fermentation. No. That is very hay forward. That's not very tasty. It's really dry. Dude, Ginny Baby is really, really dry right now. Like, super tannic. Does not taste like ginger. I think the next ginger bug batch that I'm going to plan on doing is I want to try with a lot more ginger than what I started with. This is my first ginger bug too, so it is a learning process, you know? Learning process. So yeah, unfortunately, I don't have cinnamon syrup and I don't have ginger syrup, so unfortunately I can't take that particular cocktail. But if you've got something else, I can give it to you. If not, I think Eli had a recommendation. What was Eli saying? Let's see. I see For You and Sonic saying, am I that much of a mimic? You? Maybe. I think I lack the context of whatever it was that you just said. I think I might have missed the point on that one. My apologies. Let's see. Yeah, so Nomad, I would say my ginger bug would not produce a faithful ginger syrup. So I don't want to do this cocktail request and be like, oh, this doesn't taste very good because I started off with bad ingredients. Nah, I'm not going to do that to you. Instead, we can wait for a time where I've actually got a ginger syrup. Every once in a while, I get some extra ingredients and whatnot, and we can work with it when we got them. But let's see. Eli, are you still out there? Renzo suggested Everclear pickle juice, which is, it made me laugh. It made me laugh, but it didn't seem that serious. Eli's out there? All right, great. Great. I think that's what we'll do. I think that's what we'll do. We got this Macne Melon, inspired by Vocaloids, Macne Nana, and Macne Petit. Oh, is this an inspired drink, Eli? Oh, no way! Cream, melon liqueur, light creme de cacao, shake with ice, garnish with a cucumber ribbon. Eli, does it require the... Wait a minute. I might have a cucumber. I have a cucumber. Oh, but... so the cucumber I have... It's worth it. It's worth it. No, it's totally worth it. That's so cool, dude. Dude, Eli, this is the Vocaloid, drink that you were telling me about. Yes. I would like to try this. Let me make sure that the cream liqueur is not curdled. Let me just make, oh, not the liqueur, the heavy cream. Right, is it cream? It says cream. This is cocktail number 8. Let me go here, click this button, go over here, go to number 8. There we go. There we go. Oh, sorry, that's the wrong one. It was number 9, actually. Number 9? No? Requests? Oh, number 7. Okay, number 7. That's the number. There we go. Okie dokie. Let me make sure I got my cream on me. Make sure this is not curdled. It was not curdled last week, so... Yeah, we good. Cool. Nomad saying, my best guess once again of a legal smash. Yeah, if you got the recipe. So for the way that I do my cocktail requests here is that you gotta give me a recipe in here in the stream, because I have specific callbacks set up so that if you put the recipe in the chat, I can call it up on my screen just like I did with Eli's recipe here. This one's called Macne. Whoops, hello there. Macne Melon. For Vocaloids, Macne Nana, and Macne Petit. Does that appear on my screen? Does that fit? It doesn't really. Hold up, I can do this for Vocaloids. Does that appear? Yeah, there we go. We got an ounce of cream. Oh, pronounced Macne. I appreciate it. Macne Melon. Macne Melon. We go button here, an ounce of cream. I'm gonna use heavy cream for this one. We've got an ounce of melon liqueur. I'm gonna use Midori because that's what I got. Actually, Eli, let me ask you this. I have 2 melon liqueurs. One is a cantaloupe cream liqueur, and one is the classic Midori, the green one. I imagine that this was designed with Midori in mind, but I also have a cantaloupe cream liqueur that I picked up recently. I was actually thinking about using that for the cocktail earlier, but I didn't do it. Midori's the one that we're gonna use. Creme de cacao. I got Mr. Stacks for this guy. Got you down here. Great. It says shake with ice, garnish with a cucumber ribbon. Let me grab the cucumber from downstairs, if I can find it. This is method. This is shake Eli, is this served over ice? Do we shake and strain this? Garnish cucumber ribbon. What kind of glass are we serving this into? I'm gonna go downstairs. I'm gonna find I'm gonna find the cucumber. My question is shake and strain, which you've confirmed for me. Are we pouring this into a glass like a small glass like this guy? Are we pouring this into a coupe glass like this guy here? And let me go find the cucumber. I will be back in a hot second. Let me put the music back on. Let me go see if I can find this cucumber. I'm still looking for the cucumber, chat. I know I have a cucumber. Oh, but I don't know where the cucumber is. Oh, no. Oh my god, I found it. Oh, yes. Found the cucumber. Oh my gosh. Eli said, what's the one that's like a margarita glass but with more of a bowl shape? I would say one of these ones, Eli. Kind of like this one. Yo, One Piece is the best anime. Just follow it on the Twitch side. There we go. Martini glass but with more of a bowl shape. Let's go with, how about this one? How do we feel about this one? I would consider this to be a very rounded coupe glass. I had trouble finding this cucumber because this is from my father-in-law's garden. And I was planning on pickling this whole thing. But I like trying cool new recipes. And if it calls for a cucumber ribbon, by goodness, I'll make it a cucumber ribbon. With the only cucumber that I got on hand. Grown by my beautiful father-in-law. One of the Chao is singing in the background. There we go. But I think we got everything that we need here. We've got cream, melon liqueur, and light creme de cacao. That's the one? Great! We're gonna put this, and I'll chill this in the freezer for a little bit. Actually, this is gonna be a pretty quick recipe. So I'm gonna chill this ahead of time by throwing some ice in here and filling it up with water so I can chill that glass while we mix the rest of the cocktail. Yeah, dude, it is a thick cucumber. Like, I don't usually get cucumbers this thick, but it was a gift from my father-in-law, so I am thankful for it. All right, let me pour a little bit of water in here. Chill this glass ahead of time. Give it a little stir around just to get that ice moving. Pre-chill that glass, and then we'll work on it. There we go. I'm seeing Nomad out there saying, I'm trying my very best to behave like an adult after seeing that. What, the cucumber? Yeah, dude, it looks like a giant fucking chode. You can say it. This stream is not for children. We conduct alcohol here. It looks like a big freaking dick. You can say it. You can laugh. You can laugh out loud. It's true. Look. Ah. Hilarious. It's Pride Month. You can't judge me for this. Ah. Anyways. Keep this glass chilling off to the side. And before you ask, yeah, I'm a little queer. So I am absolutely gonna do that. Cool. Let's put that over there. Chill glass. Chill into this. Oh, it's mighty cold already. There we go. All right. Eli's got this cocktail inspired by Vocaloid. Let's give it a try. I imagine it's gonna be nice and green. I've never actually played Vocaloid before. I know basically next to nothing about Vocaloid aside from I understand the concept of the Vocaloid. Let's get into it. This one calls for a shaker. I got one of those. Let's throw in here an ounce of heavy cream. Now, Eli, I know your recipe called for cream. I am making the assumption that heavy cream will suffice. I assume that it will. So that's what I'll go with. Start with an ounce of heavy cream. There we go. We'll put this back in my fridge. Make sure everything's all good. Next. Ooh, hello there. My Midori is not coming open. Hello there. Next, an ounce of Midori. I gotta open it, though. Ugh, there we go. Throw that in there. I'm running a little low on Midori, too. Wow. An ounce of Melon Liqueur. So let's see. I am running low on... I know I was running low on... How low are we on this? Woo! Excuse me. Wow. I'm running low on Melon Liqueur. I know I'm running low on Cherry Liqueur. Let me write that down for myself. I gotta pick up more Melon Liqueur. Melon Liqueur. I need more Midori. I needs more Midori. Shake my head. Glue the Midori shut. You damn right I did, Eli. You know me. Super gluing all of my bottles shut just to get a rise out of the community. And then an ounce of light creme de cacao. There we go. So we had what? Cream, melon sugar, and then light cacao sugar. I imagine this is gonna be a nice, like, desserty type of cocktail. Shadow Reaper, welcome back! Good to have you back in chat. Currently doing a cocktail request from our friend Eli Peach Soda over on Twitch. We had a couple of different requests, but as it turns out, we don't have a lot of the ingredients. I didn't have any cinnamon syrup, unfortunately. I didn't have ginger syrup, unfortunately, either. So, we'll just come back when we get some of those ingredients in the future. Throw some ice in here and give it a shake. Shadow Reaper, I hope you were doing well out there. Hope you were doing well indeed. There, one more. Shadow, like, I want to drink. Dude, you want one of these? I'll give you my honest opinion on how it tastes, and if it's good, you can share it with me. How does that sound? All right. Let's shake it. For you and Sonic being like, 2 shots of vodka. Cow King back with the moo. Cow King, I saw that you put in a request for, what was it, specifically Snoop Dogg? What did you mean by that? I was so curious. All right. Take my chilled coupe glass and dump out the water. All right. Shadow, like, this free for me? Free for you? This free for you? Yeah, dude, it's a virtual drink. I'm not gonna make you pay for that. Oh, man, dude. All right, chat, what color do you think it's gonna be? I'm thinking green. Because everything else is more or less not color. I think it's going to be opaque and green. Nice. Calculating with the bits, we appreciate that out there. So the question is, did you want me to drink Snoop Dogg? That's my question for you, Cal, because that's the impression that I got. All right. Strain this into a chilled coupe glass and garnish with a cucumber ribbon. Ooh, this is gonna be nice. No matter, like, if it's blue, you need to sing the song. It's green, dabba-dee, dabba-deen. It's green, na-ma-na-na-ma-deen, na-ma-ba-dee-ba-ba-deen. I sang a song. I don't know if it was the right one, though. All right. Cow King said Snoop Dogg gin. during the Oh, that's what you were. It was for the infinity choice. I understand now. Okie dokie. All right, I gotta get a big old peel off of this cucumber. Let's do a little. There we go. I'll do one of these. That's for the bartender, and here's the next one for you. Let me grab my thingamabob. Now, Eli, is this more... Do you recall if this garnish is more ribbon, like it's coiled in on itself, like that one drink that I did a while back? Or is this more a ribbon like... It looks like it's a wave. Let me be a little bit more specific. Is this a cucumber ribbon like this with the spiral? I don't know if you can see that. I don't think you can see that. Hold on a second. Spiral? Or more wavy like this? I don't know if you can really see that. Is it this one or this one? What kind of cucumber are we talking? I am prepared for either one of them. Also, I appreciate the water, Cow. Oh, man. Shadow saying, looking shake to lick phone. You're welcome. Yes, I coiled it in on itself. Spiral ribbon. This one. The spiral. Excellent. Right? I think so. I would consider that to be a spiral. Awesomeness! I saw somebody do this the other day. I saw an actual bartender do this, and I think I learned from them. Let's see if I can do this correctly. We'll do other way around, other way around. There we go. Whoop! Oh, wow, actually, that didn't really go very much at all. It's actually not very... That's not a very accommodating cucumber. I'm gonna try one more slice from this. This is a very tough cucumber. Huh. Shadow like, look some adult draw? Shadow, I'm not really sure I understand, but I'll take it. Appreciate your compliments. All right, cucumber. I'm trying to get the cucumber, oh my gosh. I think I'm just not slicing it thin enough. Let's try a little bit more gently. The idea is the cucumber ribbon, so we're gonna try a cucumber ribbon as daintily as I possibly can. There we go. This cucumber's not being very kind to me. I will admit that. There we go. Is that working? I'm gonna stab it right through the center. I'm gonna cheat a little bit. There we go. That's what I'm gonna use. Pop it right on top. I see Cow King out there saying, I choose not to talk on YouTube because my government name is on there. Dude, protect your identity. Protect your safety. I dig that. I dig that. Is it me or does the cocktail angle looks a little bit bright today? I don't know. Garnish that with a cucumber ribbon. Preferably not in the glass. There we go. Boop. I like that. Let's see from the top. I want to see how it looks from the top. I apologize for the sounds of my Chao like drowning in the background. I kind of want that off to the side a little bit. There we go. Maybe a little bit over there. Ah, we'll take it. We'll take it. Okie dokie. Put that off to the side. A little... Boop. Alrighty then. Cheers to the Vocaloids. But in particular, Macne Nana and Macne Petit. It's got such an interesting smell of cocoa and cucumber. Oh, that's delightful. It is creamy, cocoa, with a little bit of that sweetness that you get from the Midori. I would say that to me, Midori doesn't really taste like a melon, at least not any melon that I've ever had before, but it's sweet, it's candy-like, and it adds those same flavors to the cocoa liqueur, to the cacao liqueur, sorry, to the creme de cacao, and the texture is adjusted by the creaminess of the heavy cream. It reminds me so much of like a grasshopper, but instead of it being minty chocolate, it's like candy chocolate instead. Almost kind of like, I get the vibes of like, there is a very specific candy that I'm thinking of. And it is chocolate coated, but it's also got chocolate on the inside. Not an M&M. I'm not thinking of an M&M. I don't know what I'm thinking of exactly. But I really do get candy vibe. Exactly what candy, I'm not so sure. But it's sweet, it's creamy, and I feel like it was definitely coated in chocolate. And it kind of smells like cucumber. I dig it. I dig it. Nomad like a chocolate mix. Eli saying, I mean, it was inspired by a grasshopper. Dude, the inspiration is there. I dig it. I also like the little cucumber over top of it. I'm almost inclined to give it a dip and try that. I'm actually gonna do that. I'm gonna dip the cucumber in and see how it tastes. I have never had a creamy cucumber before. I feel like that's worth exploring. Oh, I also made a mess. Whoops. That's not that bad. A little vegetal, kind of creamy, mildly chocolatey. This is an easy, this is a very easy sipper, Eli. Then again, if my drink is going to be sweet, it might as well be dessert-like. And you hit that very well. Oh. Bonus points because it's an inspired drink by a video game. You know that's my thing. Cheers to that, Eli. Oh. Calking like mint chocolate Andes. Again, but there's no mint. There's no mint in this at all. There's nothing minty about it. If anything, that sort of vegetal note that I now have after eating the cucumber makes me think that it's almost like, it reminds me of like you know, you want to go to like a fondue parlor and you can dip anything into the chocolate, anything. I feel like you dip like broccoli's the wrong, and it's not broccoli. It is cucumbery. It is cucumbery. I like that. I've never had the combination of cucumber and cream before, but I feel like there is something here. It's worth exploring. I like that, dude. Eli, if I'm correct in saying, I think I recall you putting an image of this in the Discord server, or something that you were working on. Shortly thereafter, I did the Supersonic Gin and Tonic. I remember seeing that then, and I was like, I have got to give this a try. I am so happy they shared this with me, Eli. I am so happy to be able to give this a try. Also, I want to eat more of this cucumber. This came from my father-in-law, from his garden. It's a thick-ass cucumber. So I'm going to eat the rest of what I have here, because this is good vegetables. All right. Let me put this in my fridge so I don't forget about it. Or rather, put it in my fridge so I do forget about it. Wow. Oh, excuse me. All right. Let's get back to the video game. Nomad being like, could work as a palate cleanser with pickles. Like I said, dude, I wanted to, when we got that pickle, my first thought, and I proposed this to Anna, my partner, and I was like, dude, I want to put this into pickle brine, and I would like to pickle this entire cucumber. And she was like, can we try it first? And I was like, yes. Yes, we can. But we never actually unpacked it. We got back home yesterday, and that pickle wasn't where I thought it was. It was still in one of the bags, and by a sheer miracle was I able to find the pickle. Because I thought I lost it. Okay. This is my plan, chat. We're going to do a couple more runs to Pumpkin Hill. I'm going to get a couple more runs of Clementine in the races. And then we'll pick things back up again on Monday. No, but like, good for you to find the pickle. Excuse me, cucumber. Cucumber. I think I keep saying pickle. That's my mistake. Eli confirming that you did put it in the Discord server. I remember it. I remember it. Always a pleasure to be able to try something specific. Even better if it's inspired by a video game and it's somebody's own creation. I love that. I was saying sometime last stream that one of our community members, Renzo, aka Foxworks Studio, has made a lot of video game inspired recipes, and some of them are totally up my alley. For characters and concepts that I'm not even remotely familiar with, I love the fact that we've got this community here. One, because from a selfish standpoint, I get to try a bunch of really tasty cocktails, and sometimes some cocktails that still have some to be desired of. But that, and if I'm able to give any sort of feedback on how to make a drink better or otherwise, even cooler for me. Because then I feel like we're actually pushing the, I feel like I'm actually pushing the craft forward. It is an honor. An honor indeed. Cow King saying, currently making my midnight drink, cup of chicken broth with pepper, lemon juice, soy sauce, and garlic. Now, are you planning to drink the soup, Cow, or are you planning on eating the soup as well? Because to be perfectly honest, chicken broth, pepper, lemon juice, soy sauce, garlic sounds like it would make for a mighty, mighty tasty soup. Which in and of itself, then when you think about it, if you're done with your soup and you drink it, it is a drink. Because it is liquid. I have yet to make any original drink recipes here at the bar in the next that fall more into the soup category than they do the drink or cocktail category, but one of these days, I've had some very, very interesting ideas specifically for a game series, Pikmin, that's got onions as a part of the canon, because onions are like the, I guess, insect-like creatures that the Pikmin hide inside of. I want to do savory cocktails for Pikmin, dude. Savory, leafy, rooty cocktails. Like, I know there's no green Pikmin right now except for the glow Pikmin, but like a glow Pikmin is not just gonna be tonic water and Midori. Nah, dude, those things live in like sandcastles. They look like leaves. Like there's gonna be some inspiration that draws from like leafy things. Nomad out there saying, what I love about Cyberpunk Red and other sources is that Night City itself is a character. And it makes me wonder the drinks for edgerunners after a hard mission. Yeah, dude. I would think, too, like, especially from the perspective of an edge runner, somebody who specifically logs their consciousness into the network, for lack of a better term, I gotta wonder what it takes for people whose entire nervous system is connected to a computer network, how they calm down, or how they truly, truly disconnect. I have no idea. I would imagine that you need some pretty damn strong stuff in order to truly disconnect from an experience like that. A deep dive like that, just to use the terms common in the universe. Oh, are you dead? Yeah, all the soul has been ripped out of you. All right. Clementine is at level 59 now. For a run, I think. We'll see how that goes. Eli saying, technically, it's a character from a vocal synthesizer with video games made using characters from the synthesizer. No, that's fair. That's fair. Again, I'm less familiar on how Vocaloids kind of work as a concept in terms of how they're presented in video games. I think you've talked to me about this before, Eli, and I just don't think that it's stuck with me yet. And I apologize for that. Eli saying, too, that onions would be so fire for a Pikmin drink. Captain Olimar does have a very onion-shaped head, too. I did my research. In the flavor matrix, I found an entire section about how to combine flavors of the allium family of vegetables, which includes garlic and onions and shallots, all the different types of onions, and leeks, and even chive as well. They're all basically a part of the same family. So there are a lot of different alliums to work with. And I've seen like onion cocktails before. Like a Gibson martini typically uses some kind of brine and then it's garnished with an onion. Why? Because people like it. Cow King out there saying that I eat about 4 to 5 cloves of garlic per day. You sound like you'd be a healthy individual. That or you sound like you really like the pain. Now, personally, I like the pain of eating garlic. On a similar vein, I'm the kind of person who when he goes to Japanese restaurants and gets his sushi that I just eat the wasabi. It's become a thing for me now, dude. Like, I like the spice. Me loves the spice, dude. I'm gonna do one more run to Pumpkin Hill. And then we're gonna send Clementine back into the races. Because I feel like level 60 has gotta be up there, dude.
Stage select.
Eli saying pickled pearl onions would make a very cute drink garnish. Oh, I agree. And, oh my gosh, I saw a video from Kevin Cause, Cocktail Time with Kevin Cause, where he was talking about very creative uses for leftover ingredients that you might have at the bar. And one of the things that he did was he took the Luxardo Maraschino cherry juice, or the syrup that is inside of the container with your Luxardo Maraschino cherries, the same syrup that I used for Shadow's mocktail recipe, and used it to infuse cocktail onions. So the onions became red. And the thought occurred to me, well, if you could make the onions red, couldn't you also make them blue? Or yellow? Or otherwise? And I was like, dude, this screams Pikmin energy to me. And I do have cocktail onions. And I kind of want a cocktail onion right now. I have a small, like, miniature micro craving for, like, a cocktail onion right now. Oh, or just a pickle? Please. I'm supposed to be on other place. Oh, who's out there? I see Gabe Rodriguez popping in on my Twitch chat. Welcome in, Gabe. Good to have you. If you're tuning in for the live stream, feel free to say heyo. If you need a drink, I've got one for you. It is chocolatey. It is Midori-y. It's got some cream in it. It's pretty good. I see Nomad out there being like, all right, now you've entered my nerd lore sphere. Netrunners see reality as meat space, lesser than the net, and there's even lingo that cyberpunk's related to the net, like a fling is called an input-output, and a long-term partner is called a mainline. Dude, it's so coded for networking, dude. It is so cyber network coded, and I love that. I went to school and got my degrees in electrical and computer engineering, so like anything related to keywords and jargon related to the network stack, I am intimately familiar with. I love it, dude. It's one of the reasons I fell in love with like the cyberpunk genre in general. It is so technologically based, and like I get it. It's awesome. Cow King out there saying that garlic makes your blood flow smoother, and I also love ginger, gum, and tea. Oh, it's a good one. It's a good one. Eli being like, if you stuck a tiny little leaf in an onion, it would look like a bit like a white Pikmin's head. Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, it's true. I see Gabe saying, hey, I love this game. What goes on in your chat, bro? Can you explain to me? I'm new to Twitch. For me? So I'm a cocktail mixologist, so I mix alcoholic and non-alcoholic beverages, so a lot of what we talk about here is related to drinks. And it doesn't just have to be cocktails either. We talk about coffee, tea, sometimes water. So if you have drank anything at all, if you're a purveyor of cocktails and whatnot, I'd love to chat with you about it. But in general, we just shoot the shit, for lack of a better term. Talk about the game, talk about what's going on in your life, sometimes talk about what's going on in my life. We were just talking about garlic and how you would be able to drink garlic. So that's the type of conversations that I wind up going to. And I, in particular, wind up drinking a cocktail or two during my live stream. So drinks are my bread and butter. Not to say that I've ever had a drink that actually had bread and butter in it, but I do have a book that has drinks inspired by, specifically, Alice in Wonderland. And there is a drink in there. I don't remember what it's called, but it uses hot buttered toast infused rum, which I've yet to have a chance to make. Not yet. What I'm doing right now, Gabe, is I'm going through all the Chao missions. I'm trying to get all the emblems in Sonic Adventure 2 Battle, which I've never had a chance to do. Eli, like, you could do a butter fat wash. Correct. Correct. I've yet to do a butter fat wash. I was talking to somebody recently about, it was a brown butter fat wash. Because I've never made brown butter, and I've never washed a spirit with brown butter. I've yet to have the reason to do a brown butter wash. Nothing in particular of any particular game that I've run into has inspired that I need to have a butter wash drink. Nothing yet. Admittedly, nothing I've done has specifically called for me to do like a lacto fermentation with these drinks either, but I've kind of been obsessed with the idea of lacto fermentations recently, so I've been doing quite a few of them. Gabe out there and saying, that's dope. Cheers, bro. You would need to make a weed drink next. Dude, weed is not my vice of choice. I choose alcohol, personally. But everybody's got their vices, and to put it in the words of the great brothers AJ and R, I didn't smoke no grass today. But who am I to take away what makes you feel so great, guy? Gabe saying, what's your best chow right now? I've got this little guy named Clementine right here. And am I playing with mods? Nah, no mods for this guy. Classic gaming experience. I am trying to make up on a goal that I've had since I was a kid. And when I was a kid playing on the GameCube, I didn't have any mods. So I'm going as no mod as possible. Except for a mod I tried to install to specifically make the frame rate on the game run a little bit smoother, but I haven't had a problem with that recently. So no worries from me. Gabe, have you played this games with mod... Excuse me. Sorry, I've been drinking a little bit. Have you played this game with mods before? I know that there's some really cool mods that you can get to specifically expand the Chao Garden, and I am curious about it. And I've had the thought that maybe, after we get all the emblems in this particular playthrough, we add the mods on top of it just to explore the world a little bit more. Nomad out there saying, love the fact the first exposed to cocktails from The Simpsons, the Flaming Homer, said his first reaction is mixing was, it passed the first test, I didn't go blind. That's fair. Hey, dude, in the world of, like, distilled spirits, if you were distilling anything and you don't go blind, that's a good sign. Because when you're distilling spirits, there is a chance for a particular other type of chemical called methanol that allegedly, in large quantities, is first of all a poison, and second of all, might make you go blind. At least from what I've seen from current literature, but also some shorts that I watch from people who know about distillation a heck of a lot more than I, is that with modern distillation techniques and safeguards, it's very rare that you're going to get methanol in a particular still run. If anything, so I think, from what I understand, and again, I don't really have much experience with this, is that if you are going to start a distillation run, there is going to be some liquid that comes out in the very beginning, the heads, the middle, the hearts, and the tails, what comes out at the end. And if you discard the heads, usually you won't have any risk with methanol. But again, I'm not the professional here, so don't take advice from me on distillation. In Pennsylvania, where I live, it's illegal. Now, let's go try these Chao out at another race. What I'm likely going to do, chat, it's about 2 a.m. It's almost 2 a.m. for me. So I'm going to try a couple more races here. And then I'll probably call it quits for the evening. And then we'll be back. We'll be back on Monday. Usually I'll stream Monday and Wednesday, but I got a concert that I'm going to on Wednesday to go see my younger brother. So I'm going to be putting family first this time. All right. Let's go back to, let's see if Clementine's fast enough to keep up with these guys now. I got high hopes. Gabe out there saying, I just bought a Wii to play this game again, and I've never played with mods. I just always watch videos on this game, and I just don't have a PC. And then Gabe saying, too, I'm from Arizona. Wait, was Arizona one of those states where you can distill at home? There were apparently 4 different states that you can distill at home. And I feel like Arizona might have been one of them. I know Missouri is one, and I know Massachusetts was one, but I can't remember if Arizona was one of those options. Wow, dude. That's cool. That's cool. Yeah, I'm based out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. That's where I'm at. Nomad saying, happy I caught your stream where I can, Australia is a weird timing for streams. No, that's fair. I stream later in the evening. To me, this is bar time, right? So in Philadelphia, it is about 2 a.m. for me right now. So that would mean that if you're over in Australia, what is it, like maybe a 12-hour difference? Is it like, I'm just going to take a wild guess. It's like 11 a.m. 11 a.m. or something for you right now, maybe? Nomad's saying, wah. Wah. I see that out there. Yeah, it's like 2 a.m. for me right now. I stream late. I think of it this way. When I was trying to figure out when my stream schedule for should be, I looked at the bars in the area, and I saw when do the bars in the area close. 2 or 3 a.m. It's a part of my strategy. Adam, welcome back, dude. 6:55 a.m. over here in England. Been up all night watching. Oh, really? Oh, dude, you didn't have to do that. I would encourage anybody out there watching to put their health first. If you gotta sleep, dude, go sleep. Lurking is totally fine, dude. Adam, I was saying, I was got all the way through that Shadowbroker cocktail that you shared with me earlier from Mass Effect. Dude, that was cool. That was really cool. I appreciate you sharing that with me. Eli saying, distilled spirit production is legal in Arizona with a permit according to the internet. Yeah, I figured there'd be a stipulation. Nice job, Clementine! I think we have 2 more races to do in this particular category. And I think, I don't know whether this is true or not, but I think if we get all of the races done in a particular line, I think we get the emblem. So if we can complete number 4 and number 5, I think we'll be okay. Huh. Nomad saying, if you know anything about us Aussies, the law is more like guidelines. Ooh. Well, you know, Australia is a big place. I've always wanted to go to Australia, too. I've had a couple of cocktails from bars out at Australia. Most notably, I think I had at least one from a place in Sydney, Australia. I think it was called Maybe Sammy, I think is the name of the bar. Maybe Sammy Sydney rings a bell. One of these days, I'd love to go over to Australia. Honestly, I would love to travel parts of the world and bring the stream along with me to be able to sample the spirits and cocktails of the world. That'd be cool. I'd be so down for it, dude. Adam out there saying, I've recently come home from hospital after surgery, so my sleep pattern's not been the best. It's been nice to chill with you guys. Dude, Adam, I'm glad that you found a cordial space here with us. I hope that your recovery is going well. Oh, we got ads, so we gotta do that. Let me pause. Go back to the bar for a little bit. Adam, you probably can't hear me right now because I know we got the ads running right now, but at the very least, if we can bring some positive vibes and some smiles to people out there who might need it, it's one of my other goals here, the bar with the next. If you're familiar with Valhalla, the cyberpunk bartending action game, there's a phrase that the main character, Jill Stingray, says, and it is time to mix drinks and change lives. That is all we're about here at the bar with the next. Trying to educate people on cocktail mixology, on alcohol, and otherwise. And if we can bring some change to the lives of the people around us, I know that I've been doing a good job. And it seems so far that we're doing pretty good with that. Nomad saying, I don't know if Nomad can hear me right now, but Nomad is recommending that if you're in Australia and you want the best drinks and bars, you go to Melbourne. Melbourne is the place. Where was, I think I said something recently. Oh, what did I do? I learned recently that I think, oh, no. It's not Melbourne. I learned this recently. I think y'all pronounce it Melbourne. I think somebody corrected me on that. I want to say it was one of my videos that went up that came from a bar that was located in Melbourne, Australia. I don't remember. Oh, actually, I'm pretty sure I can see what the bar was. I'm pretty sure I can reverse look up what that bar is by just going to my TikTok page. I think it is. What was one of these drinks? One of these drinks was. It wasn't the Hendrix one. It wasn't alcohol. Ooh, it was the Death Flip, I think. That was the one. Black Pearl, dude. Black Pearl. That's the bar. That is the bar. Nomad being like, thank you, dude. Dude, that's what I'm thinking of. There was one of my favorite cocktails. A cocktail that I've tried multiple times throughout the years with various people is called the Death Flip. It uses an egg, Jägermeister, tequila. Oh, God, what else is in this recipe, dude? It was from the Black Pearl Bar in Melbourne, Australia. And apparently, instead of an ingredients list on the menu, the creator, who is it? Chris Hasselhoff, Histed Adams, instead of a ingredients list on the menu, it said, you don't want to meet this cocktail in a dark alley. And I loved that, dude. And it's tasty. It's got Blanco tequila, yellow chartreuse, Jägermeister simple syrup, and a whole egg. And I remember when I posted that video, I think somebody said, yeah, that was it. Somebody corrected me and said, the way that you say Melbourne irritates me slightly. And then I looked it up after the fact, and I was like, apparently it's pronounced Melbourne. So I learned. Welcome back from the ads, everybody. I was just commenting, I was chatting with Nomad over here that they were suggesting that if you were in Australia, the place to go for drinks is Melbourne, which is the way I would have pronounced it if I didn't get educated after one of the videos that I posted in regards to the Death Flip cocktail made by Hasselhoff, Chris Histed Adams at the Black Pearl Bar in Melbourne. I will say it incorrectly only one more time. Somebody in the comments section was like, the way you pronounce Melbourne irritates me. And then I looked it up after the fact and I was like, oh, it's Melbourne. That's the way that the people who are there actually pronounce it. And in my opinion, the proper way to pronounce something is either the way that a large population pronounces it as, or the way that the local population pronounces it as. So Nomad, can you confirm it's Melbourne, not Melbourne? We got some towns over here across the river in New Jersey that people also get very, very particular about the pronunciation of their name. Specifically, it's not Gloucester, it's Gloucester. Not Worcestershire, it's Worcester. Obviously. All right, Clementine, I've got faith that you can run, that you can speed ahead of these guys in... Oh no. I think the swimming section is going to be helpful for Clementine. But I got to make sure that you survive the whole section. Pick up a little bit of speed over here. There we go. Nomad say it is in fact. Try to guess how cockburn is said in Australia. I've had this bottle of I've had a bottle of ruby port before that was cockburns. I don't know. You're gonna have to educate me on that one, Nomad. My guess, if I had to say it quote unquote correctly, if cockburn is not correct, is it's Coburn. Coburn. Oh, Coburn. If I had to guess off the top of my head, either Cobert or Coburn is my guess. Yes, Coldburn. Colburn. Intriguing. Obviously, the Australians are not going to say cock if they don't have to. I mean, come on, dude. Come on. Yeah, I had a bottle out here for a while. It was a port wine that I think that I had for a while. I think it was a ruby port, I want to say off the top of my head. And I was like, oh, dude, this is hilarious. It says cockburn. And I thought that was hilarious, but I've learned today that apparently that is not correct. Okie doke, we're gonna have Clementine race against the hero races, the dark races, as well as that last challenge race against the animals, and we'll see where he gets, and then we'll call it quits after the fact. And we'll be back again on Monday. Oh, excuse me. Oh. Looking at all the different chows that are in this race, I imagine, I don't know, something about the fact that various different secondary evolved Chao are also all good at these races kind of shocked me growing up. Like, all the different colors that you see on top of the Chao, like the different color of their spiky ball, corresponds to basically what their primary stat is after they evolved. Or I guess, yeah, evolved I think might be the right term for it. And it shocked me how good all of these happen to be at, let's say, running in particular. But I guess running's a pretty base stat, so whatever. Nomad out there saying, fun fact, Mamong Kukuporangu Kunya Hill is the longest place name in Australia. There we go. I rely on folks who are actually local to those areas to teach me new things, and sometimes it inspires new cocktail recipes and otherwise. I like how desserty and sweet and textureful this Macne Melon cocktail is from Eli. It is absolutely scratching an itch that I haven't had scratched in a hot minute in terms of cocktails. I like it. Dude, Clementine, you've got this. Oh, it seems that some of those Chao might be a little bit faster with climbing. Yeah! But running, they're a little bit more equally matched. Oh yeah, dude. Right towards the finish line. Yes! Oh, right at the last moment, dude. I think there's only one more dark match to do, I think. I don't know. I think it's pretty close. I think it's pretty close. I want to send Clementine back to... Oh, no. But the hero... Oh, this is against the dark. It's probably going to be a devil Chao. Because the hero race has an angel Chao. Yeah, let's see how he does against the devil Chao. I got a strange feeling next stream might be the last one for the races, at least. We'll see. Angel versus devil. This was the dark race. I'm gonna go back to the hero race and see how he fares against the devil Chao. Interesting to me, too, that, like, the hero race pits you against the dark Chao, and the dark race pits you against the hero Chao. Devil versus angel. That is the idea. Eli's saying, in my opinion, this cocktail is very ice cream-esque. Yeah, I can see that. It's got the texture of the cream is phenomenal. The candy flavor from the Midori, the candy flavor from the Midori, I haven't had in a drink in a while. Like, I've yet to have a grasshopper type cocktail that uses Midori, but it makes sense in this form. The first time I actually had a grasshopper cocktail was at a bar that we went to for one of my fraternity formals, and I walked up to the bartender, and I don't think that the first thing that you should ask a bartender is, make me the weirdest drink that you can think of, because I feel like that puts undue pressure on the bartender. But I was like, what's the weirdest drink that you know how to make? And they were like, a grasshopper. And I was like, I'll take a grasshopper. And then it wound up working out. And I had a good cocktail. And I remember it to this day. But it felt like looking back on it, I was like, I really don't think that I needed to put that much pressure on the bartender. Like, I didn't need to do that. Oh, dude, you are a flyer. Oh, man. Nah, that's killer. I feel like the devil's gonna blast the head of Clementine. Clementine needs to be at a whole nother level to get these guys. Oh, dude. Oh, man. Clementine, I feel for you, dude. I didn't look at the last one. How good is this guy at swimming? Like, the devil/angel Chao. Oh, actually, it seems like... Oh, dude's really going for it. Dude is already across. Wow. We'll see where it goes. I want to see this one out to the end. Give you a little bit of a boost. I know this is another, like, intelligence challenge, I think, up here. Which... Clementine might be able to get past if the devil Chao isn't that smart. Okay. Tried the fruit. Oh, you got this, dude. No, you need Sonic, I think, right? Don't you need Sonic? Yeah, that would have been it. You're gonna get hit too, because I think you need to get a Sonic specifically. Oh, never mind. Oh, that was good. Oh, orange was... Oh, that was a good one. Okay, that's not too bad. Not too bad. Not too bad. Definitely needs more stamina. Needs better run. Honestly, needs better everything. In order to get a Chao like that, that's a Chaos Chao. That's a Dark Chaos Chao. There's a Hero Chaos Chao, and there's also a Neutral Chaos Chao. In order to get that, I need to basically get Clementine to the end of their life and reincarnate them twice over. I want to say on a Chao's third reincarnation, they come back as a Chaos Chao. I've never been able to do that. It's not technically required for the emblems. So I'm not specifically gunning towards it. Honestly, in the past, I've struggled with getting Chao to reincarnate anyways. All right, Chaos Chao is already on the other side. So this is a loss for Clementine. We'll see it out to the end. We'll see it out to the end. And then I'll try Clementine in the challenge races. And then we'll go back to the jewel races and see what happens there. Clementine's a little bit faster than they were. If there's something I appreciate about the Chao races specifically in this game, as opposed to races in other games, is that it actually lets you, like, see the race all the way to the very end. Even if you lost, like, I don't know. There's a certain, like, aspect of that I find, like, very nice about the game. Like, you don't necessarily have to be the winner, but if you are going to come in dead last, we're going to watch you do it, and you're going to watch your Chao get to the finish line. I think there's a certain merit that deserves to be celebrated there. Okie doke. Let's go back to the challenge race, and then we'll try the jewel race, and then we'll see what we get with that, and then we'll call it quits for the evening. We'll come back another day. Evidently, the strategy that we've got is we're going to go to Pumpkin Hill, we're going to get a bunch of skeleton dogs, we're going to quit before we're done with the level, and we'll come back and just, like, spam Clementine with all the animals that we got. The boars are good for running, the skeleton dogs are good for running. There was another animal that I think was also kind of good for running as well. Not bad. Not bad. Nomad being like, love that there's cheerleaders. Yeah, like on the sides. It's a whole thing. Apparently, this is just what Chao do. Whoa. End of the glass on that one. All right, are you faster than the animals now? Because previously you were not faster than the animal. You also don't. Oh, well, you just gotta get ahead of them. If you just have a clear path, you'll be good. Maybe. Maybe not. I believe it. I believe it. I believe. You're kind of in dead last, but I feel like you're kind of keeping up. As opposed to previously, this is not that bad. This is not that bad. If I just wait for the stamina at the very end, I think we'll be okay here. That gorilla, however, is going mighty fast, mighty quickly. Make a little boost. If you trip Clementine, it's all over. No, you're doing okay. Honestly, you're doing fine, Clementine. You're doing fine. I'm surprised that for the animal race that they don't have more, like, different obstacles, because I imagine the gorilla would probably be really, really good at climbing, the seal would be really good at swimming, the boar would probably be really good at running. If anything, the only, the only animal that we're kind of behind is the gorilla. That gorilla is oddly quick. And we're, like, basically just behind the gorilla, too. Just behind it. I kind of want to try that one again. Unless the gorilla came up on top last time. Did it come out on top last time? It says try again, so I feel like I gotta try again. I'm gonna try that one more time. One more time. Go back to this guy over here. Small animal challenge. These aren't small animals either, chat. They are much larger. They're like the size of the Chao themselves. Especially in terms of the context of the rest of this game. Like, these animals are ginormous. Very, very large animals for a very, very mid-sized Chao. Like, I wouldn't say that, you know, Clementine is pushing any boundaries in terms of the physical prowess of the other creatures of their species, but, like... No, man, like, I love how passive-aggressive the try again is. At least it's honest. At least it doesn't, like, inspire the sense of, like, false hope. Or at least it's not, like, downright, like, derogatory either. Like, it could just be like, you failed! But they didn't. Because I think Sega remembers that this is a kid's game. So naturally, we want to be a little bit easier on the people who play the game. That makes sense to me. Yeah, honestly, I think I'm just gonna let Clementine go into the latter half. Oh, I wonder... I just noticed the animals are different this time. I wonder if certain animals are better at the races than others. Because that gorilla came out on top. But there was a tiger. I think it's a tiger. Is that a tiger? No, it's not a tiger. That is a leopard. Leopard spots, not tiger spots. The leopard is kind of in front right now. Needs more speed. No! Oh, Clementine! Oh, dude! All the way to the back. All the way to the back. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's gonna be the straight shot here that's gonna be my best chance to just, like, blast forward. Nah. Nah. Nah, it ain't working. Nope. Oh, another trip! Clementine! That's okay. That is okay. We'll move on from there. We'll go back to one of the jewel races and see if Clementine can do it just a little, just teensy bit better. And then we'll come back. Honestly, if I were a smart coach, I'd go back out there into the fields, get some more chaos drives, get some more animals, and come back. But I am the kind of person who will push and push and push and bet on RNG to get us to victory. The deeper into the streams that we get, the more lazy I tend to become. Jewel race. Let's go back up to this one. Because I feel like Clementine is fast enough for these other races now. But Clementine's not super duper fast. That one's got the swimming. Swimming was pretty good. That one's also got swimming. That's where Clementine was kind of getting their stride. But this one's a little bit shorter. This one I've got hopes for. This one's I got some hopes for. Let's see. We're kind of getting like late into the stream now, so I think I'm not gonna do any other cocktail requests. Instead, that I think I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna pour myself a very small little bit of something, a small martini or something. What am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? I'm gonna do a little spritz real quick. Very quick spritz cocktail. Whoop! Hello there. Whoops. One of my coasters just straight up fell to the ground. Very, very small one. A little ounce of aviation. Ounce of aviation in here. I think I got a little bit of ice in here too. Oh, dude, Clementine, you kill it. An internet connection required? Correct. Oh, there goes my sound. Okay. I do have an internet connection, by the way. Unless the internet's going out. Nope, internet looks good to me. Looking fine to me. Do a little bit of honey, a little splash of honey syrup, a little bit of lime juice. Try some of that. I want to make sure that I use my honey syrup before my honey syrup goes bad. It's a 3-to-1 ratio by volume, so it shouldn't go bad, but... do a little, almost bee's knees category. So I'll throw a little splash of lemon juice in there. Boop. A little bit of that in there. Alright, we won. Clementine, do another one! You got this, dude. I got very little ice left. There we go. Come on, ice. There we go. Throw some ice in there. That'll just fill it up with seltzer water. Jewel. And then we'll go to... do the same one again. Try level 3 with the aquamarine. That was super duper easy. Half size, low ABV drink to finish off the evening. Seltzer water. There you go, buddy. Get him, buddy. I see Adam out there saying it's 7:19 a.m. for you out there, so I'm gonna get off for some sleep. Thanks for a great time, everybody. Adam, thanks for contributing to the fun with your cocktail request. I appreciate being able to try it. I hope you get a great set of rest out there. Thanks so much for staying up with us. It is a pleasure to be able to host you here at the Bar with an X. It was an even more pleasure to be able to have the opportunity of being your bartender this evening. I dig it. Oh, it's Clementine is killing it out there. You are killing it. Oh, but these guys are better at swimming. Oh, these guys are much better at swimming. I see that. Very lightly honey. Light honey gin. That's nice. That's soothing. Juniper notes, honey notes, things in balance. Very, very light on flavor. Mild dryness from the honey, I think, too. Yeah, you're struggling with swimming for this one. But you can absolutely carry through on the running part so long as you can just keep up with the person in front of you. Because you're a bit of a runner. There you go. Right at the very end. Nice! If Clementine is able to push through on the last aquamarine, that'll be incredible. I don't think that you're going to be able to make it, but... Because relatively speaking, you were a lot faster on running than these guys are, because running is your stat for this guy. Cool. All right, Clementine. Dude, this could be the one. Your swim is pretty low. Oh, but you got two more you got 2 more levels. That was pretty close. Garnet, I imagine, is power focused. Peridot. That fly focused? There's not a lot of flying in these ones, honestly. All things considered. I'm gonna keep going with these races until somebody loses. Until we lose. Because if I'm being honest, chat, this Chao Garden section, I feel like is the longest section that we've stayed with, in particular. And I knew this was going to happen, but I kind of want to move past it. I want to move past it. Granted, I would love to give myself more time to work on Sonic the Hedgehog-inspired drinks, like I'm working on the Knuckles one right now, but... I've been in Sonic for a while now, y'all. I'm getting that same itching feeling that I felt at the end of Kingdom Hearts 2 after playing 3 of the games. Kingdom Hearts 1, Rechain of Memories, and Kingdom Hearts 2. I was like, I gotta move. I gotta keep moving. I gotta jump ship to another game series entirely. Exactly which one? I don't know. I don't know yet. Dude, the fact that Clementine is lagging behind just a little bit in a level 2 with a level 60, I think, run? I guess, come to think of it, level 99 is the applicable maximum. So I guess Clementine's still got a far ways to go. We'll see how you do. Oh, that is so unfortunate. The person in the front wound up tripping over. Oof, dude. Oof. A while back, I was thinking to myself of how to make Chao into beverages as well. And I was really hooked on the idea of making Chao into really intricately designed, like, layered tiki drinks. So in that pursuit, I read through all of the Tropical Standard book, modern techniques for, like, tiki cocktails, basically, to try to see if I can get some inspiration for Chao drinks. And honestly, I didn't pull... I will be honest, I didn't pull a lot of inspiration for Chao drinks from that book. Instead, I had this really, really cool, like, download on how to take... I had this epiphany of how you can take a single fruit or a single ingredient and manifest it as a bunch of different end ingredients. And I wrote something out while I was on the plane to California in my cocktail journal of how you basically take a fruit and you can transform it into a juice. And that juice can be turned into a syrup. Or that juice can be turned fluffy by knocking it full of air. You could take your fruit and you could lacto-ferment it into something that is more of a brine. So many different things that you can do with the fruits, dude. I was thinking that, you know, for things like seeds or herbs and whatnot, like if you think of a mint, you can make a mint syrup. Can you ferment mint? There's not a lot of sugar in mint, so I imagine the answer is probably no. And if the answer is yes, then it's like yes, but like kind of maybe. When I went home, I had some ideas for how to make a Tails drink because his favorite candy is mint candy. So I thought, well, I went home. My mom had some mint plants growing, so I took some of the mint plants back with me, and I actually have, fingers crossed, mint plants growing at the side of the bar with an X. Oh, Clementine, right in the beginning, dude. And I dried some of that mint, and I currently have some dried mint downstairs that I haven't done anything with. Oh, Clementine, 2 trips? 2 trips, buddy? Nah, this really ain't a race. That ain't your race. We're gonna get out of this. We're gonna get out of this. But I thought to myself, like, what else could I use the mint for? So I dried some of the mint. I'm probably going to infuse it into a spirit. Exactly what spirit? I have no idea yet. But I do have the mint plant growing, and hopefully it'll get to a point where it proliferates such that I can have fresh mint here at the CameroxnWithAnX, but so far that hasn't done well for me in the past. I don't really have high hopes for it. I'm glad that my other plants are still alive, and so are my bugs. I see Nomad out there saying, this sparks something once again related to red, and there's a mass bland food in Night City called kibble, and basically it's like dry dog food, but for people, with flavor packs in particular. But that makes me wonder, how would someone make that drink related? Well, I would think that if I were to try to do a drink inspired by kibble, what I would do is I would start looking at what is typically included in dog food, which tends to be stuff that I want to say they add, like, actually, Alexa, what is in dog food?
The type of food meant for dogs is called dog food. It is believed that dogs are omnivores with a preference for carnivores. Dog food is made specifically for dogs, taking into account their nutritional needs.
Very descriptive. Thank you so much for that. To my knowledge, dog food that we've at least fed to the dogs at my parents' house was more along the lines of it's got some bits of meat and stuff in it. So I would imagine that if you were to try to make a drink inspired by kibble, you would take aspects of fat washing or meat included in... Oh, dude! I wonder if you would do a cocktail. So this is right. So I imagine that this food is geared towards feeding the masses in as cheap a way as possible so that nobody dies on the street from hunger. They just get the base level of nutrients necessary. And so I would think that you could basically pack a drink full with nutrients, but in like the blandest way possible. I'm thinking things like vegetable stock. I'm thinking things like MSG just to make sure that it tastes good. And like the idea is that the drink itself is made from crap. Just like a random assortment of crap. But it tastes good and palatable and is just made from whatever you've got on hand to feed people. But it's got protein in it, it's got nutrients in it, it's got salt in it, MSG in it to make sure that people actually want to eat it. I feel like that's where I would go with that. Like, it's not intended to be like a solid, like, good, transformative cocktail experience. It is trying to be like, yeah, I feel like I might be drinking a meal right now. And you could go into, like, you could, like, add thickeners to cocktails to make them a little bit thicker to almost mean like you can actually eat that, and you could manifest that as something like a like a boozy infused milkshake, for example. But if I were to go anywhere with specifically that, I'd be like, what do they typically put in dog food? Can you liquefy that? Can you fat wash with it? Can you infuse with it? Like, apparently dog food in and of itself is edible for humans. I wouldn't put dog food in a cocktail. But, like, what is it about dog food that you could pull from to put into a recipe? And to that, I don't really know. Alexa, what is in dog food?
Dog food refers to the food meant for dogs. Dogs are carnivores and therefore food for them is often meat-based.
Meat.
Dog food can be made from different types of meats or fish and are often supplemented with fruits and vegetables. Dog food is made specifically for dogs, taking into account their nutritional needs.
Yeah, I got that part already. Alright, so like meats and fishes. Meats and fishes. You can do like meat fat washes. You can do fish drinks. I've done that at least a couple times on this channel before. I don't know. I have this clam juice actually that was a Cow King inspired me to use the other day in a coastal martini. And it wasn't actually that bad. Combined with other things, it might layer flavors in such a way that you get something that is a little bit more savory and a little bit more palatable than just if you used a bunch of it on notes, like an accent. Like you don't add clam juice in a full ounce to your ingredient to your drink, but you add just a couple of drops of it just to kind of round out the flavor to make it a little bit more, not specifically tasting like a very particular type of meat or fish. That could be intriguing. All right, so this race here is a runner's race. I'm gonna duck Clementine out of this one. What was the one that I just did? Oh, the one I just did was, I think it was was it the Garnet one? I guess it was the Garnet one. Was it Garnet? I guess it must have been Garnet. Oh, it definitely was Garnet because they were climbing. That was it. And now we're gonna get a bunch of power. Yeah, they're all red because they're all power chows. They're becoming Knuckles chows. Another cool thing about the Chao in this game is like every single stat that you have, depending on whether you're going the hero route, the dark route, or the neutral route, there are character type Chao that you can get by specifically giving these Chao stats in a very particular way. So I want to say that neutral Chao that are fed power kind of develop aspects that kind of looks like Knuckles. If you give a neutral Chao speed, they tend to look like Sonic. And I think if you give a dark Chao speed too, it tends to look like Shadow, which I think is pretty cool. There have been a lot of shorts in the official Sonic the Hedgehog accounts that are showing like the Sonic Chao and the Shadow Chao either hanging out with Sonic and Shadow or hanging out with each other or otherwise. I think it's the Chow's Tales series that they've done, which I think has been kind of cool. Nomad saying, my lore is that there is a brain dance MMO game called Elflines Online. Think the worst parts of MMOs, and Kibble in Night City actually made a game-related flavoring called Elf Herbs, based on the in-world healing item. That gives me the same vibe of like G Fuel, where G Fuel takes like a particular character and just manifests it as some interesting combination of nutrients meant to help your focus and whatnot. But what you're saying is there's a brain dance MMO in particular. Kibble in Night City's actually made Kibble in Night City actually made a game related flavoring. Okay, Kibble made a flavoring. You were saying that there were flavor packets before, but one of the Kibble flavors is inspired by this Elfline game, and they call it Elf Herbs. Dude, that is totally giving me like flavored energy drink packet vibes, like G Fuel specifically. Man, I kind of dig where you're going with that. Ozio, like Elmo, once stopped right before the end. The AI, I can't say that I understand the AI in this game. Okay, I think Clementine has gone up against the angel, the demon, or the devil, the angel, the devil, the animals, as well as, I'm pretty sure, all of the different jewel races that we have access to right now. I think the only thing that I have left to try is to send Clementine back into the Topaz round, which was the flying one, which they did relatively well in. I'm going to give this one more try, and then we'll end the stream for the night. I'm going to come back again next Monday for something else not at all different at all. We'll just keep doing more Chao, because we care about our champion, and we'll raise this champion. Man. Nomad being like, 90s/2000s games, AI was a gamble. Yeah, they worked with what they had. They were trying to be very, very deterministic about all the AI that they had. They had some heuristics, statistical stuff that they didn't quite catch on to. If anything, you know, come to think of it, has anybody made any games in the modern age that uses AI like on the level of like ChatGPT? I know ChatGPT is a natural language processing model, but like, are there like really complex AI movement models that games nowadays use to actually allow their AI to do more AI stuff? Like, it's not just computer, it's actual AI embedded in a video game. I don't know too much like that. Essentially, like, from my knowledge, again, comes from my, at least in the last 5 years, education on, like, computer programming and stuff, that AI is essentially just very, very advanced statistics stacked on top of each other in a way that it's kind of difficult to keep track of, depending on what you're doing. But I even imagine that AI is developed even farther than what it was from even what I was educated on 5 years ago. Nomad saying some have basic AI, and then was like Prey, which was miles ahead of everybody. Which, Prey. I don't recall Prey. No, wait, I do know Prey. Prey was a game... Didn't it have, like, shadow or ink creatures or something like that? I think that's what I remember when I think of Prey. I want to say I watched a Markiplier playthrough of Prey, but it didn't really click with me. It was a while back. I've also been drinking. It's getting late into the night, so my associations are not that good right now anyways. I'm gonna let Clementine finish. And then I think we're gonna call it there. That's my plan. That is my plan. All right. Well, Clementine was able to make a couple of leaps and bounds in the racing world this evening. Not quite enough to be able to get another emblem for us, but we are getting very, very close. We are one race away from getting the hero emblem, one race away from getting the dark emblem, and then we have the challenge races apparently, and we also have just 2 more races in any particular category in the jewel races to try to get to evidently what we're trying to go for here. So we'll continue with that on Monday of next week. Typically, I will stream on Mondays and Wednesdays, but this Wednesday, unfortunately, I'm up in New York City, and this time of the stream conflicts with the concert that I'm going to see, which is my younger brother in concert. So I'm going to go watch his show instead, spend some time with my family, and then we'll be back again on Monday. Just a couple of reminders from this stream. Well, again, there's no stream on Wednesday. We'll be back again on Monday at 8 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time. That is whatever time it is for you right now, minus about 6.5 hours. In addition, I did drop a little bit of a teaser to a charity event that we're going to be having on the channel called Mix and Drinks and Changing Lives. It is the independent charity event that we do here every single year, as spearheaded by my partner Anna, who is really, really passionate about being able to use these streams for a really good cause in celebration of something close to 1, our anniversary, and 2, to her birthday month as well. It's kind of a birthday gift that I like to give to her, as well as to also bring the community together for not just the big charity event that we do at the end of the year with Jacksepticeye's Thanks Miss. So it'll be next month. I will provide more details on the socials on Monday. I'll give you more details on a date and exactly what we're going to do. What I know right now, it is going to be a single date event, probably on a Saturday, where we'll be mixing drinks, playing some games, and palling around while raising money for charity. I've got some pretty cool ideas related to some stuff you might already be familiar with on the channel, but I'm not going to give details on that until next week. So thanks everybody so much for joining me at the Bar with AnX for another night of gaming and cocktail mixology. We had 3 drinks this evening. The first one was the Golden Derby, a riff on the Brown Derby that instead of utilizing honey syrup, instead took out the honey syrup, and basically subbed back in some ginger liqueur. I didn't have any ginger liqueur, so instead I used ginger brandy, and in my opinion, it really wasn't that good a cocktail. Moving on from there, we had the Shadowbroker cocktail from the Mass Effect cocktail book requested by, was it Adam? It was adamtheginge on Twitch, and then we ended the evening with a cream-based grasshopper riff using Melon liqueur inspired by Vocaloid characters Macne Nana and Macne Petit, suggested by and created by Eli Peach Soda. It had a little cucumber. It had me the opportunity to be able to try this cucumber that I got from my father-in-law, and it was pretty good. And now I gotta figure out what else to do with this cucumber as we proceed on from there. But thanks again to everybody so much for watching. If you learned something new along the way, great. If not, I guess we'll try back again on Monday. It was a pleasure being your bartender this evening, everybody. Seeing Ozzy out there saying have fun with your younger bro, playing, peace out, and Nomad saying have a great night. To everybody out there, no matter what time zone it is for you, if the sun is shining where you're at, have a great rest of your day. The moon is shining where you're at too, just like it is for me. Have a wonderful rest of your night, dawn, evening, twilight, or otherwise. Again, it was a pleasure being your bartender this evening. I'll see you all again on Monday, but until then, y'all, bye.